Introduction 1. Never thought I'd get sick of being a Christian. I was practically born a Christian, raised in a Christian home, nurtured in church and Sunday school. If there was anything going on at church, special meetings, sing-spirations, Bible studies, vacation Bible school, I was there. I read my Bible every day, prayed regularly, witnessed to others whenever I could, and knew all the hymns by heart. I was a youth pastor, an associate pastor, a teacher, a preacher, a public speaker. I was on the right road, had plenty of approval, and no plans to change course. But no one told me I was still growing up and that the time would come when all the familiar trappings of the Christianity I grew up with would no longer be comfortable. Like a child growing out of his clothes, I was having trouble getting things to fit, except for one t-shirt that said, "Been there, done that." No, I wasn't backsliding. Satan wasn't tempting me. I wasn't even disillusioned, well, not with God. Call it growing pains. I was beginning to feel the difference between religion and relationship. The more I longed to know God, the more fed up I got with all the Christian stuff. Where was God really? Would I really find him in all the religious trappings, my particular Christian culture that told me by word and example what a Christian ought to look like, act like, believe, and do? For most of my life I'd wrapped that world around me like a security blanket. I felt safe, like a child at home with loving parents. But kids like us grow up and need our own relationship with God, forged in the heart through time and experience, not draped around us by the church we attend. We need to know God for ourselves, not second-hand. Coming to that realization, that point of growth, can be a lonely time. You just feel so tired of everything. No, I didn't have my quiet time this morning, so arrest me. If I have to sing that chorus one more time, I'll scream. Maybe I'll stay home from church this time just for some peace and quiet. And you don't buy everything so readily. Maybe that was a prophecy to you, but to me it was bad acting. How do I know God really said that to Pastor? I didn't hear anything. Are we really going to vanish in the twinkling of an eye, and everyone has a cure for what ails you? You need to read your Bible and pray more. You need to come back to the Lord. These are lies of the enemy. Speak in tongues and they'll go away. Well, don't worry. I made it through. Jesus walked with me through every moment, and I could see him so much more clearly on the other side. I have a wonderful church family. I like singing the choruses, and I still read my Bible and pray every day. But things look different now. My faith is my own. I like where the Lord has brought me, and I won't be going back. Having been there, having done that, and having survived, I thought I'd write about it. Wherever you are in your own walk with the Lord, I'm sure you'll find some common ground between yourself and Travis Jordan, struggling out of all that religion to find the real Jesus. Prologue. He hammer rang against the nail, piercing skin, cutting vessels. It rang against the nail, piercing muscle, chipping bone. It rang against the nail, anchoring arm to rough-hewn wood. It rang. It rang. It rang. And then the ringing stopped, and the young man hung there under the scorching sun, faint with pain, alone. He could not shift his weight, flex his knees, or even turn his head without feeling the fire of the nails. His wrists were swelling around the nail heads. His blood was drying in the sun, turning brown on the wood. He cried out, but God did not listen. It could have been God who drove the nails, then put his hammer down and turned away, smiling in victory. It could have been God who left him to bake and bleed in the sun, unable to stand, unable to fall, as the sun marked the passing hours across the cloudless sky. Stinking with sweat. Crimson with sunburn. Dried blood crackling around the nails. Pain the only reality. He cried out, but in the cauldron of his sun-boiled mind he heard only the voices of his accusers and the ringing, ringing, ringing of the hammer, sounds that would forever haunt his memory and echo through his nightmares. "You're a child of the devil," they said. A child of the devil who needed to be contained, a child of the devil? He cried out once again, and this time, a voice, a mind, answered and a power coursed through him. Suddenly, he could bear the pain and make it fuel for his will. With burning will, he determined he would live. And living, he knew what he would do. One Ali Fortis left the house as soon as the breakfast dishes were done, walking a little, jogging a little along Highway 9, a narrow, straight as a string two-lane with a fading white line and an evenly spaced parade of utility poles. This was eastern Washington state, quiet and solitary. Wheat fields, spring green, stretched in every direction over the prairie swells. Straight ahead, the highway dipped and rose gently into the distance until it narrowed to a vanishing point at the far horizon. The sun was warm, the breeze a little biting. It was April. Sally was 19, blonde, slightly overweight, and severely unhappy, mainly because she was no longer married. She had believed everything Joey, the trucker, told her about love, and how she was that girl silhouetted on his mud flaps. The marriage, if it happened at all, lasted 3 months. Then he found another woman more intellectually stimulating. Sally was bumped from the truck sleeper and found herself coming full circle, right back to being Charlie and Meg's daughter, living at home again. She had to keep her room clean, help with dinner and dishes, get home by 11, and attend the Methodist church with them every Sunday. Again, her life was not her life. She had tasted freedom, she thought, but she was turned away. She had no wings to fly and nowhere to fly even if she did. Life wasn't fair. To hear Charlie tell it, he and Meg must have made up a list of all the dumb mistakes they hoped she would never make and given her copy. Needless to say, things were tense. Even before she tried Joey, the trucker, Sally used to find escape out on the wheat prairie in the stillness of the morning. Now she returned, even fled to this place. Out here, she heard no voice but her own thoughts, and her thoughts could say whatever they wanted. She could pray too, sometimes aloud, knowing no one but God would hear her. "Dear God, please don't leave me stuck here. If you're there, send a miracle. Get me out of this mess." In all fairness, it was past time for Sally to feel that way. Except for those who had wheat farming in their blood and couldn't wait to climb on a combine, most everyone growing up in Antioch heard a call from elsewhere, anywhere, sooner or later. When they came of age, all the kids who could find a way out left, usually, for good. Sally had come of age, all right, but had not found a way out. Charlie and Meg would probably tell you that she was not the kind to look for one, either. She was still waiting for it to come to her. The halfway point of her jog was a spreading cottonwood at the top of a shallow rise, the only tree in sight. It was monstrous, and had to have been growing there long before the roads, farms, or settlers came along. Sally double-timed her way up the rise and was breathing hard by the time she reached it. She'd developed a routine. Every day she braced herself against the huge trunk and stretched out her leg muscles, then sat and rested for a moment between two prominent roots on the south side. Recently, a short prayer for a miracle had also become part of the routine. The stretches went easily enough. She had cooled down, her breathing had settled, she could feel the flush in her cheeks from the exercise and the cool air. She rounded the tree, and almost jumped out of her skin. A man was sitting between the two roots, exactly in her spot, his back against the gnarled trunk and his wrists draped lazily over his knees. He had to have been there all during her stretching out, and she was immediately curious, if not offended, that he had said or done nothing to indicate his presence. "Oh," she gasped, then caught her breath. "Hello. I didn't see you there." He only chuckled and smiled at her with a kindly gaze. He was a remarkably handsome man, with olive skin, deep brown eyes, and tightly curled black hair. He was young, perhaps as young as she was. "Good morning, Sally. Sorry if I startled you." She probed her memory. Have we met before? He shook his head teasingly. No. Well, who are you? I'm here to bring you a message. Your prayers have been heard, Sally. Your answer is on his way. Be looking for him. She looked away for only a moment, just a slight, eye-rolling gesture of consternation. Be looking for who? He was gone. Hey! She walked around the Cartonwood, LCH-KED up and down the road and across every field, and even looked straight up the trunk of the tree. He was gone, just like that, as if he'd never been there. After one more hurried trip around the tree, she stopped, a hand against the trunk to steady herself, her eyes scanning the prairie. Her heart was beating faster than when she'd come up the rise. Her breathing was rapid and shallow. She was shaking. At Our Lady of the Fields Church in Antioch, Arnold Kowalski was busy dust mopping the quaint little sanctuary, pushing the wide broom between the pews and down the center aisle, moving a little slowly but doing a thorough job. Arnold had been a soldier, a carpenter, a diesel mechanic, and a mail carrier, and now, since retiring, he had taken upon himself the unofficial title of church custodian. It wasn't a paid position, although the church did provide a little monetary gift for him each month as an expression of love and gratitude. He just did it for God, a few hours a few days a week, pure and simple. It brought him joy, and besides, he liked being in this place. He'd been a devout member of Our Lady of the Fields for some 40 years now. He never missed Sunday morning Mass if he could help it. He never failed to make it to confession, though now at 72 the confessions were getting shorter and the penance easier. He liked to think that God was happy with him. He considered himself happy enough with God. Except for one thing, one minor grief he had to carry as he moved slowly down the center aisle pushing his broom. He couldn't help wishing that God would pay just a little attention to Arnold's arthritis. It used to flare up occasionally, now it was only on occasion that it didn't. He was ashamed to think such a thought, but he kept thinking it anyway. Here I am serving God, but God keeps letting it hurt. His hands throbbed, his feet ached. His knuckles cried out no matter which way he gripped the broom. He was never one to complain, but today, he almost felt like crying. Maybe I'm not serving God enough, he thought. Maybe I need to work longer. Maybe if I didn't take any money for what I do here. What am I missing? He wondered, what am I leaving out? He always took off his hat when he entered the building and blessed himself before entering the sanctuary. Right now, as usual, he was wearing his blue coveralls. Perhaps a tie would show more respect. He pushed a little more dust and din down the center aisle until he stepped into a beam of sunlight coming through a stained glass window. The sun felt warm on his back and brought him comfort, as if it were God's hand resting on his shoulders. From this spot he could look up at the carved wooden crucifix hanging above the altar. He caught the gaze of the crucified Christ. I don't want to complain, he said. Already he felt he was overstepping his bounds. But what harm would it do? What difference would it make to this big wide world if one little man didn't have so much pain? It occurred to Arnold that he had addressed God in anger. Ashamed, he looked away from those gazing wooden eyes. But the eyes drew him back, and for a strange, illusory moment they seemed alive, mildly scolding, but mostly showing compassion as a father would show to a child with a scraped knee. Sunlight from another window brought out a tiny sparkle in the corners of the eyes, and Arnold had to smile. He could almost imagine those eyes were alive and wet with tears. The sparkle grew, spreading from the corners of the eyes and reaching along the lower eyelids. Arnold looked closer. Where was the light coming from that could produce such an effect? He looked above and to the right. It had to be coming through that row of small windows near the ceiling. To think he'd been attending this church for so many years and never noticed this before. It looked just as if a tear rose over the edge of the eyelid and dropped onto the wooden cheek, tracing a thin wet trail down the face and onto the beard. Arnold stared, frozen, his mind stuck between seeing and believing. He felt no sense of awe, no overshadowing spiritual presence. He heard no angelic choir singing in the background. All he knew was that he was watching a wooden image shed tears as he stood there dumbly. Then his first coherent thought finally came to him. I have to get up there. Yes, that was the thing to do, that would settle it. He hurried as fast as the pain in his feet would allow him and brought a ladder from the storeroom in back. Pausing before the altar to bless himself, he stepped around the altar and carefully leaned the ladder against the wall. Every climbing step brought a sharp complaint from his feet, but he gritted his teeth, grimaced, and willed himself up the ladder until he came eye to eye, level to level with the carved face. His eyes had not been playing tricks on him. The face, only a third life-sized, was wet. He looked above to see if there was a leak in the ceiling but saw no sign of a stain or drip. He leaned close to study the image for any sign of a device or some kind of trickery. Nothing. He reached, then hesitated from the very first tinge of fear. Just what was he about to touch? Dear God, don't hurt me. He reached again, shakily extending his hand until his fingertips brushed across the wet trail of the tears. He felt a tingling, like electricity, and jerked his hand away with a start. It wasn't painful, but it scared him, and his hand began to quiver. Electric sensations shot up his arm like countless little bees swarming in his veins. He let out a quiet little yelp, then gasped, then yelped again as the sensation flowed across his shoulders, around his neck, down his spine. He grabbed the ladder and held it tightly, afraid he would topple off. A strong grip. A grip without pain. He stared at his hand. The vibration buzzed, and swirled under his skin, through his knuckles, across his palms, through his wrists. He lightened his grip, tightened it again, held on with one hand while he opened and closed the other, wiggling and flexing the fingers. The pain was gone. His hands were strong. The current rushed down his legs, making his nerves tingle and his muscles twitch. He hugged the ladder, his hands glued to the rungs, a cry bouncing off the wall only inches from his nose. He was shaking, afraid he would fall. He cried out, gasped, trembled, cried out again. The electricity, the sensation whatever it was, enveloped his feet and his scream echoed through the building. Sunday, Pastor Kyle Sherman prayed the prayer of benediction. The pianist and organist began playing the postlude, a rendition of Be Still My Soul, and the congregation of the Antioch Pentecostal Mission rose to leave. The after-service shuffling was the same as one would see in any church. Folks gathered up their coats, Bibles, Sunday school papers, and children, then formed slow-moving clusters in the aisles and doorways to joke and chat. Families, singles, friends, and visitors passed through the main doorway where the young pastor stood to shake their hands and greet them. Kids went as wild as their parents would tolerate, running outside after being scolded for running inside. Dee Baylor was among the departing saints that day. A steady and constant presence at Antioch Mission, she was a robust, heavy-set woman in her 40s with a prominent nose and hair that added measurably to her height. Sean, mousy Blanche Davis and tightly permed, blue-rinsed Adrian Folsom were walking with her across the gravel parking lot as the three worked excitedly to keep the Christian grapevine alive. That's all he said. Adrian asked. Dee didn't mind repeating the story or any part of it. Just that her answer was on his way. And according to Sally he said his way, not its way. So who was he talking about? Asked Blanche. Maybe her future husband. Adrian ventured. Told me I was going to marry Roger. So what about the crucifix at the Catholic Church? Blanche wondered. You can't limit God, Dee answered. No, you can't limit God, Adrian agreed with extra insistence in her voice. But a weeping statue? Blanche asked, making a crinkled face. That sounds awfully Catholic to me. Well, it's something a Catholic would understand. Blanche considered that in silence. We need to be seeking the Lord, said Dee, her eyes closing prayerfully. We need to be expecting. God has plans for Antioch. I think the Lord is ready to pour out His Spirit on this town. Amen. That was what Blanche wanted to hear. Amen, Adrian echoed. Dee looked up at the sky as if looking toward heaven. The clouds were breaking up now. Patches of blue were beginning to show, promising a pleasant afternoon. Adrian and Blanche walked and continued the conversation until they noticed they were by themselves. They looked back. She was standing still, clutching her Bible to her bosom and looking heavenward, her lips moving rapidly as she whispered in another language. They hurried to her side. What is it? All she could do was point, then gasp, her hand over her mouth. Adrian and Blanche looked quickly, afraid something might fall on them. They saw nothing but billowing clouds and patches of blue sky. I see Jesus, Dee said in a hushed voice. Then, raising one hand toward the sky, she shouted ecstatically, Jesus! I see you, I see you. Brother Norheim walked by. He was old, bent, and hard of hearing, but a respected church pillar. He knew how a church should be run and how the Spirit moved and how to properly wash out the communion cups so as not to offend the Lord. When he started Bless the Lord, Oh My Soul from his pew in the evening service, everybody sang right along whether Linda Sherman could find the right key on the piano or not. He could see the ladies were excited about something. What are you looking at? I see the Lord. Dee gasped, and then she broke into a song. I see the Lord. I see the Lord. He is high and lifted up, and his train fills the temple. Adrian and Blanche kept staring at the clouds, hoping to spot something, making quick sideways glances at each other for clues. Brother Norheim looked the sky over, smiling with 3 golden teeth and 3 gaps. The firmament showeth his handiwork. What do you see? Adrian finally asked. Dee pointed. Don't you see him? Right there. He's looking right at us. Adrian and Blanche looked carefully, following the point of Dee's finger. Finally, Blanche drew in a slow, awe-struck gasp. Yes, I see him. I see him. Where? Adrian cried. I don't see him. Isn't that incredible? Adrian put her head right next to Blanche's, hoping to gain the same perspective. Show me. Blanche pointed. See? There's the top of his head, and there's his ear and his beard. Adrian let out a crow-like squawk she usually saved for funny jokes and deep revelations. AVV/ATVV. You're right. You're right. Now all 3 women were pointing and looking while Dee kept singing in and out of English. Brother Norheim moved on, glad to see the saints on fire, but others came alongside to see what the commotion was all about. Dave Eathite, the contractor, saw the face right away, but his wife, Michelle, never did. Adrian's husband, Roger, saw the face, but found it an amusing coincidence and nothing more. Don and Melinda Forrester, a new couple in church, both saw the face but disagreed on which direction it was looking. Their kids, Tony and Pammy, ages 8 and 6, saw Jesus but also saw several different animals on top of his head. Look, said Adrian. He's holding a dove in his hand, you see that? Yeah. Dave White said in a hushed voice, his face filled with awe. He's ready to pour out his Spirit. Dee announced with a prophetic waver in her voice. Beats me, said Roger, squinting at the sky. He's speaking to us in these last days. You're crazy, Michelle insisted. I don't see anything. Hey, Pastor Sherman. Tony yelled. We see Jesus in the clouds. There's a rooster. Pammy squealed. It just kept going from there, Carl Sherman told me. The three women started seeing all kinds of things because the clouds kept changing. For a while Jesus had a dove in his hand, and then after that he turned into a door, you know, the door to the sheepfold, the door to heaven, whatever you want, and then Carl looked toward the ceiling as he recalled the appearance of the sky. A flame, I think. He drew it in the air with his hand. Kind of wavy, you know, up and down like a pillar of fire. Carl hadn't used any names up to this point, so I asked him, are we talking about D. Baylor? He nodded, looking abashed. Adrian Folsom and Blanche Davis. Carl nodded again, a reluctant yes. Makes sense, I said, picking up my coffee cup and taking another swallow. It was Monday, the typical pastor's day off. Carl Sherman and I were sitting at my kitchen table with coffee cups and a bag of Oreo cookies between us. He was still in his 20s, dark-haired, wiry, a fresh horse ready to gallop. For the past 4 months, he'd been at this table in this little house several times, keeping in touch and trying to be a D shepherd. And hoping to keep some strays from straying further, I surmised. I know I caught his attention the moment he arrived to take over the pastorate. I was still the official pastor until I passed my mantle to him, but I was conspicuously missing. Antioch Pentecostal Mission had a pastor, a former pastor who couldn't go near the place. Carl immediately did the pastoral thing by coming to me and becoming a regular part of my life, welcome or not. The minister in me understood what he was doing and admitted that, if I were in Carl's place, I would have done the same. As for the rest of me, well, I'll get to that. Today's visit was decidedly different from the others, however. I hadn't heard quite so many praise gods or hallelujahs from Carl today. I could tell the spiritual escapades of D. Baylor and company were weighing on him. D seems like Carl was either struggling for words or waiting for me to fill in the blanks. I filled in the blanks. D is a follower with followers. Meg Fortis has a little prayer and praise meeting at her house once a week, and D gets out there pretty often. Just put it together from there. I could see a light bulb coming on, but Carl apparently wasn't comfortable with my drift. I'm not sure I follow you. Carl, it's simple. Meg told D about Sally seeing an angel. That means someone else is getting a special visitation from God that D isn't getting. You don't get something from God without D getting it too. She won't allow it. Carl actually looked disappointed. So what about Sally? You think she made the whole thing up? You can talk to Charlie and Meg about Sally. It's up to you, but no, I don't believe her. It sounds too much like the vanishing hitchhiker. Carl laughed. You've heard about that, right? Oh yeah. He paused. So D's copycatting? No, with D you get it back with interest. Sally saw an angel. D's seeing Jesus. But Carl shook his head, still unsettled. They are excited, Travis. And not just D and Adrian and Blanche, but the Ivites, the Foresters, excited about what? Jesus in the sky with a rooster on his head. Pammy thought it was a rooster. Hey, you asked me. I set my coffee cup down on the table like a judge closing a case with a gavel. So what about Arnold Kowalski? I made a conscious effort not to roll my eyes. Didn't a statue of Elvis start crying once? I looked in my empty coffee cup and then at the coffee maker. There were still at least 2 cups in there. You need a refill. No thanks. I got up and poured another cup for myself. Maybe Arnold Kowalski is the Catholic version of D. Baylor. I could tell from Carl's tone that he was getting impatient with me. No, now come on, Travis. Kowalski went to Dr. Trina down in Davenport, and he took X-rays and the whole thing. He says the arthritis is gone. I sat down, my hand still on the handle of my coffee cup, and just looked at him. "What do you want me to say, Kyle?" He sighed. "Just say what you think." "I've already said what I think." He stared at his empty coffee cup, dragging it by the handle in little zigzags around the table. "But you don't suppose God could surprise us once in a while? You know, do something we weren't expecting?" I leaned forward. "Kyle, what these people experienced, they expected. Trust me." I leaned back, sipped my coffee, and tried to come up with some closing comment. "If you want my advice, I'd say don't sweat it. This kind of thing comes and goes and the wrinkles wash out eventually. I just need to take a position on all this." The very thought of someone else having to take a position gave me a dark little pleasure. "Yeah, you're the one who has to remain stable, aren't you? Well, it won't hurt to let the jury stay out a while." Think Dee and Adrian are watching the clouds again today. There was a knock at the front door. "It's Renee," I said, then hollered, "Come in." She came in. "Hi, Trav." Her blonde hair was pulled back in a ponytail and she was wearing her old green sweats, same as she did every time she came over. I introduced my big sister to the new pastor, and I took pleasure in another thought. Renee lived in Spokane, so she didn't have to worry about Kyle calling on her. "Don't let me disturb you," she said, turning toward the bedroom. "We were just finishing up." Kyle fished around for his lost thought but apparently found another one. "Anyway, the ministerial's going to meet tomorrow morning to talk about all this. I think Nancy Barons is going to be there." "Great," I said. "Newspaper coverage. That'll put the fire out." Kyle raised an eyebrow at me. "Hey, Travis, the whole town's buzzing about this. There's a lot going on out there and you're missing it." I smiled. That made 3 pleasurable thoughts in a row. Renee came out of the bedroom with my laundry basket. She was giving me a look, most likely a comment on how full that basket should have been, but was not after a week. Kyle was still talking. "Anyway, why don't you come with me? I haven't gotten to know all the ministers yet. You can introduce me, sit in and listen, have some input." It was a ploy, pure and simple, and not the first time Kyle had tried to get me moving in the old church circles again. I gave a little disarming chuckle and wagged my head. "It'll be at the Catholic Church. We'll all get a chance to look at that weeping crucifix." I made a face. I couldn't help it. "Get real." Kyle just raised his hands in surrender to logic. "Hey, you can bicker about hearsay or you can go straight to the source and see it for yourself. And sit down with all those ministers again? Not this year, thank you." Renee walked behind me to the refrigerator and checked my supply of frozen meals and leftovers. Kyle looked at me for a moment, and I knew I wouldn't like his next question. "Do they have something to do with it?" "To do with what?" "Yes," Renee answered. I shot her a glance over my shoulder and she shot me one back. Kyle had no fear of thin ice. "With you resigning your pulpit, sitting here in this little house all by yourself, never changing your clothes," Renee cut in, "not shaving, not cleaning up, I change my clothes," I said. She looked at the laundry basket on the floor. "There's only one shirt in there. Have you worn that same shin all week?" I looked down at the shirt I was wearing. I couldn't remember how long I'd worn it. "I like this shirt." I turned back to Kyle. "And you're living in the parsonage now, with my blessing. You're welcome to it." Kyle raised his hands to show a truce. "I didn't mean." "Trav, we're not trying to pick a fight." No, they weren't picking a fight. It was just the same old dilemma, friends whose loving concern keeps stumbling into your raw nerves, with every irritating stab well meant. I stared at my coffee cup because I couldn't look at them. "It's your life, I know that," Kyle said gently. We just care about you, that's all. Then you might come up with a solution I haven't heard already, I thought. But I didn't say it out loud. We had already had that conversation and it got us nowhere. Instead, I just looked at him, managed a smile, and reminded myself that I really did love this kid, this man. This fresh new pastor, this up-and-coming man of God with the young, pretty, piano-playing wife and the two energetic kids. I reminded myself that 20 years ago I was sitting in his place. I was thinking the same things, offering the same solutions, excited for the same reasons. Man, did that feel like a long time ago. Thanks for the invitation, I said finally. Not this time. Maybe later, when I've got something better to say for myself. He returned my smile. Okay. And to his credit, he dropped the subject. I gotta get going. Give me a call if you change your mind. With that he rose, patted me on the back, and headed for the front door. Oh, I will, I promised almost jokingly. After Kyle closed the front door behind him, I looked up at Renee, still standing by the refrigerator. She was in her late 40s and looking great, though giving me a somewhat scolding look the way big sisters do. It had always been her role to run interference for me while reaching back to swat me when she thought I needed it. We're doing better, Kyle and me, I said. We got along pretty well today, all things considered. She shrugged. One of these days you're going to give him a lot of credit just for coming back. I do already. You gonna let me cut your hair today? Maybe next time. You're getting pretty shaggy. Next time. She came around and sat in Kyle's chair, facing me directly. I don't know when that will be. I figured it would be a week, just like always, but I could read in her eyes how wrong I was. You and Danny going on vacation or something? She sat back in the chair and sighed deeply. Travis Jordan, I owe you an apology. I've been wrong. Wrong about what? She drew a breath and sighed it out. Wrong about letting you just sit on your rear. This was Renee's characteristic bluntness, her tough love. Trav, it's been 10 months. You know Marion would be upset to see you like this. I'm upset. Danny and I have been talking about it, and he's right. I thought I was helping you by doing your laundry and planning out your grocery list and cooking most of your meals. But she looked away and drummed her fingers on the table while she built up to it. I can't be your mother anymore. School's starting in the fall, and by that time you're going to have to be a clean, resourceful, responsible adult again. You're going to have to be an example. In other words, get a life. No, you have a life. I'm telling you to get on with it. I mean. She looked around the house. It was a small place. She could see the dining room, living room, and bedroom from where she was sitting. When we were kids, Mom would never let us get away with a mess like this. We had to clean our own rooms, remember? Now here I am, cleaning yours. What's wrong with this picture? I looked around. This was a mess. I'd come to regard it as simply having everything I owned in plain sight and within easy reach at all times. I shouldn't even have done this, but I talked to Don Anderson yesterday, and he has a washing machine in stock that was damaged in shipping. It works fine, it just has a dent in it. He said he'll let it go for $100. Travis, buy it. Hook it up and use it. Get yourself some rope and make a clothesline out back. The weather's warming up. You can dry everything back there. And did you try that meatloaf recipe I gave you? That meatloaf? Yeah. I think I cooked it too long. You used to cook when you and Marion were in California. I know, she told me. And you still have the makings for meatloaf in the freezer. Try it again. Try all the recipes again, and keep trying, 'cause after today, I'm out of here. She hurried around me and picked up the laundry basket. I'll do this load, and then you'd better buy that washing machine. She bent and kissed me on the cheek. We're gonna talk someday. We have to. Sounds like we just did, I said. We will. I promise. Bye. She smiled at me, turned, and went out the front door. I heard her Bronco start up and drive off, and then the remarkable quiet of a small eastern Washington wheat town set in. Such towns have no ambient rumble of traffic. The only airport is a small strip for crop dusters several miles west of town. I could hear the electric whir of the clock on the wall and the intermittent drip from the kitchen sink. Somewhere in the neighborhood a dog barked. A breeze caused a dry leaf to skitter along the concrete just outside the patio door. I sat motionless and intensely alone, ignoring the coffee growing cold in my cup and trying to get through my head what had just happened. It could have been the proverbial 2x4 against the side of the head. It sure felt like it. I finally got up and stood in the archway between the kitchen and the living room, numbly scanning the disheveled state of the one-bedroom bungalow. The coffee table had disappeared under books and magazines I'd planned to read or been reading, most of them open to wherever I'd begun or left off. I had to assume that I had flung my coat and hat over the chair near the door, but I sure couldn't remember doing it. I could probably blame the post office for the newspapers and catalogs that were spreading like kudzu over every level surface including the floor. The cluttered kitchen counters were filled with dirty dishes and cereal boxes still stood around after a week of breakfasts. It suddenly occurred to me how embarrassing it would be if my landlord were to drop by. I made my way to the bathroom and found something equally messy in the bathroom mirror, a graying, weathered, whiskered, 45-year-old former. What? Anything I had ever been, I wasn't anymore. I knew that much. A question from my ordination application came back to me, are you always neat and clean? I stifled a laugh. Not today. But Renee's point was well taken, someone else was going to have to look at this face when September rolled around, a whole classroom full of 6th graders. I'd managed to regain a teaching position I held years ago, when Antioch Mission was a fledgling congregation. Any small town, small church pastor can tell you the value of a secondary source of income. Because the job didn't start until September, it had always remained an abstraction to me. I'd shaved perhaps twice since the job interview, and never viewed the upcoming responsibility in light of the fact that I was a wreck. Things will have to change, I told myself. Pretty soon. Tomorrow, maybe. Enough of the face. I left the bathroom and looked out the bedroom window expecting to see the same winter-browned hill that rose just west of my place, with a tight grove of wind-battered cottonwoods at its crest. There was somebody out there. I stopped. I'd never seen anyone on that hill before. I wasn't even sure who owned that land, but there was a man standing by the cottonwoods, resting an arm against one of the old trunks. He was facing my direction, and didn't appear to have any place else he needed to be. Was he looking at me? I went closer to the window and shifted my head back and forth, squinting a bit. He was looking at me. He wasn't just looking west or looking toward the house. He was looking at me. I could feel my brow furrowing, and he responded with a slight smile and a nod. There was something about those eyes that held me. From here, I guessed they were deep brown. But that gaze you didn't see every day. It seemed to say, without words, I know you. Who was this guy? His hair was long and black, parted down the middle, curling down to his shoulders. He had a beard. I looked away, catching myself, corralling my runaway thoughts. No Travis, don't think that. He was wearing a white robe, wasn't he? I looked again, and yes, he was. A white robe tied in the middle, open at the neck, with long sleeves that hung loosely from the arms. I couldn't see his feet because of the tall grass, but it was a reflex, a natural step to imagine sandals. I'd been to Sunday Knoll all my life. I'd seen the pictures. He was still looking at me, and seemed to be enjoying how awkward I felt staring back. I finally shook my head and said, "No. No way." He laughed, nodding his head yes. I casually moved away from the window, then I ran to the patio door and bolted outside. Whoever this guy really was, I was going to know it within the 30 seconds or so it would take me to reach the crown of the hill. It was a gag, right? Somebody sent him to shake up the weird old former minister. But now the breeze played across the deserted grassy slope and the cottonwoods stood stark against the sky all by themselves, just as one would expect on a warm April day. He was gone. Just like that. To Udys Eat Along and Tavern was one of those low-budget enterprises you usually find associated with out-of-the-way towns like Antioch. It was a one-story, sagging structure with weathered siding and a neon sign atop the roof that used to say "Eat" before it broke 9 years ago. Even without the neon sign, the building still shouted at passing motorists with the words "Judy's," since 1955 painted across the front in huge white letters. Besides the 3 grain elevators immediately south and Bud's Shell station across the street, it used to be the first thing you'd see driving into Antioch westbound, and for that reason became one of the town's prime landmarks. Judy Holliday ran the place and did most of the cooking, although she'd taken on an assistant fry cook so she could get off her feet a little more often. She had to be pushing 70 by now, but she still got up early and drove herself hard. That, she told me, was what kept her so young and attractive. Back when Antioch was the nearest and best place to store and ship grain, Judy cooked meals and brewed coffee for truckers, farmers, ranchers, and railroad workers. When the truckers switched to the interstate, she kept on cooking for the farmers, ranchers, and railroaders. When the farmers and ranchers sold out and the railroad abandoned the northern route, Judy cooked and brewed for whomever was left, the local folks, the small farmers at lunch, a few truckers who serviced Antioch on their way somewhere else, and people who still had trouble making meatloaf, like me. To hear her tell it, she had been too busy to notice any change in the amount of business. It was never that great anyway. As for the broken "Eat" sign, she said, to heck with it. Nobody's gonna read it anyway. Judy's was located on the east edge of town, and when I say edge I mean abrupt edge. Antioch has no suburbs, no outskirts. Like a model railroad laid out on a square table, the streets and buildings occupy a tight, 1-mile square grid and do not extend beyond that. In this part of the country, there is land for building towns and there is land for farming and ranching, and the two never mix. If you stand in Judy's parking lot, you're in town. Take one step east and you're in a wheat field. Stand at the east end of Myrtle Street and look west, you'll see early post-war homes comfortably arranged along the quiet oiled streets without sidewalks. Look east and you'll see acres of plowed, featureless farmland as far as the horizon. The other end of Myrtle Street is easy to see, by the way. The street, like the whole town, ends abruptly at another wheat field only a mile away. My rental house was at the end of Myrtle Street on the west edge of town, with a quiet neighborhood to the east and that once serene, now mysterious hill with the cottonwoods to the west. This evening I had to get out of there. I was still smarting from Renee's 2x4, and somehow that messy little house only worsened the pain the longer I stayed. I also felt a serious need to see and talk to some people I could be sure were real. I checked all around that hill and those cottonwoods for footprints, trampled grass, anything that would show someone had been there, and didn't find a thing. That scared me, not so much that I saw someone on that hill, but that I thought I saw someone. I needed some time in the real world. Judy's was only a short hop over to the highway and then a 1-mile drive through the center of town. I locked up the house for the first time since I'd moved in and drove my trooper. I passed by the old Methodist church, Kylie's Hardware, and the Baptist Church, where a week-long revival was underway. What was that evangelist's name? I am not kidding, Everett Fudd. Once again I felt the strange sensation that I was viewing the town in a home movie from the 40s. Over half a century ago, somehow, this town materialized on the prairie, liked the way it was, and froze that way. Yes, some new buildings had appeared over the years. Our Lady of the Fields had a new brick structure, forced upon the congregation by a deep underground spring that swallowed up the old one. Every so often there would be a fresh coat of paint on a story front, like that weird, Pepto-Bismol pink Don Anderson chose for his appliance store. But those were only minor changes to over a half-century of sameness. Many things about the town were normal enough. We had our local Kiwanis Club and Grange, our Amway dealers and Jehovah's Witnesses, our Cub Scout paper drives and youth group car washes. Our high school played other small-town high schools, and our cheerleaders did silly fundraisers like rocking chair marathons and jogathons. We had a parade every 4th of July, and Amos Jostrom always took pan with his old hay wagon and Clydesdales. Even so, you didn't have to live here too long before sensing it. Antioch was a town looking forward to the past. I used to notice it in the churches of Antioch, especially my own. Do the old things again, just do them harder. Back out of the slump. Don't go forward, you've never been there. Replay the memory, it's always better. That old-time religion was good for our fathers and mothers, and it's good enough for us. I knew Brother Fudd was singing the same tune down at the Baptist Church, just him and the same dozen people every night, taking the town for Christ. I don't know why all this began to wear on me after 15 years, but suddenly it did. For the entire 15 years that I pastored, I never went inside Judy's. It was, after all, a tavern as well as an eating establishment, and there are places a Pentecostal mission pastor in a small town like Antioch just doesn't go. I took the big step soon after I resigned, however, for two simple reasons. I wanted to know what kind of people were in there, and I was hungry. I tried Judy's broiled chicken over rice with mixed vegetables and salad and found it quite satisfactory. I tried the 12-ounce steak the next time, and the pasta salad the third. The barbecued half-a chicken was good the fourth visit and a little dry the fifth, but 4 out of 5 good visits wasn't a bad score. By then, I'd gotten word second and third hand that the talk had started. The former pastor of Antioch Pentecostal Mission was backsliding and giving into the world. I viewed it as a step forward. After all, I'd never been here before. I'd never gotten to know these people. This was new for me. And while I never even tried to develop a taste for beer, I liked Judy's coffee. All that to say, I became a regular customer and continued dropping in whenever the prospect of cooking my own sorry little meal seemed too overwhelming. "Hey, Trav." Judy called from behind the bar, her hair a white fright wig and her apron stained with gravy. She called me Rev the first few times I came in, but as soon as my ordination papers lapsed, I let her know. She and the other regular customers have called me Trav ever since and have acted more at ease around me, although I still get junk mail addressed to Revelation and Mrs. Travis Jordan. The interior of Judy's was just one more example of how Antioch was frozen in time. Back in the days before Taste, a clever restaurant trendsetter must have bought up all the dark wall paneling and red and orange shaggy carpet in existence, sent sale announcements to every backward, small-town, greasy spoon restaurant in America, and retired with a small fortune. I'm guessing Judy was one of his first customers. She made no apologies, however. Her carpet displayed several darker shades after so many years of traffic, spills, and cigarette butts, but she didn't seem the slightest bit interested in replacing it or anything else. The dark walls were hiding the film and dirt just fine. The wood tables and booths were so solid she only had to replace the red and white checked tablecloths once a year. The bar was in the back, well stocked, with 10 stools. 5 of the stools were occupied today. I got a wave of hello from Greg and Mark, the contractors, both wearing build caps and flannel shins. The back of Greg's shirt was torn wide open at the shoulder, but he wore it anyway. For 2 months after they introduced themselves I thought they were half-brothers, but finally Mark admitted that they didn't have the same mother either, and they had a real laugh over that. 2 stools over from them was George Harding, the retired wheat farmer. He didn't talk much, but he didn't grumble much either, so he fit in. Skip another stool and there sat Linda and Irv, local truckers somewhere in their early 40s. They'd been living together unmarried for 18 years. The sin of it aside, they'd put up with each other for so long I honestly felt the relationship would last. They said hi. Occasionally one of the 5 heads would turn toward the television hanging on the wall. Right now, there was a basketball game in progress with the sound turned low. The rest of the place had a nice dinner hour going. I saw plenty of regulars and the jukebox was thumping away, just one big subwoofer in a gilded box. My favorite booth by the front window was empty, so I took it, setting my hat and coat beside me on the bench seat. Gildy, Judy's granddaughter, brought me a menu and silverware. "Hey, Travis. Mind if I join you?" It was Brett Henschel, the chief of Antioch's 3 policemen. He was in uniform, wearing his gun and badge, and I figured he was on his dinner break. A Vietnam vet with shrapnel still in his leg, he was big enough for this or any job that required occasional head breaking. I gestured to the bench seat across from me. "Have a seat." "How you doing?" "All right," he answered, and I could tell he didn't mean it. He sank onto the bench and then looked around the room, bothered about something, trying to work up to saying whatever it was. He didn't get there before Nancy Barons came along. She owned and edited the Antioch Harvester, our local, twice-a-week newspaper, and I surmised from the cassette recorder and notepad that she was working. "Hi. Am I interrupting anything?" Brett seemed thankful for the reprieve. "No. You go first," he said, scooting over. "You sure? Just let me hear what he says." She slipped in beside him and set the notepad and recorder on the bench, out of service for the moment. That was like her. She was going to talk as a friend first and be a reporter second. She was in her 30s, an independent sort, with auburn hair pinned up Katharine Hepburn style, single but dating a columnist in Spokane. She was into natural foods, a little yoga, and probably voted for Clinton, although she often took him to task in her editorials. We'd had our disagreements, sometimes nose to nose, mostly through her editorials and my dissenting letters to the editor, but it never got nasty. She won a few. I had to concede I only had half the story on Christopher Columbus. But I won some myself. She turned dead set against partial birth abortion. "How are things going?" she asked. I wasn't about to go into the details of my afternoon. I only replied, strangely. "How are things going with you?" She laughed. Strangely. I noticed Brett smiling as if agreeing. "Did you hear about Sally Forder seeing an angel, and the weeping crucifix at Our Lady's?" she asked. My grimace and nod clued her in. "Kyle Sherman told me about it earlier today." Nancy looked at the table as she asked, "See that couple over there?" I glanced discreetly at a young couple in a booth across the room. They came here from Moses Lake to see the crucifix for themselves. They believe in it. Did it weep for them? I asked. No, but they still believe in it. They are going to get a room over at the Wheatland Motel and then spend the day at Our Lady's tomorrow, as long as Father Vendetti lets them stay. To see if it'll cry again. Nancy lowered her voice. She has leukemia. I closed my eyes, sighed, and felt grief for them. How did they find out about his mother attends Our Lady's? She called them. She leaned forward a little, her voice still low. Travis, I don't know what to think about all this. It sounds like something that should go in the paper, but she flipped her palms upward, at a loss. You've been there and back. Any perspective on all this? Are you skeptical? I asked her. She smiled. As always. I gave a little shrug. So am I. I stole another glance across the room. So I see a bit of tragedy. Tragedy. She set her notepad in front of her and clicked her pen. May I? I nodded, then mentally reviewed the names, the faces, Sally Fortis, Arnold Kowalski, Dee and her friends, this couple across the room. I stopped when my own name came up. This kind of thing reminds me that it's a crummy world out there, and there are things we have no easy answers for. When people are hurting, they start grasping. When the world hands you a pile of sorrow, you look beyond the world for some kind of relief, or at least an explanation. That's what a lot of religious experience is all about. Nancy scribbled down my thoughts. You think I should say anything about the cloud sightings? If you write about any of this stuff, you may as well. She smiled and nodded, understanding my point. All the same thing in your book. I'm not trying to be derogatory. Sure. I just want to emphasize that these are very human events. People are involved, and people have wants, wishes, fantasies, earnest desires and pain. Lots of pain. Given that, people can be very creative. They can hear things, see things, you follow me? She nodded affirmatively. Gotcha. Off the record. I prompted, and she put down her pen. I had a lady once tell me she saw Jesus standing right next to me while I was preaching. I knew another young fellow who claimed he saw a demon fly in his bedroom window. Also a little girl claimed to see an angel on top of her neighbor's roof. People have told me all kinds of things. It's nothing new. She seemed a little nonplussed. And you don't believe them? That question flustered me. I had to work a long time to come up with an answer. It's a tough call, it's so subjective. You have to know the person. You almost have to be the person. The same thing applies here. So obviously, another witness to the same thing might help. Well, sure, if I saw. I tripped a little trying to say this. If I saw Jesus myself, then there'd be a little more, credibility, I guess. She picked up her pen again. So, do you think this is going anywhere? The question made me laugh. In Antioch. She winced and snickered. Sorry. Well, to be fair, I think the people who've had these experiences are hoping it'll lead to something, that somehow it'll change things. You know this town? Somebody has to get restless eventually. But you don't think it'll lead anywhere or develop into anything? I felt cynical, which saddened me a little. I've seen it before. It'll come, it'll go. She clicked her pen and put it away. Thanks for your time, Travis. You too, Brett. Think you have a story? I asked. She stood and had to think a moment before answering. Well, it's interesting. Maybe that's reason enough to print it. Anything interesting is news in this town. She laughed. That it is. See you. Bye. Brett Henschel watched her go out the front door, and then told me quietly, you might be wrong, Travis. I looked at him, expecting a punchline to reveal he was kidding. There was no punchline, only his troubled eyes boring into me. Vivat, do you mean? I'm not in pain. I'm not religious. I'm not restless. I like my job, I like living here. I didn't make up what I saw today. That stopped me cold. Brett Henschel saw something? You want to hear about it? He asked in a traffic ticket tone of voice. He was challenging my cynicism, I could tell. I gathered my composure, pried my mind open again, and said, "Yeah. Tell me about it." He glanced around the room, clearly on edge, and then spoke in a lowered voice. For a while I thought I was going crazy. I was coming back from Spokane on Highway 2, and there was this guy hitchhiking. Oh. I was feeling pretty good, I wasn't in a hurry, so I figured, hey, I'll pick the guy up, if he doesn't mind riding in a squad car. He looked a little weird anyway, so better a cop gives him a ride than some innocent citizen, I interrupted. Hey Brett. I held my hand up, just trying to keep the peace as I offered my question. Did this guy get in the car, ride with you a while, say Jesus is coming soon and then disappear? I regretted the question the moment I asked it. He's never going to talk to me again, I thought. I've insulted him, He froze, his face turned pale, and he stared at me as if I'd told him Martians had landed. How did you know? This just couldn't be happening. Did someone else run into this guy? Now we were in a face-off, staring at each other as if each was waiting for the other to crack into a smile, confess the whole thing was a gag, and break the tension. Was Brett trying to outlast me? If so, he was an incredible actor playing a role vastly different from his nature. I finally broke the freeze up by asking, "You've never heard that story before?" What story? No. Brett wasn't a Christian, he wasn't part of the culture. I could be reasonably sure he'd never heard that popular rumor that circulated around Christendom every few years. Well, we'll get to that. You say he looked a little weird. What did he look like? Long blonde hair, like a hippie, about 5'7", early 20s, wearing a white sweatshirt and jeans. He looked a little ghostly, pale and skinny like he was sick. Couldn't have weighed more than 120 pounds. He got into the car, the passenger seat right next to me, fastened his seat belt, and rode with me for a couple of miles. Did he say anything besides? He said he was coming to Antioch to visit some friends. He didn't say who. I talked a little bit about the town, the weather, just making conversation, and then he said, right out of the blue, Jesus is coming soon, and then, he took a moment to watch the memory play through his mind. Out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw him make a quick movement. I turned and he disappeared. There wasn't any sound or anything. His seat belt was still buckled. He just wasn't there anymore. I slammed on the brakes and pulled over and checked every inch of that car. I looked up the highway, off the shoulder, drove back the way I came. The guy was gone. Then I talked to Nancy this afternoon, and listen, I haven't said a thing about this to anyone except you, and she starts telling me about people seeing angels and a crying crucifix and Jesus in the sky. He looked at me intensely. Now that tells me I'm not crazy, but it also tells me there could be a blonde, 5'7" suspect in town that I need to question before he pulls this little stunt again. I couldn't believe I was even having this conversation. Have you talked to Sally Fordyce? Is she the other person who offered this guy a ride? Oh brother. What could I say to that? No. Brett, the story about the hitchhiker, it's a rumor, a legend. Was. I stared. It happened to him, not to a friend of a friend who told a lady who was aunt to the woman who was married to the man who used to work for the guy who last repeated the tale. It happened to Brett Henschel, the man sitting right across from me. From what I understand, the man Sally saw had a totally different description. That news did not cheer him. Oh great. So there might too. He thought aloud as if bouncing his theories off me. He said he was coming here to visit friends. What friends? Who else are they going to play tricks on? He sniffed in frustration. You see the problem I'm up against? This whole thing is so religious, it's not going to look good for a cop to be poking around interfering. Finally I thought of something worthwhile to say. Brett, I understand the Antioch Ministerial is meeting tomorrow morning to talk about all this. Since it's a religious thing, if anyone is going to know the latest details, the ministers will. Maybe you ought to drop in and find out how extensive this stuff is and if anyone else has seen either one of these, whatever they are. Are you going? God works in wondrous ways. Yeah, I'll be there. I called Carl when I got home, told him I would go with him to the ministerial meeting, then braced myself. To his credit, he didn't gush all over me as I feared he would. After 4 months, he was starting to learn. Imagine a tired old dog, lying in the road, suddenly finding itself wrapped around the axle of a speeding truck. That's how I felt my first 5 minutes with Carl Sherman. I was tired and feeling old, I hadn't shaved, the place was a mess, I was planning on a quiet session of journaling. And suddenly, there he was. Praise God, brother. I'm Carl Sherman. Just came by to share the love of the Lord. His greeting had the same effect on me as that soup kettle they used to bang on to wake us up at summer camp. He was standing on my front porch in brown slacks, tan sport jacket, blue shirt, and Looney Tunes tie, and had a big, gold-edged Bible in his hand. His brown hair was sleek with mousse, he was grinning like a Cheshire cat, and he was in high gear. I knew he wasn't a Jehovah's Witness, they always travel in tours and compliment you on your house. He couldn't be a tax assessor because he wasn't carrying a clipboard with the plot plan on it. He wasn't a salesman because he carried no samples. But like all three, he hadn't called first. He just showed up. I wanted to kill whoever told him where I lived. You're the new pastor? I asked. I wasn't curious. I was amazed. Guilty as charged, brother. He was so jubilant, so on top of it, so young. I let him in because it was the right thing to do and invited him to have a seat wherever he could find one. He stepped around the model airplane I was working on, dug a man-sized space in the magazines and newspapers that covered the couch, and had a seat. Nice place you have here. I'd left the pastorate a month before and had not returned to Antioch Mission since. Call me picky, call me a grouch, but I expected Carl Sherman to know there had to be a reason. The moment he opened his mouth I knew he didn't have a clue. When I ate dinner at Judy's, nobody I met there talked about church. They talked about fishing, baseball, country music, cars and trucks, and the condition of the roads. We argued about politics and local issues. We even talked about religion and spiritual matters, which I didn't mind, not at all. But we did not talk about Sunday school attendance, the church van, the outreach program, or the blessing barrel. We didn't haggle over the Sunday morning song list or whose job it was to change the sheets in the nursery. We didn't talk about the budget and the offerings or the need for an ongoing children's ministry, or whether we should allow Dee Baylor to fall on the floor every time we prayed for her. Potlucks and men's fellowships and ladies' Bible studies and the struggling youth program never came up. But Carl started right in talking about all that stuff as if I'd asked him for an update. I wouldn't go near the church, so he brought it to me. The youth group's going to have a lock-in this weekend / Dave Ivite and Brother Norheim showed up for men's prayer breakfast. Is it always just those two? / I'm thinking about painting the van / Bruce Hiddle still smokes. I wonder if he should be on the deacon board. / Emily Kelmer wants us to sing Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, but I don't think that's a worship song. / Did you know Jeff Lundgren doesn't want to do the Young Explorers anymore? / How often did you preach on giving? / We need to develop the children's ministry. He was out to cover everything. He talked fast, he talked loud, he got more and more excited, and I just sat there trying to gauge if my nerves could last longer than this seeming catharsis. I could feel a lingual tonsil starting to swell up. I began to feel a gnawing pain in my stomach. Then it came, the one sentence predestined from all eternity for this moment, this place, exactly what it would take to set me off. Travis, we are going to take this city for Christ. We. My voice came so loud and sudden it made him jump. It also made him stop talking. I leaned forward in my chair, so far I almost stood up. Now you listen to me. I said it slowly, and I know I sounded downright vicious. Have you even asked this town if it wants to be taken for Christ? Have you even met the folks down at Judy's or working at Kylie's Hardware or Anderson's Furniture and Appliance and gotten their input? I guarantee you, Kyle, I know some people around here who do not wish to be taken for Christ. He looked like he was about to interrupt, but I didn't give him a chance. No one has ever taken a city for Christ. Not Paul, not Peter, nobody. Not even Christ took a city for Christ. Now I did stand up, too upset to hold still. You come cruising into this town throwing that big, glorious claim around as if it was some kind of mandate from the throne of God, but who's going to do all the work in the real world? I suppose you think everyone in town has his own transportation, so you won't have to organize a car and bus route and deal with people who don't want to come that Sunday but didn't call, or people who aren't ready on time so you have to sit there waiting for them while all the other people on the route are wondering where you are, and everybody ends up getting there late. And once you take this town for Christ, what are you going to do with all the kids? Is Judy Milton still breastfeeding Baxter right out in the open during the service? I was going to ask you about that. Aha. That boy's old enough to unbutton her blouse himself. Want some more? Of course, babies don't just nurse. They scream too, and there are plenty of mothers out there who are going to sit there with that kid and let him drown out your sermon, during the most important part, I might add. You might ask them to take the kid out, and some might, but they'll be back with the same kid the next week. Either that, or they'll get huffy and not come back at all. Which brings me to the nursery sign-up sheet. Keep that puppy circulating or somebody's going to get stuck in there doing the job alone and forever while all the parents dump their kids on them. Same goes for children's ministry. Be careful you don't find anyone too good at it, because they'll get stuck with the job until they burn out. And then the parents will start to mutter about who's going to take charge of the kids, and maybe some of them will step forward to do something about it, and some of them will just go elsewhere. Youth ministry? It's the greatest, but don't you dare make a mistake. Because after you've done anything and everything to disciple those kids, it's your mistakes the parents will tell you about. How's your car running? Once you take this town for Christ, you're going to have to visit every person, every family, until you run yourself ragged and your wife starts to complain that you're never home. You'll be so busy visiting that folks will start complaining that you never come to visit. In the meantime, you'll always have a contingent in the church that wants to dance in the aisles and fall on the floor and have battles of the prophets and insist that leg-lengthening services are the answer to everything, and if you try to bring some balance to all that stuff they'll start their own faction and accuse you of quenching the spirit. Even you take this town for Christ, you're going to get all this stuff with it. It's all going to be right in your lap. By now I was thinking I'd better stop before I out-talked the young man I thought talked too much. I took a breath. Pastor Kyle Sherman, dreams and goals in ministry are fine and good, but spare me this take the town for Christ stuff. I've been taking as much of this town as wants to go for the past 15 years. I've been there, done that, got the t-shirt, and the town and I are sick of it. He looked up at me from the couch. His face seemed so different, so tranquil, when his mouth wasn't moving. You seem bitter. Well, I could let this young buck start counseling me, or I could get back to my journaling. Thank you for coming to visit. I'm pretty tired. I moved toward the door, and to his credit, he followed my cue. Thus ended my first meeting with Kyle Sherman. I did not go out of my way to encounter him again, but it happened on several occasions anyway, either by God's hand or by Kyle's. As I've mentioned before, Kyle has no fear of thin ice. That's one reason, among the others, that I accepted his invitation to go with him to the next morning's ministerial meeting. It was the first time I'd taken him up on any invitation to do anything, but I knew those ministers. If Kyle stepped out on thin ice this time, he was sure to break through, and there were sharks waiting below to eat him alive. 3YLE picked me up a little before 10 the next morning and we rode together. In a town the size of Antioch there isn't much time to discuss anything while on the way somewhere, so I found myself talking fast. Morgan Elliott's the only female minister. She used to co-pastor the Methodist Church with her husband, Gabe, but he was killed in a car wreck 3 years ago. Nice gal. I wouldn't call her a liberal, but she's definitely not a fundamentalist, either. Paul Daly's a kidder, and he likes being Episcopalian as much as you like being Pentecostal. He'd genuflected a light pole if it had a cross piece on it. A one Vendetti is as Catholic as the Pope himself. His father was Catholic, his father's father was Catholic, his oldest sister is a nun in Philadelphia. I got into a religious argument with him once and he finished it in Latin. But listen, you respect him and he'll respect you. You get yourself into a scrape, he'll be the first one there, and besides that, he plays a mean first base on the softball team. Bob Fisher's Southern Baptist, so he's sound and solid. Just don't get into a doctrinal dispute with him. He doesn't like being disagreed with. There was no more time. We had arrived at Our Lady of the Fields. Thanks to the underground spring that had undermined the old church, Our Lady of the Fields now had one of the newest buildings in town. It was sand-colored brick, traditional with its tall spire and arched, stained glass windows. It sat on a solid foundation ideally located on the main thoroughfare through town. Father Owen always posted the title of his sermon on the illuminated, covered sign that sat in the front yard. As Kyle pulled into the parking lot, I recognized some of the cars already sitting there. That's Morgan Elliott's Jeep Cherokee. And I think that Ford belongs to Sid Meier, the Lutheran pastor. There were plenty of other cars, including Nancy Barron's Volvo and Brett Henschel's squad car. This meeting of the Antioch Ministerial was going to be unlike all the others, well attended. I kept telling myself I was only a visitor now, but that didn't take away the tremors deep inside me. We walked along the sidewalk toward the front door. I haven't been in many Catholic churches, Kyle said quietly. I've only been here once, for a funeral, I admitted. I don't know that the ministerials ever met here. But Kyle. I stopped, he stopped. I had to get this said before we went in. I'm never going to tell you to compromise your convictions. But remember what the Bible says about being sly as a serpent and harmless as a dove. He wasn't quite getting my message, I could tell. He gave me a suspicious look. What do you mean? I mean. Suddenly I found it hard to form an answer with him looking at me like that. I mean, there's a time to speak out and there's a time to just listen and, you know, stay cool. Stay cool. Something else came to mind. With this bunch, it's easy to get into a discussion that just goes around in circles, and take it from me, if you really want to go around in circles, it's best to find a merry-go-round somewhere, you follow me. A merry-go-round? Now the look in his eyes had to something he normally reserved for Mormons at his front door. Think of it as two gravel trucks going opposite directions on a one-way street. Sure, one of them is wrong, but both of them are going to get smashed when they hit, right? You're not telling me to compromise. No. I'm just telling you to be wise. Be discreet. He thought about that a moment, and finally, he relaxed and smiled. Okay, Travis. I gotcha. All right. That's all I'm going to say. The brass handle on the big panel door yielded, and the door opened. There were 2 other men in the foyer, and the moment I saw them, I thought I'd seen everything. Howard Munson and Andy Barker were standing on either side of the sanctuary door, peering into the sanctuary like 2 kids sneaking a peek at something forbidden. They turned as we entered and recognized me at once. "Travis," said Howard, the older one with the balding head and wire-rimmed glasses. He offered his hand. "Great to see you again." I introduced him to Kyle and told Kyle how he pastored the Gospel Light Pentecostal Tabernacle over on the southeast corner of town, that little white chapel near the grain elevators. Howard introduced Andy, a young wheat farmer with stern-looking eyes even when he smiled. Howard said nothing about the small, independent Bible study Andy led in his home, a little group that had split off from Howard's church over a dispute about Howard. I didn't tell Kyle about Howard having a strong, negative opinion about every other church but his own, but Kyle may have noticed my surprise to see these 2 together and within the walls of a Catholic church. Of course, neither had actually gone farther than the foyer. Howard looked through the sanctuary door again, shook his head in pain and disgust and muttered to us, "Incredible. Just incredible." The sanctuary was a comfortable, intimate place that could seat, I figured, about 100 worshippers. It was warmly colored, with dark wood pews, red carpet runners down the aisles, and brass fixtures. The crucifix was in its traditional location, on the front wall above the altar, illuminated by a ceiling-mounted spotlight. There were at least 20 people occupying the pews toward the front. Some were kneeling, some were sitting, all were looking steadfastly at the crucifix. I recognized the couple I'd seen at Judy's the night before sitting right on the aisle. "They are waiting for the crucifix to cry again," Andy whispered. "Incredible," Howard repeated, shaking his head again. The ladder Arnold Kowalski had used to reach the crucifix was still where he'd left it, and now a man sat next to it reading from a psalm book. Howard leaned close. "That's some kind of lay assistant sitting up there. I understand if any oohing happens, he's there to maintain order and assist people climbing the ladder." What was I feeling? Awe? Foreboding? Even in my skepticism, I couldn't escape the fact that, real or imagined, nothing like this had ever happened in Antioch. "Where's the meeting going to be?" I asked. I think in the fellowship hall." I could tell Howard didn't want to go into the sanctuary. He asked in a whisper, "Is there another way to get there?" I pointed toward a door at one end of the foyer. "I think it's through there." We went through the door and down a hall to a sizable, multi-purpose room. Most every church has such a room for wedding receptions, potlucks, and socials. At one end was a large pass-through into a commercial-sized kitchen, and coffee was available on the pass-through counter. 4 folding tables were arranged in a square in the center of the room, and already the other ministers were mingling. "Hey Travis!" Sid Mayer, the Lutheran pastor, stepped up to shake my hand, and I introduced him to Kyle. He was tall, dark-haired, and bespectacled, a likable guy. His burden for unity among the pastors made him even easier to get along with, and he was glad to see me, with caution. "We're going to be sharing information and concerns, but I don't think we'll need to debate anything. I just came to listen," I told him. He smiled and patted me on the arm, then turned to Kyle. "You have some tremendous shoes to fill." "Think he brought a pair of his own?" I quipped, and Sid laughed. We helped ourselves to some coffee. Burton Eddy stepped up to introduce himself. He was short, with black, horn-rimmed glasses, and wild brown hair. He pastored the local Presbyterian church and was, to put it mildly, a liberal. "Welcome to the booming metropolis of Antioch," he told Kyle in his whiny, sneery voice. "How's the church going?" "We're taking this town for Christ," Kyle announced unabashedly. Burton gave him a fatherly pat on the shoulder. "You'll get over it." Then he turned to me. Travis, I never got a chance to extend my condolences to you. Marion was a saint if ever there was one. Thank you. You're right. He laughed. On that we can agree. He looked around the room, checking out who else was there. And I trust we'll strive for consensus on other matters. I'm just here to listen, I repeated. He gave me the same pat he'd given Kyle. Good to see you. Sid Meier was chairman of the ministerial and was taking his place at the center of one table. Kyle and I were headed for the table when a big framed man with heavy jowls came up to greet us, effectively blocking our path to the chairs. He spoke to Kyle first and didn't even look at me. And you must be the new minister at the Pentecostal Mission Church. That's right, Kyle said boldly, shaking the man's hand. Kyle Sherman. Armand Harrison, the big man answered. Pastor of the Apostolic Brethren. Kyle hesitated, digesting the church's name, I figured, before saying, okay. I understand you've brought a guest today. Kyle hesitated again. He's talking about me, I told him. Oh. Yeah, sure. Travis and I are together. The big man weighed that for a moment and then gave a slow nod. Then he moved in closer, so close that Kyle had to shift his weight backwards, and peered at Kyle through his thick bifocals. Of course, you were aware that this meeting is just for the ministers. I'm only here to listen, I told him in as pleasant a tone as I could muster. And Travis is my guest, Kyle confirmed. Armand Harrison directed only the briefest glance at me, then spoke to Kyle. I suppose each minister is free to bring a guest. Nice to have you here. He turned away as Kyle and I took our places at the table. What was that all about? Kyle whispered while trying not to look like he was. It's a great story, was all I said, sitting down. With one discreet glance, I saw Armand Harrison settle like a sinking ship into his chair directly across the square from me. He caught my glance, and his narrowed eyes sent a clear message back. It was just like old times. Sid opened the meeting with a prayer and then made some opening comments. He thanked a one Vendetti, sitting to his immediate left, for opening Our Lady's facility to the other ministers. I think we all nodded in agreement except for Howard. It's the first time we've ever met here, which is one historic note. The other might be the large attendance. We laughed politely. I counted 10 ministers. Nancy Barons, Brett Henschel, and I brought the total attendance up to 13. Nancy had her notebook ready, Brett sat next to her, looking ill at ease and out of place in his uniform. Sid acknowledged their presence but only glanced at me and nodded. Now he looked around the table. If we can go about this in a somewhat orderly fashion, why don't we recap what we know so we all have our information straight? A1, perhaps you could start. A1 Vendetti was dark and Italian, in his 40s, with his Philadelphia roots easy to guess in the way he talked. He cleared his throat, quickly caught everybody up on what had happened to Arnold Kowalski, and then explained the people now sitting in the sanctuary. We have pilgrims in town. 1 couple came from Moses Lake, 3 came from Seattle. There are some from Spokane and some from Ritzville. Word's getting around, and they are here just to wait and watch. He looked at Paul Daly, the handsome, bushy-haired rector of St. Mark's Episcopal, who took the floor. Yes, I was telling A1 that I've gotten some inquiries as well, mostly from Episcopalian friends on the west side who got wind of this somehow. Not being Catholic, I don't know what to tell them, so I refer them to A1. Then he added with no change in tone or facial expression, but they do seem fascinated that this time it's Jesus crying and not Mary. A1 realized Paul was teasing and laughed. In any event, we're still investigating, and so far we've found nothing happening here contrary to faith and morals. Sid gave the floor to Morgan Elliott, who began a recap of the whole incident with Sally Fordyce. As we listened, I couldn't shake the image I still had of her being a flower child of the 60s, maybe even a singer in an acid rock band. Her silver-streaked hair was wildly curly and hung past her shoulders, she wore roundish, wire-rimmed glasses on loan from John Lennon, and her voice had a Janis Joplin rasp as if she'd been born perpetually hoarse. Sally hasn't tried to embellish her story at all. I'm not even sure it would have gotten around town except for the other things happening. Bob. She looked across the table at Bob Fisher, pastor of Antioch Baptist. You were telling me about someone in your church. Bob Fisher, short and solidly built, eyed the gathering grimly as he related, it's a member of my congregation who prefers to remain nameless. Morgan piped up, but you did say it was a man. She got a smile out of him. It was a man. Just wanted to underline that little detail. We all chuckled again, and the laughter took some of the edge off the discussion. Bob continued, he was fishing down by the Spokane River when he saw a man standing on the river bank, just the same as Sally Forder saw. The man, or angel, or whatever it was, said Jesus is coming to Antioch, and then he disappeared. It was that quick, that simple. Do you believe him? Paul Daly asked. Bob considered his answer for just a moment and then replied, I believe he's sincere about whatever happened to him. I'm just not sure what happened to him. His account sounds very similar to a popular rumor that circulates every once in a while. I stole a glance at Brett Henschel. He just sat there with a stern look on his face, silent as a stone. I could guess he wasn't about to stick his neck out, and I couldn't blame him. I wasn't about to speak up, either. Travis Paul said. I heard the people at your church are seeing Jesus in the clouds. I smiled at Paul without saying a word, then leaned over and spoke to Kyle. That's your cue. I'm not so sure, Kyle answered. MT had some folks who were seeing Jesus, but they were also seeing animals and a door and a flame of fire. Little Pammy Forrester saw a rooster and then Bugs Bunny. That got a laugh from the group. A few of the women came back on Monday, but the weather was too cloudy. You can only make out shapes when the clouds are scattered to broken. Overcast won't cut it. Sid offered, so for visions in the clouds you should get a weather briefing. Absolutely. More laughter. Laughter was usually a good idea at these meetings. By the way, everyone, this is Kyle Sherman, the new pastor at Antioch Pentecostal Mission. Good old Sid, always the bridge builder. Introductions went around the table and Kyle was off to a good start. I breathed a little easier. Paul Daly offered, a man in my church once received a prophecy from a cutthroat trout, but this could be a little different. What was your evaluation on that one? Bob Fisher asked. Oh, the fish was delicious. More laughter. Paul was good for loosening things up. I couldn't be sure if Burton Eddy was really sneering or if it was just his usual crooked way of talking. But we're starting to see a schematic here, aren't we? One supposedly supernatural occurrence breeds another, and then another, and before you know it, we have a real hysteria. So you don't think any of this is real? Sid asked. Oh, it's real to those experiencing it, I suppose, the same as any dream or hallucination seems real. But this stuff catches on, and we'd be making a big mistake to cater to any of it. We'd only be feeding the frenzy. Kyle added, and there's always the possibility that these are demons we're dealing with. No laughter. Burton just stared at Kyle. That's my concern too, said Bob. Whoa, now let's approach this carefully, Sid cautioned. Here we go again, said Armand Harrison, glaring at me as if I was the one who said it. Bob fired back, Armand, it's only wise to wary of deception. You can't believe everything that comes down the pike as though it's from God. Well, if God does send anything our way, said Howard, it's about time. A1 was keeping cool outwardly, although his face looked a little red as he asked Kyle, "Are you suggesting that a demon healed Arnold's arthritis?" "Well, just check the long-term results," Kyle answered. "You mean, the much greater church attendance, or Arnold jubilant, walking about and rejoicing in what God has done?" "No, I mean people turning their attention and devotion to an idol instead of to the Lord." Armand's big jowled face was so red you could feel the heat clear across the table. "I see nothing has changed at Antioch Pentecostal Mission." Morgan started laughing, wagging her head. "And the beat goes on," she said, then confronted Kyle and me. "There might be a good side to this. Don't condemn something just because it falls outside your religious paradigm." Kyle tried to counter, "We are not condemning anyone, let people follow their personal sentiments. It can't hurt, really." "Here, here," said Burton Eddy, clapping his hands. "After all, what is religion?" But Sid raised his hands for attention. "All right, fine. Kyle's had his say, you've given your response, I think that should be enough." "No," Morgan insisted. "We came here to share observations, and I'm going to share mine. Religion is a cry of the human heart for meaning. Every tradition has its myths and visitations, and this case is no different." "You're saying this is all a myth?" Paul Daly asked. "A myth," Burton said with a nod, his and NS crossed. Then he added, "Not that myths aren't a legitimate expression of culture, I don't want to get sidetracked on that," Morgan cautioned. "Well, isn't that what we came to determine?" Sid asked, "whether we're dealing with myth or reality." "It doesn't matter." "What doesn't matter?" asked Howard. "What matters is what it all means. I don't want us to get into a big fight over whether this is God, demons, or myth and miss the deeper causes." "But you said it was a myth," Andy protested. She brought her chin low over the table and scolded him. "I did not say it was a myth. I said Arnold's healing is real enough," said A1. "Well, what was your point?" Sid asked, trying to help out. "This is a human thing." "A human thing?" Burton repeated with another nod. "So Arnold healed himself?" asked A1. "The pilgrims aren't visiting Arnold," Paul observed. "May I finish?" Morgan's Janis Joplin voice was rising. The others backed off. "When people have religious experiences like these, I take that as the expression of a need. Now we can expend our time trying to attribute this stuff to God or demons, or myth, or we can look for the spiritual needs these occurrences represent and be ready to minister to those needs in practical ways." "But you're totally overlooking the deception that could be involved," Kyle countered. She shook her head emphatically. "It doesn't matter." "It does matter. The truth always matters." "Whose truth? Yours or theirs?" Burton raised his index finger and plopped it down. "One more point for Morgan." A1 jumped in, addressing Kyle. "These people are not worshipping an idol. They are waiting and seeking the God the image represents. They don't need an idol to do that. It's not an idol. They don't need any mediator save Christ himself." "Judging, judging, judging," Armand Harrison bellowed. "Of all the arrogance." Sid was shaking his head, looking toward heaven. "Our Lord must weep." Paul Daly looked at me. "Well, Travis, what's your view on all this?" "No." Sid shouted, and shouting was something he rarely did. "I don't think he's no longer part of this ministerial." Armand growled. "Then let him speak as a layman," said Bob Fisher. "You don't get it," Morgan lamented, still on her previous subject. "You just don't get it." Burton Eddy said something about my prior record, but by now everyone was talking at once and I couldn't make it out. Armand heard it and bellowed out his agreement, but Paul was still harping on getting feedback from everyone present while Morgan was still trying to make her point, whatever it was. Howard and Andy had gotten into an argument that somehow drew in Bob Fisher, and Sid was trying to straighten out Kyle on what was and was not acceptable in a ministerial meeting. Nancy Barons was having trouble taking notes. I did hear a one vendetta counter Sid. I might like to hear what he has to say. Me too, said Bob, turning from Howard and Andy. If he speaks, I'm leaving this table, said Armand. Now. Sid tried to calm things. He's my guest. Kyle objected. If either one of you says another word, I'm leaving the table. Kyle rose from his chair. I reached over and pulled him down again, but that didn't keep him from saying another word. MT are commanded by the word of God to contend for the faith once and for all delivered to the saints, and if there are lies and deception, so now we're all liars. Has anyone seen Jesus? I asked. In the latter days there shall be false Christs and false Messiahs showing great signs and wonders. Kyle was preaching by now. But Sid heard me. What? Howard and Andy stopped arguing and looked my way. What did he say? In order to deceive, if possible, even the elect. Read your Bible. That's all I'm saying. Suddenly Kyle noticed how quiet the room was and how everyone was looking at me. He looked at me. Paul asked, "What was that, Travis?" I scanned the room, a little jarred by the sudden silence. I was just wondering, has anyone seen Jesus? That's what this is all about, isn't it? For a moment, they just looked at each other. Morgan offered, Sally's angel spoke about the answer being on his way. One said with emphasis, the pilgrims here are looking for Christ. Bob built on that. My person said the angel said Jesus was coming. Suddenly, to the surprise of everyone, Brett Henschel spoke up. That's what an angel said to me. Everyone's head turned so quickly I thought I heard some neck joints crack. You saw something? Sid asked. A hitchhiker, said Brett. He quickly recounted the story and then said, so there's one more side to this. It might not be God or the devil or myth. It might be some clever huckster moving in on the town, and he might have some friends in on this with him. Now I'm not here to downplay anyone's religion, but I'm not looking for some heavenly vision here, I'm looking for a suspect. You tell the people in your churches that if anyone sees these guys again, I'd like to know about it. He rose from the table. Thanks for letting me sit in. It was interesting. Then he walked out, his boots clunking on the linoleum in the hall, his portable radio hissing as he clicked it on. If Jesus shows up, then we'll really have something to talk about, I said. Silence. Well, if I may change the subject, said Bob Fisher. As most of you know, we're having a week-long revival with Everett Fudd. We expect the Lord to do some great things and we'd appreciate it if you'd pass the word around. Vivat about the softball team, asked Paul. Ivan, does that start? Everything went wrong on the way home. Kyle, emotionally wounded, kept bleeding all over me and making it sound like my fault, and I was sour and brooding about a conversation I'd just had with Bob Fisher. You just sat there. Kyle huffed as we drove across town. These are pastors, ministers, people answerable to the Lord for how they lead their flocks, and they get off on this stupid, wishy-washy, tolerance stuff. That's Morgan Elliott's bag, right? She and that Burton, what's his face? She's some kind of liberal, feminist, radical, politically correct female pastor type, and all the men in there don't want to stand up to her, right? She's a widow, and she made sense. Not if she thinks the truth doesn't matter. I was talking about the people having needs thing. She's concerned about people, and I think that's commendable. At the expense of the truth. That's an entirely different issue. He really turned on me. It should bother you. I shrugged. I've already been bothered. He shook his head in dismay and disappointment. You, Travis. I muttered, "Sure it has." "What did you say?" "Nothing." "Something's happened to and who in the world is that Armand Harrison character?" "He's a cult leader." Kyle checked for traffic, jammed on the brakes, and pulled over. "What?" I did not want to go into it. I didn't have to go into it. I don't know why I did go into it. He came out here from Michigan with about 30 followers, and they have their meetings in his house over on Maple Street. Some of them work in town, I think a few commute to Spokane. They are just average, hard-working people. But they are a cult. I ran down the list, an old, wrinkled list ingrained in my mind through months of public and private discussion, debate, accusation, counter-accusation, and vitriol. It was a list peeled off a can of worms, and I would have loved to forget it. The apostolic brethren deny the deity of Christ, don't know diddly squat about atonement or salvation, and think they are all going to be Christs someday because Jesus was just one of many Christs, one of many sons of God. They are into pop psychology, you know, deep meanings behind bodily excretions and private body parts and whether or not your mother breastfed you. They consider the whole church one big extended family, so they move the kids around from family to family wherever Armand wants them to go. Armand usually requires the young women to live with him for a while so he can teach them about sex, whatever his view of it is, anyway. They do things. I wanted to cut this short. That's about the gist of it. Kyle's grip on the steering wheel was so tight I thought he'd bend it. And he's on the ministerial. You have eyes. Why isn't anything done about it? Something was done about it. But he's still there. End of story. But he's a heretic. He's a pervert. Nobody's asking you. He yelled at me. What? I tried to explain, even though I was pretty sure it wouldn't do much good. Kyle, in the long, drawn-out scope of things, it's really none of your business what the apostolic brethren do and believe. You can preach the truth just as God called you to do, but what Armand and his bunch choose to believe is up to them and you're better off just leaving them alone. If you don't believe me, just try to break up their little church. See how far you get. After you fall flat on your face, you can thank God you live in a country where heretics like Armand Harrison can still roam free, because his freedom is your freedom. Kyle shook his head. I can't. I can't be on this ministerial. Oh, you'll break their hearts. Travis, you're talking like you're in agreement with all this. I did not need or desire this conversation. I was looking at the door handle. Seriously thinking of bailing out of the car. Not in agreement. Just wiser, that's all. We did talk about that before we went in, remember? So you just sit and let people like that on the ministerial? You just sit and let me do all the fighting, all by myself? You let me walk right into that wolf pack and don't lift a finger to defend the truth, to help me out. I warned you. He sighed a deep sigh, shook his head, and reiterated, something's happened to you, Travis. I mean, the things I used to hear about you, the great spiritual warrior you used to be. You need to come back to the Lord, Travis. You need to get right with God. I grabbed the door handle and just about tore it off. See you around. What are you doing? I flung the door open and practically leaped out. The ride's over. Kyle leaned over, calling to me. Travis, I'm just trying to help you. You're heading down the wrong road. I was already walking. I know my way home, Kyle. You know what I mean? I stopped and turned. Yes, I know what you mean. I know the language, Kyle. I was speaking it before you were born. I used to lay that trip on people. But you're the man of God now, Pastor Sherman. Fight the good fight any way you want. The cause is all yours. Just stay out of my face. I turned and kept walking and did not look back, Even as I heard him close the door I'd left open and drive off. Suppose we could have avoided our little spat if Kyle had been here 2 years ago, the first time Everett Fudd came to town to revive us at the Baptist church with a week of special meetings. At least he would have had a better picture of what was eating at me. I wanted to help Bob Fisher out, so I got on board and announced the revival meetings in my morning service. For 3 of the meetings, I brought some of my choir over. Bob and I even sang a duet one night while I played my guitar. And every night we listened to Brother Fudd preach his long, rambling string of Jeremiads, railing against any and every sin, real or imagined, and continually reminding us how backslidden, selfish, and cold of heart we all were. He came from the to wake 'em up, beat 'em up school of preaching, the kind that gave rise to a popular description of the Bible Belt: punch a hole in the sand and gill powers out. I often looked around the room to view the weathered faces of those being revived and wondered how much of this stuff these people really needed. Bob and I saw these same faces in church most every Sunday. They were the regular people, the habitual church attenders who viewed the fact that there was something to show up for as reason enough to show up. God bless them. They were many a pastor's last gasping reason to continue having a midweek Bible study or a Sunday evening service, and now they were, at least in my mind, Bob's primary justification for scheduling Brother Fudd. They came every night, and every night Brother Fudd beat them up. He accused and scolded them, then shoved their tattered souls up against the sublime memories of the past for comparison, the great revivals that happened in another place, another time, the things that God used to do, the way it was when they first found the Lord. Wherever they once were, they had strayed. Shame on them! Shame on them! And the altar call was always the same, a piano-accompanied petition: come back to where you were. Do the old things again. Turn back and pick up whatever it was you dropped. Recycle the old-time religion. Come back to the Lord. Get right with God. As the memories came back, I quickened my step, hurrying down the quiet house-lined street. I was dreading the possibility that Bob Fisher might drive by, offer me a lift, and invite me to the Fudd revival meetings again. He was my friend. He meant well. But when he approached me after the ministerial with his invitation, "Hey Travis, come to the meetings. It'll be good for what ails you," I could hear the message coming between the lines: you need to come back to square one and do it all over again, just do it harder. You need to come back to the Lord. Come back to the Lord. Come back to the Lord. Just what did that mean, really? I chuckled. I could vow never to eat devil's food cake again, or deviled eggs, as Brother Fudd instructed us 2 years ago. I could think of all kinds of things to do to please God. I whispered as I walked, "Lord, we are okay with each other, aren't we?" There was no booming voice from heaven, nor was there any quickening in my soul. There was only the same silence I'd endured for months. I kept walking, anger fueling my steps. Spiritual band-aids from friends, silence from heaven, and the same, unshakable sense of being on the outside of it all. The story of my life. For on Thursday, Nancy Barron sold a bumper crop of harvesters, her biggest O-print run since the brush fire of '95, and the town became officially informed regarding the Antioch phenomenon. The story about Arnold Kowalski worked well because Nancy had a real Arnold to interview and photograph, as well as a doctor from Davenport to render his opinion about the arthritis mysteriously disappearing. I thought the accounts of the angelic sightings had a strange, groping tone, trying to be a story about something that might become news if it ever happened. No matter. News that might become news was still news enough. The photocopier at Prairie Real Estate got a lot of use that day, and single households were buying multiple copies of the paper. This news was definitely going to travel. Their fervour renewed, Adrian, and Blanche returned to the church parking lot with a more favourable weather forecast: morning low clouds, but partial clearing in the afternoon. Blanche brought her camera and notebook to record whatever signs might appear, noting that they saw Jesus riding a white horse from 2:05 to 2:15, and then a big fist that could have been the hand of God. Dave W. Veit stopped by briefly to check the sky for himself, but he was the only person other than the three ladies to do so. This particular aspect of the Antioch phenomenon hadn't made the paper yet. Of course, the phenomenon had no regard for Nance's publishing schedule. Even as the harvester was hitting the vending boxes around town and the checkout counters at Mac's supermarket, it happened again, to a person no one would have expected. One look at Bonnie Adams and you just knew she couldn't have been born and raised in Antioch by parents who were born and raised in Antioch. It may have been Mark and Greg who first pointed her out to me and called her the hippie woman. She was the one who lived on Birch Street with the "Peace Begins With Me" bumper sticker on her car and the "Keep Out, No Trespassing" sign on her fence. I was never sure how she made a living besides being an artist who created bizarre nudes and animals out of sheet metal and scrap aluminum. She had long, frizzy hair, granny glasses, loose clothing that had to have come either from India or Berkeley, and a particular scent about her, a strange combination of incense and burning hemp. The first time I met her, she was playing old Grateful Dead and Bob Dylan songs at a local jam for acoustic musicians. I did some lead fills on my banjo and we hit it off fine, but she turned a cold shoulder to any mention of the Lord. I quickly gathered she was into energy and vibrations, maybe a little karma, and that was about it. She was pragmatic, however, and that was why she showed up Thursday morning at Our Lady's with her daughter, Penny. Penny was 17, had no memory of her father, and up until a year ago was constantly in trouble. Brett Henschel and his two cops had run Penny in several times for shoplifting, drug possession, and truancy, but her mother always seemed either helpless or indifferent, and Penny showed no signs of changing. Until the accident. Many folks were surprised the single vehicle wreck hadn't happened sooner. Penny was out with two friends late at night, drinking and driving, when the car went off the road and rolled several times down an embankment. Penny was thrown from the vehicle and the open door landed on her right forearm, crushing it and mangling the nerves. The two friends recovered from their injuries, but Penny's hand was ruined and soon withered, curled back on itself like a broken bird foot. After that, we didn't hear too much about her. Well, Jack McKinstry told me once, she just can't be the thief she used to be. He ran Mac's supermarket, and Penny used to be a regular visitor who cost him a lot of money. Brett Henschel confided that things had indeed quieted down as far as Penny was concerned. Maybe she's learned her lesson. When a one Vendetti opened the church doors for the pilgrims, Bonnie was there with Penny in tow. Penny looked a lot like her mother, except that her frizzy hair had green streaks in it, her clothing was quite a bit tighter, and her face was pierced in far more places than Bonnie's. They took a seat in the second pew from the front, directly behind the young couple from Moses Lake. Bonnie had brought some granola bars and took her first bite as she gazed at the crucifix, waiting. Penny just slouched in the pew, bored and scowling. After no more than 5 minutes, Penny snarled, "Can we go home?" "No." Bonnie answered, "I need a cigarette." "Shush. You're going to disrupt the energy." "There isn't any energy." "There is. You just have to relax." Bonnie closed her eyes for a moment and took some deep breaths. "It's here. I can feel it. You just have to settle into it, let it flow." She opened her eyes again and looked naked around the room. This could be big medicine. The Spokanes could have worshipped on this very spot. The other pilgrims were giving them sideways glances. "This isn't Indian," said Penny, "it's Catholic." "It's all the same, sweetheart." Penny rolled her eyes. "It sure is." She came a quiet suggestion from across the room. "We're doing this for you, Penny. It's not going to work." Bonnie raised her voice. "If it worked before, it'll work again." Then she drew a deep breath, settled back in the pew, and tried to settle her nerves, relaxing. With her eyes on the crucifix, she drew a deep breath and began to hum. Today Pete Morgan was the lay assistant keeping watch at the ladder. After another minute of Bonnie's humming, he finally set down his psalm book and hurried off the platform to have a word with her. "Excuse me, I'm sorry, but I'll have to ask you to." Bonnie leaped to her feet and pushed him so hard he stumbled across the aisle and almost landed in a lady's lap. All around the room, there were gasps and ooh-hoos. "Way cool!" Penny exclaimed. "Come on!" Bonnie hissed, yanking Penny by the arm. Pete recovered just in time to see Bonnie racing for the platform, her full-cut clothing rustling behind her like natural, organic flags in a gale, pulling a running, off-balance Penny after her. The couple from Moses Lake jumped up from their pew as the young lady gasped and pointed. "It's crying!" Everyone stood, pointed, shouted. LCHK at that. "It's crying, it's crying! Saints be praised!" Pete stared, aghast. Tears from both eyes now traced thin, meandering streaks down the wooden face of the image. He took the arm of the young lady with leukemia. "Come on, I'll help you." But she pointed at Bonnie Adams, already grabbing a rung of the ladder and pulling at her unwilling daughter. "Come on," Pete insisted, and they hurried onto the platform, followed by an asthmatic man from Ritzville, a lady from Spokane with cancer and the friend who came with her, 3 elderly folks with arthritis, a Yakima man with a bad liver, and at least 10 other people who were either sick or just plain curious. "Get up there!" Bonnie yelled, pulling on Penny's arm. Penny tried to jerk away. "I'm scared." "Make way!" Pete shouted, bringing up the young lady. "Let us come through." "Only in your dreams, bub." Bonnie started clambering up the ladder, stepping and tripping on her long, full pants legs. The crowd stumbled and jostled around the altar and closed in around the ladder, pleading, praying, grabbing at the MNGS in order to climb. Bonnie yelled back at them, stomping on any fingers that dared to climb after her. The 2 women from Spokane began to wail and weep. The man with the bad liver swore and said "excuse me," swore and said "excuse me." A forest of pleading hands reached toward the crucifix. "Calm down now," Pete hollered above the clamor. His back was against the ladder and some folks were trying to climb him. "I'm sure there will be tears enough for everyone. No shoving." A one Vendetti heard the noise from his office and came running into the sanctuary. "My God, they are going to break something." The young woman from Moses Lake began climbing the ladder. Bonnie Adams stepped on her hand, she fell back, and her husband caught her. "Please," Pete begged. "Let her come up the ladder. She has leukemia." Bonnie didn't hear him. Her full attention was on that wooden face. She brushed her fingers across the wet streaks, gathering the tears. A powerful tingle coursed through her hand and arm and she cried out, her hand trembling. Then she screamed, forgot her grip on the ladder, and fell, bowling over the 2 ladies from Spokane and the Ritzville man with asthma. Penny. With help from Pete and her husband, the young woman from Moses Lake went up the ladder. Penny. Penny reached around the man with the bad liver and the 3 arthritics. "Mom, get up." Bonnie grabbed her daughter's withered hand, her wet fingers touching her daughter's skin firmly, purposefully. Penny began to tremble and scream, trying to pull her hand away, but Bonnie held on with all her strength, her eyes wild with excitement. "You feel it, Penny? Feel the energy? I knew it. I knew it." The young woman from Moses Lake reached for the face of the image, touched it, and found it dry. "Oh God, no!" She ran her fingers over the face imploringly, but there were no tears. "No. No, please, have mercy." The only tears now were her own. Father Owen worked his way into the crowd. Please, let's calm down, everyone. Let's not endanger each other. Penny was the one doing most of the screaming, her body trembling, her eyes fixed on her right hand, now uncurling as it slipped steadily from her mother's grip. I can feel it, she gasped. The fingers wiggled. I can wiggle my fingers. Mom, I can feel your hand. It works. Bonnie exclaimed, her wide eyes filled with awe. This is a sacred place. A one reached Penny and took her shoulders to steady her. Bonnie let her hand go and Penny held it up in front of the priest's face, wiggling, twisting, and flexing it. You see? You see? He took her hand and felt it alive and strong in his own. Oh child. Then he looked up at the crucifix and blessed himself. Within half an hour, I heard about it from Sid Meier, who heard about it from Paul Daly, who heard about it from one of his parishioners, who heard about it from Pete Morgan. Sid called Father Owen to confirm it, and then he called me. Sid was a believer now, totally flabbergasted, unable to understand what it meant, how it worked, how he could explain it doctrinally. I had no answers for him, all I could do was thank him for calling, hang up, and get out of the house before Kyle took it upon himself to call me. The way I was feeling, I couldn't talk to him or anyone else. By the time I even cared where I was going, I found myself near the Cortonwoods on the little hill beside my house. I stopped, rested a hand against a gnarled trunk, and began to pray desperately, trying to think, trying to understand just what in the world I was supposed to do with all this. The thing that kept wrenching my insides was that I wanted to believe it was true, that God was indeed moving through our little town and, well, doing something, doing anything. But I'd already put in too many years of believing too many things too quickly. I felt cautionary red flags popping up everywhere. I had scoffed at the reports of people seeing angels, but I was now standing where something had appeared to me. The God I had known all my life didn't heal through tearful images, and yet 2 witnesses, the biblical requirement, had confirmed the healings at Our Lady's. What must I accept next? That Jesus was really appearing in the clouds. Lord, please speak to me, I said aloud as I looked across the expansive farmland to the west. Help me sort this out. I quieted myself and remained still, scanning the smooth, gently rolling horizon as I waited for a clear answer to come to mind. I listened for sounds, and even stole a few glimpses of the clouds, just in case. I recalled and sang an old song we used to do at prayer meetings, Speak my Lord, speak my Lord. Speak and I'll be quick to answer thee. I waited. I told myself I wouldn't wait long, but I waited. Minutes passed. There was no remarkable vision, no voice. The only sound I noticed was the distant purring of a lawn mower in the neighborhood behind me. Well, I thought, I can spend the whole day up here doing and accomplishing nothing, or I can get on with my life. I turned and headed down the hill toward Myrtle Street, my prayers unanswered, again. I accepted that fact grudgingly even as I tried to remind myself, hey, time is one of God's primary tools for teaching wisdom. Time. And more time. And still more time. More praying, more asking, more weeks, months, or even years of anguish trying to pull it all together. This frustrating little session on the hill reminded me of something I'd learned over the years: God won't be hurried. Or in this case, I thought, whatever he's doing, isn't he about to clue me in? I stepped out of the grass and around the wooden traffic barrier that marked the west end of Myrtle Street. The sound of the lawn mower was coming from John Billings's yard across the street from my place. Some guy was busily circling around the big yard on a little snapper mower. I checked my mailbox. More catalogs. Just what I need, a solid gold trailer hitch, a shortwave radio that fits on your wrist. The guy on the mower came whirring around the front of the yard. He was young, with long black hair bound in a ponytail, a beard, faded work jeans, a long-sleeved shirt, leather gloves. I couldn't recall John Billings ever hiring anyone else to do his lawn. Maybe he was a relative. The young man looked at me, smiled, and turned the mower for another lap around the back. I recognized him. And I was stunned. Speechless. I there frozen, staring, my mouth dropping open so far I could feel the sun drying my tongue. A landscape man. My mysterious vision of Jesus on the hill was just a landscape man, a young guy with long hair and a beard. He must have been out for a walk, or maybe scoping out another mowing and trimming job. Maybe he was inspecting those trees for possible trimming or removal. I felt silly and embarrassed. April Fools. Just kidding. Gotcha. But after that, I felt wonderfully relieved. It was John Billings's landscape man. His landscape man. I burst out laughing. I watched for him to come around the back of the house and toward the front of the yard again, trying not to have a silly grin on my face in case he should look my way. He appeared soon enough, circling around the back deck and weaving his way toward me through the fruit trees. It was him, all right. He spotted me right away, smiled that same pleasant smile, and this time he waved. I waved back. He seemed like a nice guy. I looked down at the catalogue in my hand so as not to stare at him. I was just debating whether to return indoors or walk over and say hello when I heard the mower stop in the front of John's yard. "Hey Travis," the man yelled. I looked up. "Got a minute?" Sure." I set the mail in the mailbox and left the door open to remind me. Crossing the street, I kept looking at his face and probing my memory. He knew me by name, but had we met before? Had he ever been to the church while I was pastoring? Maybe he came into Judy's a few times, or attended one of the acoustic jams. I crossed the street, approaching the little lawn mower where he sat waiting. I did not remember this guy. He gave me a sympathetic smile. "You're really going through it, aren't you?" I smiled to be pleasant. "Excuse me. You'll be okay. It's just a little eye-opener, that's all. Have we met before?" "Never face to face." He offered his gloved hand. "Or hand to hand." I took his hand to shake it and felt a weird tingling, like electricity. It didn't stop and I pulled my hand away. "Whoa. What?" "Got a little shock." He chuckled. "Sorry. Must be the lawn mower." He rested his elbows on the mower's steering wheel and looked at me casually. "We've known each other for years, Travis, ever since you were 8 years old." I was about to question him on that, but he didn't pause. "It's a lonely time for you, I know, especially when so many folks don't understand what you're going through. They've never been there. But you and I have." He chuckled, shook his head, then said in a mimicky voice, "Travis, you need to come back to the Lord." He told me sincerely, "They don't know your heart. Just a landscape man. Who are you?" He gazed at me for just a moment, his head slightly cocked. "I've been with you all this time and you don't know me." Well, he could have been Jewish, from the Middle East. His skin was dark, his eyes a deep brown, his hair jet black with a gentle curl at the ends. Then again, he could have been Pan-Native American or perhaps Hispanic. He seemed to know a lot about me, even what I might be thinking, but I wasn't about to take the bait. "No, I guess I don't know you. But go ahead, I'm listening." He drew a breath, sighed it out, and then said, "Travis, you've lived here for years. You know the people, you know the ministry. So tell me. I've sent some messengers on ahead to prepare people. How are people responding? What are they thinking?" I was trying to remember what I had prayed for a few minutes ago. Whatever it was, I wasn't expecting this for an answer. Oh, people are really buzzing about it. Yesterday the ministerial had its best attendance in years. They even let you in. I behaved myself. I didn't say much. What else? I thought a moment, then told him about Nance's big write-up on the healing of Arnold Kowalski and the angelic visitations. She sold a lot of papers this morning. He smiled and nodded, obviously quite pleased. So, I'm to understand you're the cause of all this. Well, I haven't appeared in the clouds. I haven't appeared to anyone except you. You know how it is. Some people receive the message and ponder it for what it is, and some take it like a handoff and just run with it, usually out of bounds. It happens. Wow. He knows football. But then I pulled out the old 1 John 4 test. So let me ask you, did Jesus come in the flesh? He held out his arm and pinched the flesh under his shin. What do you think this is? But why all this showbiz, all this angelic stuff and weeping images? He shrugged. John the Baptist doesn't get out much these days. In spite of myself, I laughed. I can't believe I'm having this conversation. Give it time, Travis. I don't expect you to believe everything in one moment, not even 1 week. But I was kidding about John the Baptist. This all goes deeper than clouds and angels and images. You know that. This is a gag. Somebody sent you, right? Actually, I came on my own. I laughed at that as if it were another joke. Yeah, right. I'm a little surprised you haven't asked me about Marion. That was no gag. It was a sudden, very serious twist, and I could feel it. I studied him. He just raised an eyebrow and looked back at me, waiting. So now we were going to talk about Marion? This man was a total stranger to me. My answer came with difficulty, but I hoped it would close the topic. It would be a very big question. He nodded as if he understood. The answer's pretty big too. Then he added, but she sends her regards. If this was a joke, it was a sick one. I could feel my anger starting to rise. A car pulled up beside us. Hello, a lady called from the passenger side. I turned. Yeah? Can I help you? Behind me, the mower started up. We'll talk again, Travis. I jerked my head back to see him putting the mower in gear. The lady in the car was saying something I couldn't hear over the mower. I turned to her again. Excuse me. She repeated, we're lost. Can you tell us how to get to the Catholic Church? I approached the car so I could communicate better. I could hear the mower whirring toward the back of the yard. You're looking for Our Lady of the Fields. Yes, that's it. I noticed the car was full, 4 women and 2 men. It had an Oregon license plate. Ah, well, you head down this street till you get to 7th, it's right where that red pickup is parked. Aha. Turn left, go down the hill to Highway 2, that's the main drag through town. The lady driving the car elbowed the older woman sitting next to her. I told you we weren't supposed to turn. Turn right, and it's down 2 blocks, on the left. Big stone church. You can't miss it. Do you think it's open today? I ventured a question. Are you here to see the weeping crucifix? Every passenger in that car brightened up and leaned toward me. The passenger lady said, we sure are. Have you seen it? I haven't seen it cry, but I've seen it. She nodded toward one of the gentlemen in back. Barry has lung cancer. We've come clear from Oregon. I noticed the gentleman had oxygen tubes attached to his nostrils. I didn't know what to say other than, I think Father Vendetti is keeping the doors open all day. She clapped, they giggled, the driver put the car in gear. Thanks a lot. God bless. God bless, I said, and they drove away. I watched them until they turned left at the red pickup and drove out of sight, struck by what I had seen in that car, and so many times before, serious illness companioned with high hopes. I knew what that was like. I wondered how it would turn out. But where did the mower man go? I no longer heard the mower running and I couldn't see it. Hoping John wouldn't mind, and not really caring at the moment, I went into his yard, following the last mown path. As I rounded the back of the house, I found the mower parked by the patio, but no sign of its mysterious operator. I peered about the yard, over the fence, and through the back gate like a hound on a hunt, but there was no one around. I almost knocked on the door of the house, but finally put the brakes on and admitted that my emotions were getting the better of me. Whoever this man was or claimed to be, we had ended our conversation on a tedious subject that was best left closed for the time being. I took a moment to draw a long breath, then turned for home. Between John Billings's yard and my mailbox, I determined that John and I would talk about his lawn mower man. I would be in a cooler mood by the time John got home. I would quietly and politely find out who the man was, extend to him an opportunity to apologize for being so cruel and tasteless, and hopefully put this whole event to rest. Surely the mower man understood that the town was going through enough craziness right now and I was in enough pain. His witty masquerade would not help matters. I would be civil. I would be Christian. By the time I retrieved my mail from the mailbox, I dealt with my anger. I'd cooled down a bit. But the pain was still there. The mower man had gotten to me. His words and actions, like slow venom, were still working, and by the time I reached my front door I felt 19 again. Not young, just burdened with an old sorrow, a deep loneliness, a familiar despair. Certain smells, like the odor of your grade school or even the scent of an old girlfriend, remain in your memory forever. An old song can bring back the feelings you had when you first fell in love. You may think you don't remember how the back door of your childhood home sounded when it swung shut, but if you could hear it again, you would know the sound. As I sat on the couch and picked up my banjo, I knew this feeling. I knew when and where I'd felt it before. I was 19 at the time, sitting alone on the bed in my room in Seattle. I still remembered the new house smell of that room, the texture of the Sears bedspread, the feel and color of the blue-green carpet on the floor, the exact position of my Glen Campbell poster on the wall. I had a banjo in my hands then, brown, $50 harmony with a plasticinator, and I could have been playing the same song I was playing now. I was 19, alone, and there was absolutely nothing happening in my life. It was a pivotal moment, I suppose, frozen in memory like a historic photo from the Life magazine archives, a passage out of childhood and a painful end to illusions. I'd been in love, but lost the girl. I'd been a prophet of God, but proven wrong. I'd prayed for the sick, but they didn't get well. God had called me to a faraway city, but hadn't met me there. My friends and I were going to change the world for God, but they had all scattered after graduation. I had been a young man of such hope and faith, but now my hope and faith were gone, slowly suffocated by disappointment and disillusionment. I felt desperately alone with no idea where to go next or why I should even want to go there. Sitting on my couch at 45, banjo in hand, I could feel it all. The lawnmower man brought it all back. He was trying to be Jesus. He spoke of Marion. It made me realize how much I missed them both. 5. The Harvester didn't come out again until Tuesday, and when it did, Penny One Adams was on the front page, holding her right hand high and wiggling it for the camera. It was a great picture and a great article, but oddly enough, and virtually unheard of in our little town, a big, out-of-town paper actually scooped Nancy Barron's on a local story. Someone, I'm guessing it was Penny's mother, Bonnie, called the Spokane Herald, and they sent a photographer and reporter to Antioch on Thursday afternoon. The story ran in the People section of the Herald on Friday, with a color picture of Penny and Arnold Kowalski standing on either side of Father Owen and the crucifix visible on the wall behind them. But the outside news coverage didn't stop there. Reporters and producers from 3 different Spokane stations saw the Spokane Herald article on Friday morning and had their crews out to Our Lady's before 10 o'clock. Owen, Penny, and Arnold posed in front of the crucifix again and did their on-camera interviews with the crucifix specially lit by TV lights. Bonnie, being Penny's mother and therefore worthy of quoting, elbowed her way into the story and got her face on television. The camera operators made sure to record the crowd of pilgrims sitting in the pews waiting for it to happen again, and also got sweeping shots of the outside of the church. When I drove by about noon, I saw the news crews still walking up and down the highway, cameras aimed at the church, the highway through town, Max, Judy's, the street signs, and any people who might happen along. Our town, even our street signs and Maud Henley walking her 3-legged toy poodle, had suddenly become interesting. But it didn't stop there. Anything interesting enough to get the attention of the Spokane Herald is interesting enough to make the wire services. That same Friday morning, major newspapers and news broadcasters all over the country were reading the wire copy, perusing the wire photos of Penny, Father A1, Bonnie, and Arnold, and raising their eyebrows. They wanted more. The big newspapers called the Herald. The networks called their Spokane affiliates. Of course, by this time the local reporters were after sidebars and spin-offs to the core story. Sally Fordyce made the Saturday editions and the weekend television news, her story corroborated by an anonymous, silhouetted member of local Baptist congregation and the testimony of a police department spokesman who declined to appear on camera. By Sunday, the pilgrims coming to Our Lady's had doubled. That became a story in itself, which further increased the number of out-of-town reporters. On Sunday, all the Christians and ministers in town were gathered at their respective churches, making them easy to locate and interview on camera as their services let out. Sid Meier expressed astonishment as the reporters interviewed him standing in front of his church, while Burton Eddy at least sneered civilly as he expressed skepticism in front of his. Bob Fisher had the word of God to comfort him, and that was enough. Morgan Elliott was indignant that such a private matter would become so public. When a cameraman and reporter from Seattle came by Antioch Pentecostal Mission, Kyle didn't want to limit God but still called for caution. Dee Baylor was waiting in the parking lot with a whole new spin-off. She had other witnesses camera ready, Blanche had video and photographs, and Adrian had written records. By 2 in the afternoon, 3 stations from the west side of the state and 2 from the east side were aiming their cameras at the clouds while Dee provided the shape-by-shape commentary. That little twist on the story attracted more attention, which drew more pilgrims, which better filled the parking lot. All of which made it a better news story. And people did start seeing things up there. By Sunday afternoon, the Wheatland Motel had filled 8 of its 10 rooms, something Norman Dillard, the owner, hadn't seen in years. By the time a married couple and the man's brother-in-law arrived from Yakima to take the 9th room, Norman was beginning to reel off information like a tour guide. The weeping crucifix can be seen at Our Lady of the Fields Catholic Church, up the highway and on the left, open 24 hours. Also, I understand they are seeing Jesus in the clouds at Antioch Pentecostal Mission, 1 block over and up the hill. Well, yes, I suppose you could stand anywhere, but Antioch Mission is the traditional place to gather, and facilitators are there to answer your questions. For angels, well, that could happen anywhere, anytime. That's part of the thrill. Yes, cameras are allowed at all locations. Cloud watching will be pretty good for this afternoon, but the forecast is for decreasing clouds this evening and clear skies tomorrow, so keep that in mind as you make your plans. Just outside, an older couple Norman had never seen before halted abruptly as the wife pointed at the hedge bordering the driveway. "I see him." The husband, somewhere near 80 and squinting through trifocals, studied the hedge. Where? She was digging for her palm-sized camera. Right there. Right there in those leaves. He muttered, "You're seeing things already." She yanked him by the arm. "You have to be standing here." He stood where she put him, studied the hedge, and never got the puzzled look off his face while she snapped pictures. Norman signed in the new arrivals and gave them the key to room 9. Only one vacant room left, and that older couple was heading his way. HM. This religious stuff was good for business. Jack McKinstry noticed a lot of new faces coming through Mac's supermarket as well. The news crews stopped in for crackers, chips, and soft drinks. Out-of-towners were buying whole loads of groceries as well as film and batteries for their cameras. Others were stocking up on carry-along snacks for the vigils under the clouds or below the crucifix. He and his wife, Lindy, had little time to rest during checkouts at the cash registers. "Hey," he called to Lindy, "what if we dress up our employees like angels? You know, little angel wings or something?" He was at cash register 2, she was at cash register 3. She started speaking louder so she could concentrate. 2 at $50, $29, $40, $3.99. And then vetoed the idea with her eyes. He chuckled as he counted cans of beans, sliding them along the counter with shuffleboard precision. Well, maybe that idea was a little too daring, but the way business was picking up lately, one couldn't be too quick to frown at new ideas. Mac's was a family business, begun by Jack's father back when misspelling super was still clever. It wasn't a large place, but Jack worked hard to keep pace with the big-town supermarkets while maintaining a neighborhood grocery attitude. The store had 4 checkout counters with one designated 10 items or less, but the laser barcode readers were still something he'd only read about. The automatic doors were still activated by pressure pads instead of motion detectors, but Jack saw no need to upgrade them as long as they worked and the customers didn't mind waiting a little. He kept a magazine rack at each checkout with a fresh rotation of Cosmopolitan, People, and the National Enquirer, but drew the line at any magazine that had to have its cover concealed. He'd final a putt in a video rack, but only at Lindy's insistence. At heart, Jack was a grocery man, the kind of guy who did his own meat cutting, bought produce from local farmers, and always provided floor space for church bake sales. And that will be. He scanned the register's display. $49.82. He got the money, gave the customer the receipt, Ronnie the box boy took over, and Jack was free for a moment. "Hey Nevin," the widow called. "She's wondering where you are." Nevin Sorrell, a gaunt-looking, blue-jeaned ranch worker in his 30s, had been waiting by the rent-a-vac carpet cleaners, fidgeting and fretting. He hurried forward and spoke in quick, low tones, "Jack, I can't find those groceries nowhere." "Those 4 sacks you bought?" "Yeah, they were the ones. Ronnie took them out to your truck. I saw that much. But they ain't there. I saw Ronnie put 'em in." It upset Nevin to have to repeat himself. "They ain't there." Jack stared at him a moment. "So, what am I supposed to do? Have you seen 'em?" Now Jack was getting impatient. "Yeah. I saw Ronnie put 'em in the back of your truck and that was the last time I saw 'em. Mrs. Macon is wondering where you are. She sent you down here 2 hours ago and she wants her strawberries." That was no comfort to Nevin whatsoever. He started reliving the past 2 hours. "I got in the truck, drove out toward the Macon place, I got sleepy." "Wait. You got sleepy?" "Yeah. I pulled over and fell asleep, and when I woke up the groceries were gone." Jack was amused even as he realized it was rude. "Well, there you are. You got ripped off." Nevin stared at him blankly, so Jack expounded. "Somebody stole the groceries while you were sawing logs." Nevin had a hard time getting that to sink in. What am I gonna tell Mrs. Macon? It was becoming a fruitful day for sightings. As the number of pilgrims in town increased, so did the sightings of Jesus, and as more Catholics arrived, so did the Virgin Mary. It reminded me of a large-scale, grown-up Easter egg hunt. Everywhere you looked, folks were scouring the town, searching the sky, the potholes in the roads, the bark of trees, the water stains in ceiling tiles, hoping to see the Saviour or his mother looking back. Both Jesus and his earthly mother appeared on the back of the highway sign denoting how many more miles it was to Colay City and the junction with Highway 174. Mary did a solo appearance in the growth ring pattern where a tree trimmer sawed a rotting limb off the big willow tree next to Sawyer Memorial Playground. The pavement stones on the front steps of the library drew attention, but Catholics and Protestants were divided as to whether it was Jesus or Mary. The most unusual sighting I heard of was the face of Jesus beckoning from the mildew on the shower tiles in room 5 at the Wheatland Motel. Norman didn't know what to do about that one, whether to clean a dirty shower or desecrate a holy shrine. As for me, I finally managed to catch John Billings at home. It turned out he had been gone most of the week installing a sprinkler system in Missoula, Montana. "Hey, what happened to my lawn?" he asked me the moment I walked over to talk with him. It seemed the mower man only mowed the lawn until he had his talk with me. Now John had a ring of mown grass around the outside of his yard and a wide border of shaggy lawn closest to his house. "I saw a guy mowing your grass on Thursday," I said, eager to hear his reaction. John was a tough old bird in his 50s who took great pride in his yard. He was a bit miffed. "Who?" I almost answered, but then realized I didn't have an answer I could actually use. "I don't know. He didn't tell me who he was. But he was driving your snapper around the yard, cutting the grass. I thought he was working for you." "He wasn't working for me." He looked around his yard in disgust. "I wouldn't hire a guy who only does half a lawn. Did he think I was going to like this?" Then he jerked his head around to look at me as if something had finally sunk in. He was driving my mower. I could see the snapper from where we were standing and I pointed it out. "That one right there. On Thursday." "Yeah. Ever seen him before?" "What did he look like?" Well, who he looked like would have made a better question, but I proceeded to tell John what I saw, leaving out the details of the conversation we had. I was feeling an odd mix of triumph and mystification that I tried not to show. I knew that guy was some kind of phony. But if that was the case, who was he really? By the time Nevin Sorrell got back to the widow Macon's ranch he was an hour late and carrying a whole new order of groceries, paid for out of his own pocket. Being late didn't worry him too much. Mrs. Macon would scold him about it, but she would tolerate it. Losing 4 sacks of groceries while sleeping was another matter. Mrs. Macon was wealthy, quirky, and very particular about her cash flow. As he turned the golden brown pickup off the highway and through the ranch gate, he tried to concoct an explanation. A mechanical breakdown wouldn't work. This was the late Cephas Macon's truck, an immaculate Dodge with extended cab, custom running boards, and chrome-plated exhaust stacks, always kept in top condition by the widow out of respect for her husband's memory. He could say he met an old friend, got to talking, and lost track of time, but that would sound irresponsible. A flat tire? No, that would mean exchanging one of the tires for the spare, and that was too much trouble. He rehearsed some other excuses as he drove the mile-long driveway to the sprawling ranch house atop the rise, but none of them played out very well. By the time he eased the big rig into Mrs. Macon's 4-car garage, he settled for no explanation at all. He was late, he was sorry, that was it. He'd bring in the groceries, apologize, and duck if he had to. He grabbed 2 sacks from the back of the truck, knocked on the rear entry door, then cracked it open. "Mrs. Macon?" I'm back. Her voice came from the kitchen. Where have you been? He hurried through the laundry room and into the kitchen, a gorgeous, expansive facility with a virtual warehouse of cupboard and counter space and a vast wall of windows offering a panorama of the Macon Ranch lands. The moment he saw the widow sitting at the enormous breakfast table, the first excuse he rejected didn't seem so outlandish. You'll never guess what happened. The alternator belt broke and I had one awful time. You don't have to explain, she said gently. She was a small woman in her late 60s, with a trim figure and white hair tucked into a comb atop her head. She was sipping her afternoon drink of blended fruit juice, a blend that was supposed to include the strawberries she'd needed but he'd lost, bought all over again, and delivered late. He couldn't be sure, but the pink color of her drink sure looked like she'd found some strawberries. As she took another sip and looked out the windows, the expression on her face did not seem harsh, as he expected. It actually seemed peaceful. He began to breathe easier. Well, I got the groceries. I'll bring the rest in. She gave him a puzzled look. What did you do? Buy them again? It was tough trying to look innocent while feeling so cornered. No, I got the groceries. I got 'em in the truck. She set her glass down and looked at him with her head slightly tilted, her fingers drumming her chin. They're already in the house. His mind went blank. My strawberries, my oranges, my strawberry non-fat yogurt, the pork chops, the flour and my Knox for nails, all of it. You got it all the first time? The first time? Yes, before you decided to take a snooze by the side of the road, remember? She went to the double-wide refrigerator and swung the door open. Here are all the perishables, safe and sound, no thanks to you. It took a few seconds for Nevin to conclude that whatever cover story he'd concocted had already failed. I didn't want to get into an accident, you know, go off the road in Mr. Macon's truck. You might try sleeping at night, she responded briskly. Lucky for me, someone happened by and saw you sleeping in the truck with my perishables sitting in the back, out in the sun, about to go bad. So he'd been caught. Worse than that, snitched on. Who? She went to the windows and pointed. My new hired hand. What? Pain and jealousy twisted around inside him, and Nevin hurried to the window. He came to the front door with all 4 sacks in his arms and told me where he'd found you parked, snoring away while my yogurt sat in the sun. He's very sweet and conscientious. Nevin saw the big John Deere tractor emerging from behind the horse barn, pulling a trailer of hay. What's he doing on my tractor? She cleared her throat. On my tractor, she corrected. To the other barn. That was my job. You were sleeping, Nevin. He's transferring hay. He looked at her with horror in his eyes and a wrenching pain in his stomach. You're giving him my job. Oh, we'll see. She cocked her head and gave him a motherly look. He didn't lie to me. But I paid for him. I paid for the second load out of my own pocket. She waved her hand, not wanting to discuss it. Give me time to think it over, Nevin. Take the day off. We'll just see how everything works out. Before turning on his heels and getting out of there, Nevin took a long, careful look at the man he knew he would hate. The fellow was young, with black hair and a beard, dark skin, blue jeans, long-sleeved shirt, and gloves, now looking his way and giving him a friendly, gloating smile and a little wave. Later that afternoon, with just a few hours of daylight left, Norman Dillard stepped out of his motel office and checked the sky. There were a few clouds up there still, drifting like small islands in a vast sea of blue and getting smaller and scarcer by the hour. The cloud watching at Antioch Mission might be ending soon. He removed his thick glasses and rubbed his eyes, resigning himself to the idea that he should get up to the church to see what was going on. He didn't want to. He was not a man of faith, and praise the Lord types got on his nerves, especially women having hallelujah conniptions. But he was supposed to be the knowledgeable guide who could answer questions and speak local facts, and that meant he had to see the sights for himself. It was business, pure and simple. He drove a few shon blocks and pulled into the church parking lot to find about 24 people gathered there, necks craned skyward, cameras ready. "Hoo boy! Here we go! Ooh-hoo, it's Mr. Dillard," a woman shouted. He winced. He could hear her shrill voice through his closed car windows. Dee Baylor and Blanche Davis were right there to greet him as he stepped out of his car. "Norman. Praise the Lord," Dee gushed, giving him a bear hug he wasn't expecting and couldn't wait to get out of. "We were praying you'd come. Just came to check things out," he said limply. "Are you ready to see Jesus?" Blanche asked, pulling out some Polaroid snapshots. He tilted his head back so he could see the photos through his bifocals. "See here? He's looking toward the east." Which way is east, I mean, in the picture?" Blanche tilted the picture this way and that and finally decided, "This way. Now you can see his nose. Right there. mm. His agreement was less than enthusiastic. "You can believe," Normandy said reassuringly. "Just put your doubt aside and you'll be amazed at what you'll discover." He shied away, turning his attention, and hopefully theirs, to one lonely cloud passing over. "So you're the facilitators, right? Just how does one go about this?" "You know, what do you have to do? Just yield to the Spirit," Dee told him. "Let God open your eyes and speak through his creation. The firmament showeth his handiwork," Blanche added. Norman walked toward the front of the parking lot where people were standing about in couples and clusters, some singing softly, some praying, some counting rosary beads, all of them watching that one cloud approaching. He came upon the elderly couple who first discovered the face of the Lord in the hedge outside his office. They were sitting in folding lawn chairs with their heads resting back on inflatable neck pillows. She pointed. "Here comes another cloud, Melvin." Her husband did not respond, but appeared to be praying. Then Norman heard a short little snore. The married couple and the brother-in-law from Yakima quietly began to sing "How Great Thou Art," and others picked up the tune. Behind Norman, a rotund man with a Seahawks cap sang the words in a clear tenor voice, holding his small wife close to his side. To Norman's left, two couples he recognized as local residents added harmony as they sat on lawn chairs in the back of a pickup. To his right, a Hispanic family of parents, grandparents, and children huddled together on the church lawn, singing when they knew the words and humming when they didn't. Norman had to admit it sounded good, and as he in the middle of the music and watched the solitary cloud passing overhead, it even felt good. This was a nice place to be. It was sweet, peaceful, and enjoyable. It would be easy to send people up here who were inclined toward this son of thing. Definitely good for business. Norman removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. It had been a long day and he was getting tired. He felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Dee Baylor. "How are your eyes, Norman?" "Oh, about as bad as usual," he answered. He'd never been very happy about his poor eyesight and the thick glasses he had to wear. "This is a place where God speaks through the eyes. I think he wants to heal you." He rolled his eyes. "Hey, come on, now. I really think he does. That would be quite a trick. Why don't you just take those glasses off and see?" "See what?" "Go on, take them off." Well, it wouldn't be good business to have Dee and the others mad at him. He removed his glasses and gave his eyes a little rub out of habit. "Now just look at the sky, Norman, and let God speak to your eyes." He directed his gaze upward, but saw exactly what he expected, a vast, blue blur. If God was speaking, he was mumbling. What do you see? Blanche asked. I see a blur. No. Dee corrected. You have to speak your healing. Say you can see. He looked at her. She looked better, he thought. I beg your pardon. Believe you can see, and you will. He looked at the sky again because he didn't want to look at her. He was trying to think of a way out of this. Blanche coached him, say you can see. He was incredulous. Say what? Say, I can see. I can see. Say it until you believe it, said Dee. He laughed nervously. Ladies, we could be here a long time. We have all night. He fumbled, fumed, and finally put his glasses on. Well, I'm sorry, I really do apologize, but I don't have all night. I have to get back to the motel and run my business. That's all right. Baby steps, Norman. One little step at a time, said Blanche. He smiled at them and hurried to his car before he said something unkind. Once he got the door closed and drove away, he did say it. And he believed it too. He kept on saying it and believing it all the way back to the motel, gesturing wildly, wagging his head, addressing his reflection in the rear-view mirror. Those people up there were crazy. They were an embarrassment. Fanatics. He was amazed they were allowed to roam freely about the town. People were travelling from far and wide for this. Yes, Norman, and staying in your motel, he reminded himself. By the time he got back to his office, he'd taken some baby steps toward getting used to the whole idea. Matt Kiley had no intention of getting used to it. Monday morning, when I stopped in at his hardware store for some molly screws, he was still fuming about a visit he'd had from some crucifix watchers. I told Em to spend some money or get out of here, he said, propelling his wheelchair down the aisle where he stocked all his fasteners. He was still disgruntled. If they can't cope with it, that's their problem. I cope with it because I have to, and I'm not asking for any favors. What are you hanging, anyway? Matt was a decorated Vietnam vet. He was proud of that, and I was proud of him. He still wore camouflage fatigues around the store when he felt like it, flew a flag over his front entrance, and kept a POW, MIA poster on the wall behind his cash register. I never found him overly rude or obnoxious, but he was crusty, no doubt about that. In his younger days he'd come out the winner in quite a few rib and nose breakers down at Judy's, the other guy's ribs and nose, not his. In Vietnam he'd dispatched his share of Viet Cong and taken more than his share of risks for his buddies before a sniper put a bullet through his spine. Now, running his hardware store from his chair, he wasn't bitter about the war or about his injury. He just didn't like people fussing about it. Some more shelves in the bedroom, I told him. A lot of heavy stuff. Got a stud finder? No, but you can sell me one. I'll do that. Anchor to all the studs you can find. And here, these mollies'll do the trick through the drywall. He pointed them out to me and I grabbed as many from the little drawer as I thought I would need. Matt had 4 employees to do most of the stocking and high-reaching, but customers helped by Matt were often responsible for reaching any items Matt couldn't. We headed up the aisle. They were all hot to trot. Matt, you gotta come down to our ladies so you can walk again. He abruptly turned left. Stud finder. Magnetic or fancy? Depends on how much they cost. He kept wheeling along, perfectly at home with every square inch of this place. Like all I have to do is look up at that crucifix and believe, and that'll do it. Trav, you know what it's like. I've had crackpots before try to get me to walk. He quickly added, well, not all of them were crackpots. You know what I mean? Sure. There's just some people who can't leave it alone, that's all I'm saying. I know what you mean. Yeah, sure you do. You've been there. He grabbed a stud finder off the TCHL rack. These are fun. You slide it along the wall and watch the little lights come. I checked the price. I figured I could swing it. Great. I followed him as he wheeled toward the front, executing snappy turns around corners and past merchandise. He rang up my purchase at a cash register built on a lower shelf just for his use. I paid him, he threw my gnods into a sack, and then stopped to ponder. Funny. I made some friends at the VA hospital, I've met some other folks in wheelchairs, and we got along fine. They never told me to go down and look at some crucifix or wash in some special kind of water or say some kind of magic prayer words. It's always the walkers who know what you need. Our eyes met. We understood each other. It's always the walkers who know what you need. Matt Kiley's words, his cynical wisdom born of experience, haunted me for the rest of the day. Yes, I understood. I had been there. I just didn't want to go back again. 6 was 17 the year my father took a hiatus from the ministry and relocated the family from Seattle to a small, almost non-town on an island in Puget Sound. Back in Seattle, we had a great church with great worship and a great youth program. I had a girlfriend. I was a junior at the high school. My brother and sister and several uncles had attended and had school spirit that bordered on pathological. I had some friends at that school, it had taken me long enough to make them. Then we moved, and I began my senior year in a rundown, fund-hungry high school with caved-in lockers, sagging floors, and 300 total strangers. Like any plant torn up by the roots, I didn't take well to the transplant. I used to have the acceptance of my peers, and now I couldn't be sure I even had peers. I used to be pan of something, but now I was an outsider. I was in pain. I was lost. Lost, and absolutely certain that it couldn't be right, much less the will of God. You see, I knew God back then. I knew exactly what He expected from me and what I could expect from Him. I'd grown up attending the Bright Gospel Tabernacle, a Pentecostal mission church in Seattle's Rainier Valley, and when we gathered for worship, we always counted on God's tangible presence. We felt no qualms about calling out to Him aloud, right from our pews, right when we felt the need or the unction. We heard from God regularly in prophetic utterances that usually began with "O my people," and admonitions that usually began with "I hear the Lord saying." We prayed for the sick and expected they would get well. Dad preached the word of the Lord from the pulpit, and we worked it in at the altar afterward. Our sessions at the altar were usually noisy, often tearful, and altogether glorious. I couldn't tell you now how much of the commotion was due to the Holy Spirit and how much was simple Pentecostal fervor, but I know I did precious business with God in that place. I got saved in that church when I was 8 years old. Being Pentecostal, I received the baptism in the Holy Spirit in that church when I was 12, kneeling at that wooden rail with my head on my coat sleeve until the pattern was pressed into my face. Over the years, I dedicated and rededicated myself to the Lord's service, repented, praised, confessed, and petitioned, all from that little brick building in Rainier Valley. That was where I knew God. But Dad was tired, Mom was unhappy, and the family needed a change, so Dad quit preaching and we moved. The church we found on the island was restful, you might say. Kind of like a stalled car. These folks didn't smile much, sang all possible verses of really slow hymns, and absolutely, positively, never, ever clapped. As far as I could discern, God was not expected to move, speak, or convict, He was expected to follow the printed order of service and keep quiet like everyone else. There was never an altar call after the service. Instead, people worked the sermon out of their memories over coffee, cookies, and idle chatter in the basement. I was 17, living in a strange new place, enrolled in a school that felt foreign, and attending a church dedicated to deadness. Which made me a prime target for the Kenyan Bannister movement. David Kenyon, a fellow senior I got to know in art class, pinned me down one day. Hey, are you a Christian? Sure. Spirit-filled? Yeah. Speak in tongues? Yeah. He extended his hand and we shook. I knew it. I just knew it. It had been a while since I'd met anyone excited about what God was doing, so while I worked on a sculpture and he worked on an oil painting, David talked and I listened. The Holy Spirit's moving, he said. Just blows my mind what God's doing. I had a real confrontation with a demon yesterday. I think he knew we were moving into Satan's territory. We had a prophecy last week and God told us to get our act together, get off the acid and grass and get high on Jesus. He was talking right to some of the group and it really shook them up. He started naming kids in school I'd known of but didn't know. Bernadette Jones, wow. She always impressed me as being tough and unapproachable. She had a crusty mouth when she could get away with it and never missed a chance for a smoke. Carla Dickens, I knew of her from drama class. It seemed every skit she did had something to do with marijuana. Andy Smith, very musical. Had a rock band and was already working on a symphony. Clay Olson, no, I couldn't think of a face to go with the name. Benny Taylor, I didn't know him at all, except that he was one guy in school who had more pimples than me. Amber Carr, a quiet girl from drama class. I always liked her long brown Harold Martin. What? Harold? The guy was a creative genius, but lived and breathed the doors and always played knife-wielding psychotics in drama class. He named about 5 more. They were all strangers to me, but that wouldn't be the case for long. During lunch period, David introduced me to every Christian he could find. Hey, guess who's a spirit-filled Christian? Bernadette Jones looked up from her fruit salad. You're kidding? Hey Andy, guess who's a spirit-filled Christian? Andy Smith looked up from a copy of The Hobbit. Well, praise God. Hey Amber. Guess who's a spirit-filled Christian? Amber Carr pulled her long hair away from her face and smiled at me. Wow. That's really nice. Clay Olson was 18 but seemed older, wiser, too cool to be in high school. He shook my hand. Great to have you on board. Benny Taylor not only had more pimples than me, he had more brains, at least as far as math was concerned. God bless you. Harold Martin, who looked like he'd spent the night in a ditch, stared up at me blankly for a second or two. It's a heavy trip, isn't it? Carla Dickens, blonde, bespectacled, and jolly, shook my hand and giggled. I sort of figured, she said. I learned that this particular move of God centered around the Kenyon home on Wednesday nights, and the next Wednesday night, I was there to see it for myself. I wasn't disappointed. I could tell this was going to be good stuff. Powerful stuff, the kind of thing I grew up with and needed more of. The cozy living room became even cozier as more than a dozen high schoolers filled the couches, the chairs, and several cushions on the floor. Mrs. Kenyon led the meeting, sitting in her big stuffed chair in the corner. She was a pleasant, conversational lady, short in stature and beyond rotund, wearing a loose, tent-like dress and slippers she didn't have to tie. Mr. Kenyon was quite blessed himself, sitting across the room with arms folded over his expansive paunch. David, Carla, and Andy had guitars and we wasted no time launching into some praise songs, clapping, that's right, clapping, and getting into Jesus. We sang songs like, thank you, Jesus, thank you, Jesus, thank you, Jesus in my heart. Thank you, Jesus, thank you, Jesus, thank you, Jesus in my heart. That song must have taken the composer months to write, but I learned it the first time through. The next one was a little tougher, you gotta move when the Spirit says to move, oh Lord you gotta move when the Spirit says to move. When the Spirit says move, you gotta move, "Oh Lord, you gotta move when the Spirit says to move." Then we replaced the word move with dance, sing, pray, shout, preach, kneel, and anything else that came to mind, and sang the whole thing again. This was an easy song to wear out. After several songs, when things got cooking and the joy was just right, Mrs. Kenyon lifted her hands and started speaking in tongues, and that was everyone's cue. All around the room, hands went up like blooming plants and tongues started fluttering, making all nature of sounds with a commonality of rapid, repeated phrases, rolled Rs, and stuttered Ts and Ds. David was the loudest and maybe the fastest, speaking phrases that sounded like a dirt bike downshifting. Harold stood with arms outstretched and eyes a little buggy rolling his Rs on a long string of rah-rahs. Amber wasn't saying much at all, just standing there with her palms upward, looking sweet. Benny Taylor could have been addressing invisible troops like Patton the way he was barking phrases and throwing in an occasional clap for emphasis. I'll be honest, it was clamorous. This was not a convenient time to hear yourself think or compose a prayer of any substance. But that was okay. We didn't have to pray with understanding because we were praying in the Spirit, and I was right in the middle of it. Then Mrs. Kenyon called out in a bold, loud voice, "My children," and we all fell quiet, our eyes closed prayerfully. I knew from my upbringing that an opening such as "My children, my people, thus saith the Lord," or "I am here," meant the start of a prophecy. This was God talking. Mrs. Kenyon continued, "Surely I have heard thy praises, and I receive them as a sweet-smelling savour. Continue to praise me, and I will walk in your midst. Drink of my Spirit, and I shall grant you a mighty increase on this island." She went on like that, delivering words of encouragement as we thanked God quietly but audibly and praised Him for speaking to us. Then Clay Olson gave a prophecy much like Mrs. Kenyon's, which really made my evening. I always thought this guy was so cool and sober about life, and now here he was, yielded and being used of God. Would wonders never cease? By the time the meeting was over, we'd just about done it all. We had opened the Word, prayed for the sick, shared testimonies, even laid hands on some new kids so they could get the baptism like the rest of us. By the time I walked out of that house I was reeling with ecstasy and my emotions were in wondrous, healing reversal. Regret had turned to joy. Perplexity had turned to understanding. Loneliness had vanished. I was home. I belonged. Hallelujah, I kept saying, hugging everybody. Hallelujah. For the first time, I was glad to be exactly where I was. God had a plan all along. He brought me here to find this bunch, to be a part of this mighty outpouring. But I had to stretch my thinking a little. At the Upright Gospel Tabernacle, being a Christian meant you didn't smoke. When we were kids we even equated condemning tobacco with preaching the gospel. Mom, I witnessed to Robbie today. I told him we don't smoke. Well, not only did Bernadette, Harold, Carla, and Andy smoke, Mr. and Mrs. Kenyon smoked as well. In fact, the moment we said Amen to the closing prayer, she grabbed her pack and her lighter and started pulling down smoke like she was making up for lost time. I think she noticed my discomfort. Between puffs, she let me know it was something she would be giving up in the Lord's time. The Lord had given her a vision about it. I saw a huge garden full of weeds, and I saw the weeds being plucked out around the outside of the garden, and then more weeds being pulled farther in toward the center, and in the very center of the garden was a big cigarette stuck in the ground, and the Lord said, "This is the garden of your life. I'm going to start pulling weeds, working from the outside in, and after I take care of these other weeds in your life, I'll take care of this weed too." She laughed at the pun. The Lord called it a weed. He really has a sense of humor. Then she added as she crushed out a spent cigarette and lit another, "But praise is the answer. God is perfecting things and all we have to do is praise. Every Wednesday night there's someone new at the door, and we just pray and praise them in. And that's what we did, week after week, Wednesday after Wednesday, all through the fall and into the winter of my senior year. Every Sunday I sat in the quaint little quiet church, and I admit I got good preaching and teaching there, good meat and potatoes. But for spice, for energy, for a spoonful of Pentecost per week, I made it to the Kenyans and hung together with my on-fire buddies at school. We witnessed around the school, got into religious arguments with other students and sometimes our teachers. We won a few, lost a few. We developed a reputation, of course, but when people saw that Christianity was okay for guys like David, Benny, and Clay, they weren't so quick to say it was only okay for kooks like Andy and Harold. Things were going great. Pretty much. Harold became a puzzle to me. I vividly remember the cold Wednesday night in November when he and I stepped outside so he could have a cigarette and we could talk. It was a rule at the Kenyans, no smoking during the meetings, and only Mr. or Mrs. Kenyan could light up in the house afterward. We stood out in the yard. It was dark and there was a cold drizzle. Harold hunched his shoulders and kept one hand jammed in his overcoat pocket as he used the other to hold his glowing cigarette. I could barely see him. "Ever smoke pot?" he asked me. "No." "You ought to it. I can get you some." My answer came out half-hearted because he'd thrown me off balance. "Well no, I don't need that stuff. Fair is fair. I came over to your side and gave the Holy Spirit a try. I got high your way. You need to see what marijuana's like. You'd be getting high my way, see what I mean?" Harold. I really didn't want to become some kind of parent to this guy. Smoking pot is wrong. It's against the law. Man's law. God gave us pot. It's a gift from Him. You need to try it. If you love God, if you love me, you should try it. You can't say something's wrong if you haven't even tried it. I couldn't think of what to say. "Fair is fair, right?" he repeated. I don't remember how the conversation ended. I only remember that it ended quickly and I went home to brood about it. I'd seen Harold at almost every meeting, singing the songs, raising his hands, and doing his rah-rahs. I didn't get it. But God was moving and He would perfect things. In time. David loved to talk about demons. No one else ever saw them, but David saw them all the time. Man, I had a scary experience with a demon yesterday. I saw a demon on Mr. Kano's desk. She has a demon. Sometimes I can see it looking out through her eyes. Last night a demon came right through the window and sat on my bedpost looking at me. There were 2 demons sitting up in that tree. I think they are looking for somebody. He'd point them out to me. He'd even draw them, and he was so casual about it. I would have been scared spitless, but he just gave us a daily update as calmly as reporting the weather. I was present at a meal when he told his folks about another incident, but they only listened, praised the Lord, and went on eating. I finally figured it was his unique gift from the Lord, the discerning of spirits. I wasn't sure what good it was doing him or any of us, but I still had much to learn. Andy Smith kept running his car on empty in full assurance and faith that the Lord would multiply his mileage. I had to bring him a can of gas a few times so he could get his car off the highway and to a gas station. I guess that made me the tool in God's hands to honor Andy's faith. Well, it worked. He got some gas out of the deal. Carla converted about 20 kids in just one day. All they had to do, she told them, was say Jesus out loud, and they would be calling on the name of the Lord, and that meant they would be saved. What could be easier? Mrs. Kenyon had a friend, Mrs. Bannister, who began to frequent our meetings and even take leadership. Mrs. Bannister was a normal-looking homemaker in tennis shoes, but she was also a prophetess, just like in the Book of Acts, and could tell you God's answer to most any question. Bernadette asked if she should continue going with some non-Christian guy named Barry, and Mrs. Bannister said it was the Lord's will, because Bernadette would win him to the Lord and they would further his kingdom together. Clay asked her if he would pass his US government final, and she said he would, and he did. One evening, Mrs. Bannister addressed the whole smoking issue by telling us about the vision she'd had regarding Mrs. Kenyon's cigarette habit, the vision of the garden full of weeds with the big cigarette growing in the middle. It made me wonder which lady actually had the vision, but I didn't push it. Somebody had the vision, and that was good enough for me. On another evening, Mrs. Bannister laid hands on Mr. Kenyon and appointed him Bishop of the island. She didn't say what that was supposed to mean or what Mr. Kenyon was supposed to do, but okay. He was Bishop of the island. The Kenyons and Bannisters would often visit a large church in Seattle to pick up new ideas on prayer, praise, and gifts of the Spirit, but neither family was regularly committed to any church. They met with other adults on Sunday mornings, either in their home or over at the Bannisters' place, and the meetings were much the same as the ones on Wednesdays. It was a whole new concept, for their way of dealing with problems was a new concept as well. Once a doctrinal conflict flared up at a Wednesday meeting, the old dispute between once saved, always saved and stay holy or else. A newcomer from the stay holy or else camp started arguing that we'd better get holy or would deal with us. I was from a strict Pentecostal background, so he made sense to me. Considering the smoking, crusty language, and romantic indulgences going on in the group, I was glad he'd brought it up. We did not discuss the matter. Neither Mrs. Kenyon nor Mrs. Bannister would allow it. Instead, the two ladies broke into their heavenly languages, encouraged us to do the same, and filibustered in the Spirit until the problem went away. Specifically, the newcomer let it go, held his peace, and never came back. I can't say he would have felt welcome if he did. Praise was the answer. Moving in the Spirit. Praying in our heavenly languages. Through these things, God would perfect us. God had a plan, and we were at the center of it. As for the rest of the churches on the island, they'd better get on board or fall behind. But there was an enemy, lurking outside the walls of the Kenyon home, just beyond the safe cocoon of our joy. A question kept occurring to me, but I dared not speak it, perhaps for fear that even Mrs. Bannister wouldn't have an answer. I know I turned away from it, blaming the very thought of it on the devil. God would perfect this too, I kept telling myself. God will speak, and move, and someone will come up with something. Until then, don't talk about it. Don't let it. But I could hear the question rapping at the windows, scratching at the door, constantly whispering, "I'm still here." It lived out in the everyday world where cars break down, children fall from their bicycles, and parents get into fights. It hovered behind the big plastic jar on the checkout counter at the grocery store, the jar with the slot in top and all the small bills and change inside. Atop the jar was a small sign asking for help and a photo of a little girl with crutches and braces on her legs. It leaped at me mockingly from between the lines as I heard about a school chum's mother. She had brain cancer and the doctors didn't expect her to live. It rode on the wheelchair of Tim Ford, a young man at our church with multiple sclerosis. His parents had taken him to traveling healers and miracle evangelists, but still he could not walk. They requested prayer for his healing so often that their request should have earned a permanent slot in the printed order of the service. Tim was 16 now and virtually helpless, and they could not rest, could not feel complete until God answered their prayers. One Sunday morning, while the people sang the hymns, the pastor gave the announcements, and the church service plodded along at its customary cadence, I sat quietly in my pew, oblivious to it all, secretly laboring over the question. Must this be? What was still broken, still wrong with this world God had made? What were we leaving undone? How could this enemy, this pain and suffering and sickness still be hanging around when God was so powerful and his work so complete? Maybe it was our fault. Christians today were spoiled from materialism and having it easy. We had no faith. If we truly had faith, we wouldn't be such helpless victims in an imperfect world. God could work through us to change things. We could be victorious. Help me to have faith, I prayed. Dear Lord, help my unbelief. A thought flashed through my mind. Huh? What was that? Run that by me again? The pastor's lips were moving, but I didn't hear his words. I was having a revelation. Of course God wanted to change things. It was God who was troubling my spirit right now, letting the question nag at me. He was trying to get through to me, shake me up, and get me seeking his face for a resolution. He wanted me to do something about it. Hope began to swell within me. Maybe this was God's plan all along. Maybe God was granting me a heart of compassion for the suffering so I could do something about it. I looked down at my hands. They shall lay hands on the sick, and they shall recover. I determined at that moment that I would begin a fast. I would pray, fast, and seek God. I had just turned 18, and things can develop quickly when you're young. I began my fast on Sunday, and by Tuesday, I'd heard from and could eat again. I had the gift of healing. I believed it, and that was all there was to it. By his stripes we are healed. They shall lay hands on the sick and they shall recover. The prayer of faith will save the sick and the Lord will raise him up. This was my world now. This was my life, my truth, my calling. When I passed by the plastic jar in the grocery store with the picture of the little girl in braces, I thought, no more. It won't have to be this way. I laid a hand on that jar and silently prayed for that child, allowing myself to think and believe nothing other than the child would be healed, right then and there. I saw an older man out in the parking lot of the store, coughing violently as he tried to climb into his truck. I could lay hands on him, I thought. I could heal him. I was immediately timid and nervous. Instead, I prayed for him silently, remotely. God would hear my prayer. I thought of the hospitals that would no longer be needed and the crutches that could be burned. I thought of the wondrous revival that would sweep the island and then the rest of the country because God was going to fix that one thing still wrong with the world. It was such a wonderful hope, such a giddy elation. I was looking forward to Wednesday night. At the Kenyans on Wednesday night, we sang our songs, praised the Lord in a noisy, joyous circle, and then had our time of sharing. Clay shared about a friend he'd been witnessing to who was still holding back, but God was working on him. The ferry dock hill was icy, but Clay prayed for his car while his friend watched, and then Clay made it up the hill. The skeptic friend tried it and his car came to a pitiful, wheel-spinning stop only halfway up. We laughed, cheered, and praised the Lord for such a direct demonstration of his power. Amber had been witnessing to her friend Liz, and tonight Liz was there to observe. Mrs. Kenyon emphasized how getting high on Jesus was better than any drugs, and if there was any doubt in Liz's mind, she should just it. Instead of LSD, some PTL, she said, and we all laughed. I raised my hand, and then shared my journey of the past several days, how I'd been chased by the big, ugly question until I finally confronted it in church on Sunday. I shared the illumination I received, the knowledge from the Spirit that God was speaking to me, shaking me up, giving me a heart for the sick and suffering. Then, feeling humbled by it all, and trembling a bit from nervousness, I said, I think God has given me the gift of healing. Praise the Lord, said Mrs. Kenyon as praises, sighs of joy, and claps went around the room. I could see in their faces that they had wondered about the question also. Andy spoke up. I'd like healing. I've had diabetes since I was a little kid. I sat there, not sure what to do. Clay exclaimed, step right up, and put his chair out in the middle of the room as everyone cheered. With anticipation, and maybe a little bit of sheepishness, Andy rose, went to the chair, and sat down. The others gathered around as I took my place directly in front of Andy. This was it. I knew I had faith. A doubt sneaked up on me. No, go away. No doubt, no doubt. Only believe. God has spoken to me. I've hashed it all out with him, and he has called me to pray for the sick. By his stripes we are healed. The effective, fervent prayer of a righteous man can avail much. The prayers, praises, and tongues began, and I joined in, preparing myself, working out the doubt, working up the faith. And now I said loudly, and all the prayer and praise fell to a low buzz of anticipation. I placed my hands on either side of Andy's head and spoke my prayer with authority. We come against this diabetes in the name of Jesus. Andy, in the name of Jesus, be healed. And then I started to shake. I didn't know if it was I doing it or the Lord, but my arms were twitching and quivering as I held onto Andy's head. The kids around me were getting excited. Andy sat there with his eyes closed in prayer, his hands clasped in his lap. The praise raised in intensity. Hands went up. Tongues started rolling. Clay agreed with me aloud, not asking, but demanding healing in the name of Jesus. This went on, then it went on some more, and I just kept shaking. Finally, when we all felt we'd done enough, our prayers subsided, the noise died down, and we rested. I removed my hands and opened my eyes. Andy sat there motionless, dazed, staring ahead. Nobody said a word. You okay, Andy? Bernadette asked. He didn't answer. He only got up slowly, shakily, and returned to his seat. Everyone had a strong impression that something had happened. Bernadette put an arm around him. David patted him on the shoulder and said, "You're healed, buddy. You're going to be all right." "Let's thank the Lord," said Mrs. Kenyon, and we praised him again. Carla spoke up. "I'd like prayer for my eyes. I'm nearsighted and I hate having to wear these stupid glasses." "Get up there," said Amber, indicating the chair in the center of the room, the hot seat. I laid my hands on Carla's head and we did the whole thing again, shaking, praising, praying, demanding, and ordering that nearsightedness out of her. When we were finished, Carla took her place again, and removed her glasses. No one asked her how things looked. A song started and we all sang. I sat down, strangely glad it was over. But I did hear Carla tell Amber that nothing had changed. "Just give it time," said Amber. "God will accomplish it." OUND and round, round and round, water sloshing, suds swirling, a steady rhythm of gush, hiss, gush, hiss, gush, hiss. It wasn't that boring a show, Norman Dillard thought, especially if you placed bets on which garment would flop against the glass on the next tumble, the red shirt or the pair of jeans. Sitting here in the laundromat was actually a welcome break. The motel had been so busy over the weekend that he and Mona had to take turns sleeping and eating to handle the flow of guests and the calls from those still coming. Mona was running the motel's washing machines full-time to handle the used linens from that's right, all 10 rooms. So here Norman sat, enjoying a little escape on a Monday morning, watching his and Mona's clothes tumble round and round. As far back as he could remember, he'd never been squeezed out of his own washing machines. It was a nice problem to have. And this time it'll be the jeans. Come on, baby, come on, let's see those jeans. Yes. We have a winner. He was thinking about the sightings, the pilgrims, the clouds, and the faces everywhere, all the craziness of it. It made him sigh and give his head a little wag. Why couldn't it have been UFOs and some real sightings, and real contacts? That would have been exciting, and believable too. Religious stuff was hard to get excited about when he didn't believe it. Well, that doesn't matter, he reminded himself. What matters is business. The motel needed a whole new paint job, some upgrades on the plumbing, some rewiring. The sign out front needed several bulbs replaced. The grounds needed grooming, planting, and fertilizing. The rooms, oh, those poor, pitiful rooms, needed new wallpaper, carpets, fixtures, everything. All of this stuff was important if he was going to attract guests, but the bank saw no future for a motel in a town like Antioch, and there had never been enough guests to pay for the improvements so he could attract more guests. But now things were different. People were coming to see Jesus in the clouds and in the hedges, and even in the mildew on the shower tiles. Norman laughed, slapping his knee. As silly as it was sweet, wonderful business. He'd waited a long time for this. There went the jeans again, flopping past the glass, right past the face of Jesus. Norman froze. He couldn't really be seeing this. He leaned forward, staring at the glass porthole on the front of the machine. The clothes and suds inside were still tumbling over and over, but the face remained on the glass, looking at him. He could see dark hair parted down the middle and falling almost to the shoulders, a beard, a white tunic. He'd seen pictures. He knew the standard configuration. Hypnotic suggestion, he thought. All this talk around town is getting to me. He leaned to the left, watching his own countenance move to the left and then pass in front of the Jesus face, obscuring it. It was a reflection of something behind him. He jumped up quickly and nearly knocked over his chair. A man stood there, leaning on a row of top-loading washers, smiling back at him. With his hair, his beard, and that loose-fitting, long-sleeved, open-necked white shirt, he was a dead ringer for. Norman got over his shock, and then he started laughing. Oh man, that was good. The man laughed too, almost as loudly as Norman, showing a pearly white grin. Norman felt he'd better explain. You know what's been going on around here, right? Oh yeah. The man nodded. Norman pointed at the washing machine. I was watching my laundry, and all of a sudden I see your face in the glass. He burst out laughing again and could hardly finish the sentence. And I thought, hey, has anybody ever told you look just like Jesus? I've been told that. Oh man, you had me going. You had me going. He wiped tears from his eyes. Wait till I tell Mona. The man wiggled his index finger in Norman's direction. Nice glasses. Ha! The glasses. Nice glasses. Norman sneered. Yeah, for Boy Scouts starting fires. My eyes aren't very good. May I see them? Norman took them off and the world became a blur, the man by the washers a dark-topped smudge above a smudge of white. He extended the glasses, and saw the smudge reach out to take them. Their hands touched. There was a tingle. Norman stumbled. Oops. He put out his hand to catch himself. He blinked. His hand was perfectly clear, as was the chair he was leaning on. Had he put his glasses on? He looked up. He could make out every detail of the man's face, every hair of his beard, the depth of the dark brown eyes. And the man who looked like Jesus was holding Norman's glasses. Can you see okay? Norman looked, and saw, and replied with wonder, yeah. Good. The man folded Norman's glasses, set them on a washer, and turned for the door. Hey, wait. Now what did you do? How'd you do that? The man only looked back once, smiled, and gave Norman a little wave. Then he went out the door and was gone. Norman blinked several times, then rubbed his eyes. What had happened? What was this? He looked up and could read the instructions on the washing machine. He could clearly make out the reverse-painted hours on the glass of the front door. What was the trick? He felt all over his face for some kind of device. Nothing. He reached for his glasses, unfolded them, and put them on. The prescription was so strong and the image so distorted it made his eyes water. He tch them off and the world was crystal clear again. Jesus, he thought, not swearing. Jesus. He'd read the paper. He knew what the angels had been saying. Had it really happened? Was this a sighting like the others? No. It was more than that. A lot more. If it had really happened. He looked every direction, gawking at what he could see with no lenses before his eyes. The prices on the wall, the selections in the candy machine, the pattern of the linoleum. Old Mrs. Tobin came in, her same crabby self, and found his stare offensive. "What are you gawking at? You look beautiful," he exclaimed. "Yeah, well, put your glasses on." He giggled with glee. "They are on. I mean, it's like they are on but they aren't. I can see you. I can see everything. It's a miracle, that's what it is." She put out her hand. "Stay away from me." He ran to the door and burst out of the building. The whole, beautiful, clear as a bell town of Antioch lay before him. He clasped his hands to the sides of his head, crazy with joy and amazement. He was staggering, stumbling, turning in every direction. He could read anything and everything. VCRs repaired. Main Street, 200. In loving memory of John Nathan Anderson, husband, father, and friend. No parking within 20 feet. Kylie's Hardware. Hey. His friend, Matt Kylie. Matt had to see this. What am I talking about, Matt seeing this? I'm the one who can see. This is incredible. He ran across the street and burst through the door. Matt. Matt, you won't believe it. I can see. I can see. Matt was standing behind the counter, his hands resting gently on the cash register to steady himself. He was trembling, gasping in shock and disbelief, his eyes darting everywhere. A few feet away, his wheelchair stood empty. Bev Parsons, an employee, came out of aisle 2 with a question. "Matt, we don't have enough." Her hand flew over her mouth. Norman touched Matt's shoulder. He stopped. "He was here, wasn't he? You saw him?" Matt just nodded. Yeah. Yeah. A guy with long hair and a beard." Norman squealed, his face red with excitement. "It was Jesus." "Jesus?" Bev whispered in shock. Matt scowled. "You're crazy. You're standing. Get a clue." "I'm standing," Matt admitted. "You're standing." Now Bev's hand was over her heart. "What did he do? What did he do?" Norman urged. Matt lifted one hand from the counter. His legs were steady under him. He reached toward the shelves behind him, reenacting the event as he described it. "He came up here, and told me he wanted a screwdriver set, you know, these little jeweler screwdrivers, yeah? Yeah. I said, go ahead and grab one and I'll ring you up, and he said, grab 'em yourself, and then he poked me with his finger." Norman slapped the counter. "And I did," said Matt. "I wasn't thinking, you know." He was recovering from his shock. His voice was getting strong. He was beginning to believe it. "I stood up. I got up out of the wheelchair and I grabbed the screwdrivers." By now he shouted it. "I grabbed the screwdrivers. I grabbed 'em." Norman shook Matt by both shoulders. "Look at me, Matt. You see any glasses? You see any?" "No glasses, Matt. I can see. I can see everything." His eyes fell on a pen on the counter. Pilot Precise V7 fine rolling ball. "See that? I can read it right where it is." Then it occurred to him. Where'd he go? Matt looked around. I don't know. He lchked at Bev. She just shook her head, still staring. Norman was desperate. Where'd he go? Which way? Matt shrugged. I don't know. He paid for the screwdrivers and he left. Come on, we gotta find him. Matt looked at the floor stretched out so far below him. Come on, you can walk. Matt put his hand on the counter and extended his right foot. It came to rest a short step away. Yeah. Sure. He remembered what this felt like. He'd done it before. He could do it. He did it. First another step, then another, then two more, and then he was walking, around the counter, out into the store, past the rakes and line trimmers, past the stacks of lawn fertilizer. By now he was jumping a little, flexing his knees. He danced a little jig and Norman went crazy. They bolted out of the store, Norman reading every sign he saw, Matt hopping, skipping, turning circles, the two of them laughing like idiots. They encountered a stranger and his wife. Both had cameras. Have you seen Jesus around? Norman pleaded. Their eyes got wide. No, said the man. Have you seen him? Matt and Norman looked at each other. They started laughing and Matt started dancing. Ooh, have we, said Norman. At the Fortis home, Meg heard Sally answer the phone, gasp, squeal some unintelligible questions, gasp some more, and then run out the front door. It happened so suddenly and loudly that it scared Meg. She ran into the living room and found the receiver dangling off the table and the front door still open. Something terrible must be happening, she thought. Sally. By the time she got to the front door, Sally was in the car and pulling out onto Highway 9, headed for Antioch. Sally. A wildfire had begun in Antioch. The first spark ignited in the laundromat, then spread to Kylie's hardware and from there into the street. First 2 visitors heard, then 4 more, then 3 customers at Anderson's Furniture and Appliance. Norman waved down a carload of visitors from Moses Lake and told them. Then the pilgrims at Our Lady's heard about it, followed by the cloud watchers who presently had no clouds to watch. Pagers began beeping, phones began ringing, and up and down the street, through the story fronts, and back into the neighborhoods, the fire spread. He has been seen. Have you seen him? Where is he? Brett Henschel got the call he'd been wanting ever since this weird stuff began. Jesus had shown up at Kylie's hardware, the caller said. Yeah, Brett thought. It's him, the guy I'm looking for, my little angelic huckster. He switched on his siren and flashes and got over there. From where Brett parked, Matt's store looked like a stirred-up hornet's nest. People in tight little clusters were squeezing past each other as they came and went through the front door. More were arriving from across the street, up the highway in both directions, and from the quiet neighborhood behind. And just as many were leaving, eager to fan out in all directions and spread the news, whatever it was. They were agitated, talking excitedly, creating a constant buzz in front of the building. Brett got out of the car, nervously checked his handcuffs, and felt for his gun. Then he crossed the street. Those on the fringes greeted him. Have you heard? Have you heard? Everybody take it easy, he cautioned, putting just enough edge in his voice to let them know there would be no unruliness today. Excuse me, please, he said, and worked his way through the door and into the store. He'd never seen so many people in Matt's store at one time, not even during the big Christmas open house. The front of the store was packed, but no one was shopping. Some he knew, some were strangers. All were excited and chattering. Cameras were flashing, camcorders were blinking their little red lights. He could hear Sally Fortis whining from somewhere in the crowd, "You don't understand. He's come here for me. We have an appointment." "He's come here for all of us," someone responded, and everyone wanted to know, "Where is he?" "Let's get organized and start searching," one man suggested. Finally, Brett could see Matt through the crowd, standing by the checkout counter, answering questions and looking wide-eyed. "Hold on." Matt was standing. "Brett, have you heard?" said Don Anderson. Brett was staring at Matt when he replied, "Tell me." Jack McKinstry told him second-hand, then Norman told him almost second-hand, prefacing it with his first-hand account of what happened in the laundromat. Ivan Brett finally made his way up to Matt Kiley. Matt saw him coming, stepped out from the counter, and did a little jig. The crowd went crazy. Matt told Brett his story. He'd shared it countless times by now, but it hadn't gotten old and he hadn't gotten tired of it. Neither had the visitors pressing in close to hear it again. As Brett listened, he almost felt foolish coming in here as a cop with handcuffs and a gun. Just moments ago, he was on a case, hoping for a lead in catching the hitchhiking con man. Now, as he heard Matt Kiley's account and saw him standing, even dancing, the hitchhiker's words took on a whole new meaning. Brett remembered them clearly, and now had to steady himself against the counter as he muttered, "My God." "Yes, exactly," several responded. By now Sally was crying. "You don't understand. I need him." Jim Baylor was an ex-Marine in his 40s with a crew cut he'd kept ever since boot camp and a low, growly voice befitting a former drill sergeant. He wasn't a tall man, but he was built like a solid, immovable rock and had a personality to match. Right now he was a surveyor, but he'd been several other things over the years: draftsman, carpenter, mechanic, plumber, electrician, painter, oil well worker. His garage workshop was worth visiting because he still had every tool he'd ever used in all those trades. He could build a house with the carpentry tools that hung on the wall. He could fix any vehicle with the automotive tools and specialized gizmos he kept on the workbench and in a big red metal cabinet on wheels, things like a wheel puller, a spring compressor, and a spark plug wire puller. In case anyone in Antioch needed an oil well fixed, he still had adjustable wrenches big enough to turn a tree. If nothing else, he could tell you how long, wide, tall, or deep something was because he always carried a 25-foot Stanley tape measure clipped to his belt. Jim was a hunter who stuffed his own trophies and had a room full of them. He was a storyteller who could share his marine, hunting, building, plumbing, and Alaskan oil adventures for hours, never raising his voice but keeping you enthralled from beginning to end. He enjoyed his friends, liked to get involved in projects that helped others, and wasn't much of a whiner. He was a reasonable, logical kind of guy. And he was married to Dee Baylor. As near as I can recall his account, he first met Dee when she was tending bar at a tavern near the Marine base. She was as crusty and feisty as he was in those days and could hold her own in any stare-down or shouting match with any grunt or officer. She didn't care. She won Jim's heart by showing an interest in him to the exclusion of every other man who'd come through the place, something he took as a real compliment. He always liked her because, though he could scare most anyone else, he couldn't scare her. They were right for each other. He insisted they still were. He loved her. But I could tell by the way he kept finding excuses to come over and talk, well, work on something and talk while we were at it, that he was troubled and perplexed. Today the excuse was the shelves I wanted to hang in the bedroom. I needed more space for books, I had a small aquarium I wanted to put back into service, and I still had a portable CD player sitting on the floor. My landlord was going to deduct the cost from my rent, so I went for the idea. So did Jim. All I had to do was mention those shelves and he made plans to come over. So we worked, finding studs, drilling holes, setting molly screws, and hanging shelves, and as we worked, we talked. "Kinda glad the weather's cleared up," he said, sweeping my newly purchased stud finder along the wall. "At least now I get to see more of her." He looked at me suddenly, as if he'd said something amiss. No offense, now, right, Travis? No, no offense. I mean, Christianity's fine, I've got nothing against it. We've talked about that. Sure. And I didn't say anything when she started speaking in tongues over our dinner every night. I didn't want to get in her way if it meant so much to her. He found the stud and made a small pencil mark on the wall. And when she started dancing and whirling around, I didn't say anything. She doesn't do it at home that much, so I don't have to worry about my floor joists. Voice trailed off and he drilled some holes. Yeah. I prodded. I think maybe this cloud thing might be better for her. She might be getting, don't tell her I said this, she might be getting too old and too heavy to be falling down all the time. You ought to see the bruises she used to come home with. He added quickly, now I know it wasn't you knocking her down, no, it wasn't me. All I ever did was pray for her, usually during our Sunday morning service, often at midweek Bible study. She might have a cold, need some guidance from the Lord, or just need a refreshing in the spirit. It didn't matter. Whenever I took her hand or rested my hand on her head to pray for her, I wouldn't get out more than 1 or 2 sentences before my hand would be touching thin air and she would be on her way to the floor, slain in the spirit. Sometimes a friend would be there to catch her and at least soften her landing. Sometimes she'd go over with nothing but the floor to stop her and you could hear her bones hitting the hardwood. Nothing could stop her. I once asked her not to fall down, but she went down anyway, unable to resist the power of God. The rest of the congregation had gotten fairly used to it. Sometimes the ushers would just step over her when they had to collect the offering, but it often seemed a little weird to new visitors. Adrian Folsom fell occasionally, especially if Dee fell first. Blanche never did. Anyway, I knew better than to think it was from any great anointing on my pan. Jim threw up one hand in resignation. She said it was God that knocked her over. That could be. It was a safe thing to say. I wasn't one to limit God, but right now I had a real attitude about the subject, so I had to be careful. But now she's watching the clouds and that's better. The worst she can get is a kink in her neck. Have you met that new pastor yet? Kyle Sherman? Yeah. We've met. What do you think of him? I had to skip over the first thoughts that came to mind and find some nicer ones. He's young, but he's honest and means well. I think he'll be all right. Haven't met him yet, but I know I'm going to. One of these days he's going to be knocking on my door, trying to rope me in. We were ready to hang a shelf on the newly installed brackets. We each took one end and lifted it into place. Nice fit. I've already got my wife leaving me little notes and scripture verses on the fridge and the bathroom mirror. But if she thinks I'm going to start talking in Chinese and dancing around and falling on the floor, she's got another thinkum. How about watching the clouds? He threatened me with his hammer, and we laughed. Did I ever tell you about a 1-Sutter's combine? He asked. You were going to. He launched into a tale about a 1-Sutter's nephew trying to run a 1S 30-year-old combine, and then we talked about a Cadillac he was thinking of restoring. The gospel came up again after that, with a few questions about Jesus and whether he ever went fishing, which got us on the subject of fishing, which led to the fish and game laws, which led to some political discussion, which got us back to religion again, somehow. This was Jim's way, like putting cream and sugar in a cup of coffee, and it worked for both of us. As long as we kept the serious subjects mixed in with easier ones and had some work to do, we felt comfortable and got along fine. By the time he left that afternoon, we both felt a little better and I had a beautiful new set of shelves. And then the phone rang. Hello. The voice was familiar, but quiet, subtle. I hope I'm not disturbing you. I waited until your guest left. I could feel a tease in that last sentence, as if he wanted me to look around and wonder where he was. I didn't bite. You didn't finish mowing John's lawn. Tell him to be patient. I'll get around to it next time. I sat on the couch, taking only a quick sideways glance out the window. I didn't see him, but that didn't surprise me. I suppose you know what's been going on in town these last few days. It's been exciting. I've enjoyed it. And I take it you're the one responsible. He chuckled. Hey, I'll take credit for some of it, but people seeing my face in the mildew of a shower or a hedge, that's absurd. What about the clouds? No, that's pass. It's been done. Well, hasn't there been a weeping crucifix before? Millimeter. Not that many. But it got their attention, didn't it? Oh yeah. You made it on the evening news. So I got what I wanted. We've created a buzz, as they say. He seemed rather tickled with himself. But what are you thinking, Travis? Are you getting the point? I fidgeted and shifted the receiver to my other ear. I didn't know there was a point. People need results. They need to see something. You know how it was, show us a sign so we can believe in you. Give the people what they want and they'll show up. I dug deep for some patience. Doesn't it bother you that I have no idea who you are or why you're even calling me? He ignored me. Be honest, Travis. Are you so much different from them? Haven't you ever felt the way they do? Haven't you ever wished I'd just do what you ask and not keep you guessing and waiting and wondering? Up until now you've never even seen me. I wonder if that's fair. You can quit the masquerade. You're not Jesus and you know it. He paused just a moment, and then I could hear him stifling a little laugh, probably smiling. Humor me, Travis, just for the sake of argument. You expected a lot from me when you were younger, remember? You thought I'd heal Andy and Carla. You thought I'd get you out of the shipyard. You thought I'd bring Amber back to you. You even thought I'd given you signs and prophesies, remember? If he was trying to scare me, he was succeeding. I had no words as I groped my memory for any clue about this man, any time or place I may have known him before. Travis, that's okay, don't worry about it. I'm only making a point. You expected a lot from me and I disappointed you. That's part of what you're dealing with, isn't it? That was a long time ago. I was just a kid. So what happened to Andy? I didn't answer. He goaded me. Travis. What happened? I snapped at him. You're God. You tell me. Remember the next day at school, Travis? Remember his hands shaking? Remember how scared he was? I could still see Andy and Carla together, confronting me in the lunchroom. Andy had skipped his insulin that morning, and now he was reacting. They were asking me what they should do. Carla was still wearing her glasses. I told them, just believe. Believe and you'll be healed. We prayed together, trusting God. That afternoon, Carla took Andy home for some insulin. He made it through okay. The voice sounded soothing, as if trying to comfort me. So you can't blame people for getting excited. I'm doing things, Travis. I'm actually making things happen. I've changed. I'd been holding back the question because I knew he wouldn't answer it, but now there was no other thought or question available. I want to know who he didn't answer it. I healed Norman Dillard and Matt Kiley today. This could have been good news, but not the teasing way he said it. You did what? I healed them, Travis. He dragged out the word healed as if he enjoyed making me hear it. Just like I'm supposed to do. Norman can see without his glasses and Matt can walk. It's all over town by now. People are going nuts. I just wasn't going to fall for this. I'm going to call Matt and ask him. He isn't home right now. I think he's walking around town showing off. I'm calling him. You'll have to talk to Kyle Sherman first. He's about to call you. Talk to you soon. Click. He was gone. I kept the receiver in my hand as I pressed the button to hang up my end. Before I could release it, the phone rang. Hello. Travis. It was Kyle Sherman. Have you heard about Norman Dillard and Matt Kiley? I didn't want to hear about it from Kyle, but I did want to hear about it. I finally said, tell me. He told me every detail. Apparently the town was still in an uproar and Matt really was taking a walk around the town to show off. Norman and Matt say Jesus did it. They say he's in town, Travis. Remember what you said at the ministerial meeting? Well, it's happened. I sat there, not a word coming to mind. What do you make of it? I don't know, Kyle. I have to think about it. But what could I think about the man who mowed half of John Billings's lawn, called me after Jim Baylor had left, and knew all about Andy and Carla? Did you see Matt yourself? Can he really walk? Yes, Travis. He can really walk. He's healed. And Norman can read things far away without his glasses. I just couldn't get into a conversation with Kyle Sherman. Not about this. This isn't Jesus, Travis. You know that. I kept silent. Hello. I'm here. I'm thinking. What's to think about? We have to do something. We have to pray this thing into the open and come against it. I said I have to think about it. Kyle heard the edge in my voice and backed off a little. Okay. You think about it. I'm going to pray about it. Talk to you later. I hung up. But the truth was, I didn't want to think about it. I didn't want to admit that somehow the man on the hill, on the mower, on the phone, had invaded my life and plundered my memories. My memories. The same memories that had all come back so vividly, so hauntingly, in recent days. Welcome or not, NID1 have faith when I prayed for Andy. I thought I did. Andy got his insulin wand pulled through okay. But he felt discouraged, not because he hadn't been healed, but because going home and injecting himself seemed like a cop-out, a surrender to doubt, a lack of trust in God. Somehow, he thought, it had to be his fault that the healing had not happened. I was upset as well, and for a short, awkward time, we tried to do some spiritual troubleshooting. If I had faith, maybe Andy didn't have enough faith when I prayed. He was pretty sure he did, although he was feeling a little uncomfortable at the time, and that might have jammed the signals somehow. How about sin in our lives? That could mess things up for sure. I kept confessing everything I could think of and then started wondering if Andy was still hiding something. Nothing dramatic happened, even with more fasting. Did we still have ongoing faith for his healing, or were we doubting? I was sure I had faith and did all I could to stay sure. We need to pray this through and believe, I said. God is testing us, seeing if we really trust Him. We have to hold on to the promise. That didn't make it any easier for Andy. He was the one needing the insulin, risking death if he didn't get it, and feeling guilty every time he did. Besides that, his parents did not have the spiritual insight that we had, and told him he'd better stay on his insulin or they would kill him before his diabetes had a chance to. Amber suggested we should just give God more time to complete the healing, and that concept, being open-ended, turned out to be the most comfortable. We fell into it easily, naturally, and went on praising, praying, and believing God. We were still counting on miracles, still hearing and believing prophecies, still expecting great things. But I never again laid hands on anyone for healing at a Kenyon Bannister meeting. No one ever said I shouldn't, and I never heard anyone say they didn't believe in my gift. We just didn't talk about it. Without a word or a spoken agreement, we let the whole matter slip beneath the surface where it remained. Right alongside the question. Carla still wears glasses to this day. Andy died from complications related to his diabetes in 1985. One did not enjoy such memories, but hey, I'd already been laboring over them for months, bearing the pain in an honest effort to sort them out. I didn't ask for, nor did I need, old what's his name stirring up the pile. He had certainly managed to stir up the town. Although he had made no further appearances since the Big Matt and Norman incident, folks kept right on believing and hanging on to their excitement. For Antioch, just the fact that people were excited was exciting. The media remained interested, but started dropping a few hints here and there. Competition for a slot on the evening news was fierce. Whoever this guy was, he would have to show up soon and do something worthy of television's attention or the story would die. Norman Dillard didn't want that to happen. Neither did Matt Kiley, or Gary Fisk, who ran the Sundowner Motel on the other end of town. Jack McKinstry was hoping the flow of business through his grocery store would keep flowing, and Don Anderson had just stocked more cameras and camcorders in his appliance store. As for the ministers in town, I think they were mainly concerned with helping the ship of church maintain an even keel. Bob Fisher, the Baptist, was busy with the Fudd revival, and that occupied his mind until it was over. Afterward, Bob kept his Bible open, admonished his congregation to do the same, and warned everyone not to stray from that which was written. Burton Eddy, the Presbyterian, made a veiled reference to the situation in a sermon entitled What Hath God Wrought, in which he extolled God's lofty and unsearchable ways, whatever we might conceive them to be. The crowds at Our Lady's spoke loudly enough for Father Vendetti. He had nothing to add, at least for the time being. Sid Meier, the Lutheran, said absolutely nothing about it. Morgan Elliott, the Methodist, stayed out of the discussion as well. Paul Daly, Howard Munson, and Andy Barker could have been out of town for all the feedback we got from them. Mostly, what Antioch got from its ministers was business as usual, and apart from that, silence. I figured they were waiting to see what might develop before taking a position. All except for Kyle, of course. He was still working on his position, but he kept nothing inside during the process. The sightings, the miracles, and the mysterious visitor were most likely the work of Satan, he said, and the folks in his church, the whole town, for that matter, needed to wake up. As for me, I was hiding. Trive, I like how the house looks, just in case you wondered. Renee and I were in my kitchen. I was sitting in a chair with a sheet draped around my neck and shoulders, and she was behind me with her comb and scissors, attempting to make her brother look more presentable. Well, thank you, I replied, and let it go at that. But I was glad she had noticed. I had been putting things away a little at a time for the last several days, and I was finally getting ahead of the mess. How long are you going to keep screening your calls? Sharp gal, as always. How did you know I was screening my calls? Because I got through but Kyle didn't. I started to turn my head but thought better of it. She had the scissors. Don't tell me he called you. Simmer down. I didn't mind. So what did he have to say? She kept on combing and snipping as she talked. Just wanted to tell me what was happening at the church. Hold still. Some of the people are really getting obsessed with the stuff going on in town. D. Baylor's got a regular cloud watching detail organized, and they are using the telephone prayer chain to keep everyone informed in case Jesus shows up again. It's kind of like a revival, except it isn't. Renee, I'm not the pastor anymore. Is Kyle aware of that? She kept pushing it, and I kept still and listened. Some of the people are cautious and wondering if it's for real, and the rest of them, Kyle says about half, are siding with him. They think it's demonic. So there's a nice split developing. This time I did fidget. I don't want to hear any more about it. She sighed with frustration. I know how you feel about all this, but just for the record, Kyle's scared. He didn't say he was, but I could tell. My throat tightened up, the first sign that my old stress was returning. What do you expect me to do? Actually, I expect you to keep on hiding. I was about to defend myself when she added, that's what I do. So my throat relaxed. It was comforting to hear her say that, and a little unexpected. You would. It's church stuff, isn't it? I sat still and let her continue cutting my hair. I had to think for a moment before remembering that, within days of her turning 18, she had moved out of the house and stayed away from church for years. Yeah, I said at last. It's church stuff. You were never into that kind of thing very much, were you? Sure I was, a long time ago. When I was little, growing up in church, I believed everything I heard, everything that happened. But not anymore. Snip. Snip. I don't have to. She came around the front to look at her work. Okay, you're done. But then she put her hand on my shoulder. Do you know what I mean by stuff? I nodded. It's becoming increasingly clear to me. She smiled. That's all it ever was. You know, I never turned away from the Lord. It was just. She shrugged. All the stuff. I nodded, then smiled as I realized how much I was finally beginning to understand her. Kind of like having the same old conversation so many times you just don't feel like having it again. She kissed my forehead and helped me get out of the sheet. I helped her sweep up. We used to have plenty of dull moments in Antioch. They would pass through town in close succession like boxcars at a railroad crossing, each one displaced by the next, but all of them alike, their steady, monotonous pace never changing. Anymore, such dull moments were hard to find, thanks to our newest visitor. He had a knack for spacing things precisely, keeping us all guessing, waiting until we were just about to have a tiny dull moment before throwing another firecracker into the hen house. I'm certain he chose the time, place, and people for such events. Wednesday afternoon, he chose Mac's Supermarket, Jack McKinstry, and Dee Baylor. Dee was grocery shopping, pushing her cart along, crossing items off her list, and considering what she would fix for dinner that night. These were routine tasks, but today she found them difficult. With every nerve energized with expectation and her eyes alert for any sign anywhere of him, it was hard to concentrate on calcium-enriched orange juice and coupons for a special on frozen peas. When Dee rolled her can up to Jack's checkout, she paid little attention to the man in line ahead of her. Just a long-haired, hipper-looking guy. Humming quietly to herself, she began pouring through her cart and double-checking her shopping list. And then a haunting suspicion crept into her mind, and she looked again. The man was young, with a beard and black hair tied back in a ponytail. He was wearing a white, long-sleeved shirt. He had a dark complexion, he could have been Jewish. She stared, studying his face. He was just paying for his groceries, counting out bills into Jack's hand, when he glanced at her and smiled. Hello, Dee. She lost all awareness that she was holding a can of beans and dropped it with a clatter into her cart. For a moment, she forgot to breathe. Ah, she gasped. Are you him? All he did was look at her, and she began to tremble. It is you. Jack saw her shaking and looking pale and obviously thought it might be something medical. Mrs. Baylor? Are you all right? She pointed a finger at the man. That's him. He healed Norman Dillard's eyes, and healed Matt Kiley so he could walk. Jack eyed the man curiously. The man just looked back and said with a casual shrug. It was their faith that healed them. I just happened to be there. Dee let out a little shriek. It was you. Now Jack's eyes widened. Was it? Was it you? The man gave a little half nod as if confessing. Who are you? I work for Ethel Macon. I'm her new caretaker, handyman, cook, whatever. It's a nice job. Dee approached him fearfully, as if drawing near to a god. But who are you? Please tell me who you are. He looked deep into her eyes. Those with open hearts and seeing eyes will know who I am, just as you do. He gently touched her shoulder and she felt a tingle like electricity. See that you tell Sunday, the 14th of February, 2010 Coramp. She hit the floor. Jack scurried from behind the counter. Mrs. Baylor. Mrs. Baylor. I'll call for help, said the man, hurrying toward a pay phone by the front door. Use the phone by the cash register. Jack shouted. The man didn't seem to hear him. No matter. Jack knelt by Dee and felt her pulse. Other shoppers gathered. Did you see that? All he did was touch her. Is she breathing? Get her a pillow, somebody. Someone handed Jack a bag of corn chips and he placed it under her head. The crackling of the chips seemed to bring her around. She began to mutter in another language. Jack looked up, anxious. There was no one at either telephone. The man was gone. Jack grabbed the telephone by his cash register and dialed 911 not just for the EMTs, but for the police. Mary Donovan happened into the store. She was Catholic, a good friend of Dee's, and intervened immediately, kneeling and cradling Dee's head in her hands. It's all right, everyone. She's okay. She's just slain in the spirit. It's a God thing. By the time Brett Henschel and Deputy Rod Stanton came storming into the store with the paramedics, Dee was sitting up and muttering like someone just returning from the threshold of heaven. I saw him. He touched me, and I could feel his power. Oh, you have no idea. The paramedic checked her pulse. She's okay, Mary assured him. It's just a God thing. Brett nodded. There's a lot of that going around. It was that guy, said Jack. The guy that healed Norman and Matt. That got Brett's undivided attention. Did he look like? Jack and Dee exchanged a quick look of agreement. Jack answered, sort of. Dee put her hand to her forehead. Oh, it was him, it was him. Glory, glory, glory. So everybody's okay? Brett asked, looking from one person to the next. With help from Mary and the paramedic, Dee got to her feet. Now her adrenaline was starting to rush. He's here, and now we know where. Where? Brett demanded. Jack answered, he said he's the new caretaker up at the Macon place. The widow? Up there alone with that guy? Rod, get some statements. I'm going up to see the widow. I'm going with you, said Dee. No you're not, said Brett as he went out the door. Dee and Mary looked at each other. Oh yes we are, they both said together. My answering machine went through its leave a message routine and then I heard Kyle's voice. Travis. If you're there, please pick up the phone. He kept talking a mile a minute, telling me all about the supermarket encounter. I listened, debating whether to pick up the phone until he said, I'm going to follow Brett Henschel up there and see who in the world. I picked up the phone. Kyle. Travis. They've just seen the false Christ at Max, I heard. Already? No, I heard you on the answering machine. Kyle, don't go up there. Stay out of it. He's working for Mrs. Macon. Dee Baylor and Brett Henschel and some others are heading up there right now. I just saw Nancy Barron's drive by. Oh brother. Somebody needs to be there to confront. No. Don't go up there. Somehow, I had to keep from saying, Kyle, I'm afraid you're going to do something really stupid. Let Brett do his job and you stay out of it. But Brett isn't a Christian. He doesn't have any spiritual discernment, Kyle. If you don't want my advice, why did you call me? He finally put the brakes on. It's going to be a circus up there and you don't want to be a part of whatever stupid thing happens. And you don't want to be part of a vigilante committee either. I could tell he didn't like my terminology. What do you mean, a vigilante committee? A preacher and a cop, the church and state, on Mrs. Macon's front porch. How's that going to look, especially if Nancy puts a picture in the paper? But we have to do something. We can't just let Kyle. Listen to me. This guy knows what he's doing. That whole thing in the grocery store was planned. He knows who's going up there to see him and he's ready. It's his game. Trust me. Kyle hesitated, then asked curiously, how do you know all that? All I told him was, I've seen it before. It was like a mini parade on the open highway, a short little chain of cars moving together, up and down the gentle rises of prairie, never breaking formation. Brett was in the lead in his squad car, followed by Nancy Barons in her Volvo. Behind Nancy was a Plymouth Voyager carrying Dee Baylor, Adrian Folsom, Blanche Davis, and Mary Donovan. A television crew from Spokane happened to be in town when the word got out, so they were bringing up the rear in their van with the big station logo on the side. Nancy Barons knew where the ranch was, but had never been there. Cephas Macon was a very private man when alive, and after his death his widow remained reclusive. The Macon money wasn't much of a secret to Nancy or anyone else who had lived in Antioch long enough. The town had been settled and built by generations of Macons, and most every renter and lessor in town knew how much of the town's real estate had been passed down to Mrs. Macon. Not a lot of people knew the widow personally, but everyone knew it was best to keep her happy. Nancy knew what Brett Henschel was thinking. This young whoever he was might be trying to keep the widow happy too, for all the wrong reasons. Brett pulled to a stop at the big stone gate, parking his squad car so no other vehicle could get around him. Nancy pulled up behind him, got out of her car, and waited to see how he intended to control this situation. He stepped out, his eyes invisible behind his wire-frame sunglasses, and watched as the ladies in the Voyager and the crew in the TV van pulled over, jostled a little, waited for each other, and finally found parking spots on the highway shoulder. Dee and her friends launched themselves out of the Voyager and ran to him. "Officer Henschel, we need to get up there. You can't block us. It's our First Amendment right. Just sit tight," was all he said. Then he stood there ignoring the rest of their pleas as he waited for the others to gather. A female reporter, dressed to appear on camera from the waist up, but wearing blue jeans, came running from her car. "Officer, is it true? Just wait. Is there a man claiming to be Jesus Christ living on this ranch?" He just put up his hand and said, "Hang on." Then Brett looked at Nancy and, unsmiling, gave her some welcome news. "Nancy, I talked to Mrs. Macon by cell phone. It's going to be you and me. That's it." The moans had already begun before he announced, "The rest of you have to stay off the property." A chorus of protests. "That's the way she wants it." "What if we called her?" the reporter wondered aloud. "That's up to you, and it's up to her." Then he said to Nancy, "She takes the paper. She knows you're the editor, so you're okay. Climb in. I need to get my camera." She started to reach into her car. "No cameras," Brett advised. "The widow's orders." Nancy didn't like that, but quickly adjusted and got into the squad car. The reporter asked again, "Is there a man up there claiming to be Jesus Christ?" "There's a man up there, and I don't know who he is." "That's what I'm here to find out." The reporter ran around to Nancy's window. "You'll share the information with us, won't you?" Nancy was feeling a little smug. "We'll wait and see." She heard the reporter let an unprofessional word slip out as the squad car started up the driveway. The attractive, circular driveway in front of the house brought them right up to the front door. Brett stepped out and put on a casual windbreaker to cover his uniform. "We gotta make this look as non-threatening as possible." Mrs. Macon, dressed in denim shorts, spring blouse, and sun hat, answered the door. She was smiling, expecting them. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Macon," said Brett. He introduced himself and Nancy. The widow's eyes widened with delight. "Oh yes. Nancy Barons. I read your paper all the time." "I'm flattered," said Nancy, shaking her hand. "Won't you come in?" They stepped through the big glass-paneled door and into the finest home anywhere near Antioch. Nancy guessed it had to be around 6,000 square feet, all one story, with marble entryway, sunken living room, imposing stone fireplace, thick rugs, and exquisite decor, including Cephas Macon's many hunting trophies. "Would either of you like a cup of tea?" the widow asked. "Ah, thank you, no," said Brett. "We won't take up much of your time. I just need to ask you a few questions." Mrs. Macon looked up at him with a motherly glint in her eye. "You want to know about the young man I hired?" "Yes, that's right, if you don't mind." "Would you like to meet him?" "I certainly would." She led them through an arched hallway with huge vases in alcoves, then through an immense, immaculate kitchen. "He's a different kind of fellow, I have to warn you." "Have you ever met a prophet of God before, Officer Henschel?" Brett shot a glance at Nancy. "No, I can't say that I have." "Well, you have to make some allowances for them. They can seem a little abrupt and forward at times. But once you get to know Brandon you realize he has a heart of gold." She led them through a French patio door and onto a covered patio. There they found a young, dark-haired man busily at work putting up some hanging baskets for flowers. "Brandon? The officer is here to see you." The young man turned, smiled, and offered his hand. "Hi. Brandon Nichols." "Ah, Brandon, were you just down at Mac's supermarket in Antioch?" He answered casually, without hesitation. "Sure was." "How's Dee? Did she recover all right?" "She's doing just fine as near as I can tell." "Ah. Would you happen to have any ID you can show me?" Brandon pulled a wallet from his back pocket and produced a driver's license. Brett studied it as Brandon explained, "I just moved here from Missoula, Montana. I haven't had the license very long." "So what brings you to Antioch?" "I hired him," said Mrs. Macon proudly. "He used to work for some rancher friends of ours in Missoula and came highly recommended. He's a wonderful worker, he's knowledgeable, he's diligent, and besides that, he's a prophet of God, and those you don't find too often these days." She pointed to a small cottage built in the same style as the ranch house, facing them from the far side of the swimming pool. "I've put him up in our guest house. That's my prophet's chamber, just like in 2 Kings. Nancy could see suspicion in Brett's eyes and felt a good measure of it herself. The widow was lonely, rich, and eccentric. Brandon Nichols was young, handsome, maybe even charming. It was easy to see the glow in Mrs. Macon's face every time she looked Brandon's direction. "So you're a prophet of God, huh?" Brett asked. He seemed embarrassed. "That's what Mrs. Macon says." "What do you say?" "I am sent from God, but I let people draw their own conclusions." "What were you doing down at Mac's?" "Buying groceries for Mrs. Macon." "That's right," the widow confirmed. "How did Mrs. Baylor end up on the floor?" Mrs. Macon answered, slain in the spirit. "It's a God thing." "A God thing? Right." Brandon volunteered, "I touched her in greeting, and I guess falling down was her religious response." "Did you heal Norman Dillard's eyes?" "Yes." "And Matt Kiley?" "Yes." Him too. Brett appeared mystified. Just like that? Yes. Brett looked at the driver's license again. Nancy ventured a glance over his shoulder. The photograph looked a little blurry, but it was the same guy, all right. Brett asked, so you're from Missoula? That's right. How come I never heard about you before this? I've just begun my ministry. Oh. Apparently Brett was out of questions. He gave a little shrug. Well, Brandon, as far as I can tell you haven't broken any laws and you haven't hurt anyone. He allowed himself a quick little smile. I guess the opposite is true. If none of these people has a complaint and Mrs. Macon is happy and willing to have you here, I've got nothing more to do. He handed the license back. Brandon reached out to take it and their fingers touched. Brett flinched as if he'd gotten a shock. Oh, excuse me, said Brandon. Nancy could tell Brett was trying to maintain his tough cop image, but she also knew something strange had happened. The big officer's hand was shaking. He pressed it to his thigh to steady it. Okay then. His voice was trembling. He cleared his throat. Guess that's it. Suddenly he winced and grabbed his left leg just above the knee. Brett? What's wrong? Nancy asked. Something's poking me. He grabbed a pinch of his pant leg and shook it out. There was a faint, clinking sound as 3 jagged pieces of metal fell out onto the patio. Mrs. Macon let out a little gasp. Nancy stared, her usual professional poise surrendering to gawking amazement. Brandon stepped forward, stooped, and picked up the 3 pieces. Vietnam, the 19th of July, 1971. A grenade killed 3 of your friends, Franklin Torrance, Emilio Delgado, and Rich Trenner. It would have killed you too if Rich Trenner hadn't been standing in the way. He stood, holding the shrapnel in his open hand. He took most of it. These 3 pieces are the only ones that hit you. Brett held out his hand and Brandon dropped the shards into his palm. Mrs. Macon was beaming like a proud mother, wagging her head in wonder. His face filled with fear and awe. Brett handed the metal shards to Nancy, and as she examined them, he pulled up his pant leg. Even the scar was gone. So was Brett's tough cop image. He was visibly shaken, and could only gaze at the young man in stunned silence. Suddenly there was a voice. Yo-hoo! Dee Baylor, her friends, and the television people came around the corner of the house. Well, said Mrs. Macon. Brandon Nichols cocked his head. Now, I don't recall Mrs. Macon inviting you up here. Mrs. Macon grabbed his arm. Brandon, let's invite them to have some tea. And the officer and Nancy too. He considered it, then playfully knocked his finger at Dee and her friends. No cameras. Let's just be neighbors today. Dee and her friends immediately looked at the reporter and her cameraman. The cameraman got his cue from the reporter and set the camera on the ground. Come on over, said Mrs. Macon. She asked Brett and Nancy, would you like to stay a while? Nancy was intensely willing. Oh yes. Absolutely. She gave the shards back to Brett. Brett dropped the shards into his shirt pocket. His hands were still shaking. No, thanks. I gotta go. He started backing away, still unable to take his eyes off Brandon Nichols. Thanks anyway. He stumbled against a lawn chair and finally turned to see where he was going. How do I? Mrs. Macon hurried over and directed him. You can just follow the walkway around the house to your car. I'll ride back with. Nancy looked at the reporter. Alice, the reporter replied. I'll ride back with Alice. Nancy and Alice gave each other a thumbs up. Now this was a story. Brett stole one more look at the young man before turning on his heels and getting out of there. He even looks like him, he muttered. One didn't hear much about that meeting up at the ranch until Thursday. In the meantime, Matt Kiley took some time Thursday morning to walk the length of the highway through town, roughly a mile, allowing himself to be photographed, videoed, and interviewed by whatever pilgrim or reporter might happen along. For a man confined to a wheelchair for over a quarter of a century, his rate of recovery was remarkable. His legs, once thin and atrophied, seemed to be filling out by the hour. Norman Dillard still relished every sign, book, and newspaper he could read. He even enjoyed trying to catch the license plates of passing cars as he worked in his motel office. He also learned of another benefit that came with perfect vision. One of the pilgrims passing by on the sidewalk happened to be a very attractive young lady. "Well, hello, what have we here?" She didn't know he was watching her and didn't hear him. It was a real kick. Thursday was Brett Henschel's day off. He was out in the driveway shooting baskets with his two sons when his wife, Laurie, brought him a cordless phone. "It's Kyle Sherman," she said. He made a face, bounced the ball to his sons, and took the phone, sitting on the steps that led up to the house. Laurie sat down next to him, listening while she watched the boys continue dribbling and shooting. "Yeah, this is Brett." Brett listened for a moment, then repeated for Laurie's sake, "Aha. You want to know about the Jesus impersonator up at the Macon Ranch?" "Right." Brett listened a while longer. "Pastor Sherman, he's not claiming to be Jesus. His name is Brandon Nichols and he's just a ranch worker from Missoula, Montana." "Yeah, he really does have a name. He even has a driver's license. He's for real." Laurie could hear Kyle's voice squawking on and on as Brett rolled his eyes. She could tell he was anxious to get back to the game. "Well, I'd say he's religious, yeah, but he hasn't done anything illegal. He's working for the widow, she's happy with his work, and that's that." More squawking, something about the people in church, the pilgrims visiting town, blah, blah, blah. "Listen. People can believe whatever they want about this guy. If you think he's breaking the law, show me. Otherwise, this is none of my business. You're the minister. You work it out. Okay. Bye." He clicked the phone off and handed it back to Laurie. "That guy's a pain in the you-know-what. A little hard-nosed, is he? You should have seen him at the ministerial meeting. It's demons. It's none of our business, that's what it is. The guy's a pain." "Speaking of pain, how's your leg?" she asked. The question changed his mood. He leaped to his feet, ran in place, then did some high kicks. "Vivat pain. I feel great." He hollered to his boys, "All right, let's get this game going." She marveled. She'd never seen him so alive. He seemed younger now than when she married him. "Well, the pilgrims are gathering," said the smooth and soothing voice on the telephone. "At least we know you're not Jesus, Brandon," I replied. "So you've heard from Kyle already. He's a very unhappy camper. Well, not to be critical, but he has a small mind. If anyone wants to consider me their Jesus, I allow them that. Kyle should do the same." I had to laugh. "He's not wired up that way. So I gather. But how about you, Travis? I think you're ready to widen your world." "I'm not about to believe a lie if I can help it." He paused, I suppose to frame his question. "Why did you go to Minneapolis?" "Try to remember, Travis. Brandon Nichols might not be Jesus, but he was supernatural. He knew all the right buttons to push, all the perfect thorn-in-the-side memories to dredge up. What does that have to do with anything? Fantasy, Travis. Like anyone else, you wanted a kind of reality, and I don't blame you. It didn't work. Well, that was then. The rules are about to change. My followers will be looking for a kinder reality, and they just might get it. Your followers. Just don't blame them, Travis. You were there yourself, once. Travis. What? Don't be like Kyle. Oh, and when the line went dead I stood there, unable to move, unable to think. Why did I go to Minneapolis, so many years ago? My mind dredged up the only answer I had, because God called me. Or had He? 9 a tot long after I turned 18, God assigned me the holy work of one end discipling Amber Carr, the quiet girl from drama class who turned out every Wednesday for the Kenyon Bannister meetings. She didn't smoke, and she seemed to maintain a quiet dignity while so many of the other kids were spirit-filled Christians but still basically nuts. She came to me with her questions, I drew from the deep well of my experience for answers, and we hit it off. She came over to my house and we talked about the Lord. I went over to her house and we talked about the Lord. When we weren't talking about the Lord, we went to the movies or to an occasional concert. The rest of the time we just enjoyed how the Lord had brought us together. It was a great time of year to help a pretty girl grow in the Lord. Spring was rolling around, the weather, though usually wet, was finally warming up, and there were plenty of days nice enough to get outside and walk on the beach. I found that the more time I spent with her, the greater the intensity of my calling, until it seemed God wanted me close to her, sharing my wisdom at every conceivable opportunity. I remember the night I first kissed her. I did it in the name of Jesus and strictly for His glory. From that point, we continued to glorify the Lord in like manner whenever we got the chance, so often that my memory of it includes no specifics, only one murky continuum. Oh, but the ecstasy of it, the lofty, dizzying heights of joy. The glory of the Kenyon Bannister days had no glory like this glory. This was a calling from the throne of God strong enough to make me drive for miles when I had a car and walk for hours when I didn't, just to be with her. Nothing else was as important as getting to wherever she was to nurture her, protect her, instruct her, and participate in God's unfolding plan, which now included, I was certain, both of us, together. Following His call, the Lord began to confirm this to us separately. Amber had a dream about us, and then, that very morning, the old song by Herman's Hermits came on the radio. It told her that, even though the young man she loved didn't know much about anything, if she loved him anyway, God would use us to make a wonderful world. God spoke to me in signs and prophecies, which I recorded in a journal. One day, while walking and praying, I saw a car go by with a license number the same as Amber's birthday, and then I got a prophecy, "This is my choice for you, the path I have chosen. Walk ye in it." By the time we graduated, we knew we would be married as soon as the Lord made a way. There were, however, some logistical details to work out. Amber was planning to start classes at the University of Washington in the fall, while I had virtually no plans except to minister the gospel, whatever that was supposed to mean. As the summer rolled by, she worked as a motel housekeeper to raise money for college. I spent most of my time playing my banjo. Her family threw their doubts right in her face. My family tried lovingly to express theirs. I prayed for them all. None of them, not even my dad, a man of God, realized what a powerful God we served, and how God could intervene miraculously for those who were totally sold out to Him. The clock kept ticking. Fall came around. In a few weeks, Amber would actually stand classes at the university and live with her grandmother in the north part of Seattle. I had no job, no car, no savings, no plans, and no miracle. Of course, it was not unlike God to test our faith, to make us wait until the last possible moment before He opened our Red Sea and saw us through safely. The Red Sea didn't open. Amber started her classes and started learning things I didn't know. After a summer of waiting on God and claiming the miraculous, she was going somewhere, while I wasn't. She even started to sound smarter than me. Finally, bowing to pressure I was getting from all directions, I acknowledged that having a job while waiting on the Lord wouldn't be such a bad idea. Thus began a darker time than I had ever known in my life. Compton Metal Fabricators was a cavernous building on the Ship Canal in Seattle, a drafty, metal shell with glassless windows and gaping doors that let the cold wind through. Compton built crab boats, big metal hulls that filled the building, brown with rust, dirty all over, cold and dark inside. And the noise. Metal bending machinery, air-powered grinders, rattling guns, hammers. The place smelled of sparks from grinders, arc welders, and cutting torches. I got there at 7 in the morning for my first day, a pristine and godly young man among rough-hewn, crusty shipbuilders who seemed obsessed with the obscene and knew only one adjective they applied to everything. Bill, the supervisor, a burly, hard-hatted guy with a lisp who didn't dare make fun of, handed me an air-powered grinder and set me to work grinding off the metal beads left behind by the welders. The thing weighed about 10 pounds when I started in the morning. By 10 o'clock it weighed 20, and by noon it weighed 40. I climbed all over that rusty hull, up and down ladders and catwalks, inside and out, lugging that machine and pulling the air hose after me. My mission was simple: see the bead, grind the bead. At 4 o'clock, 9 hours and 70 years later, the big horn sounded and the place finally got quiet. I walked out to the parking lot with all the other guys in their dirty blue coveralls, got in Mom and Dad's Oldsmobile Cutlass and headed for home. And the morning and the evening were the first day. And the second day was like unto the first. And the third day was like unto the first and second. By the fourth day, I had become a man of prayer more than I had ever been before. Surely this was all a mistake. There must have been a clerical error in heaven. An angel had put God's plan for someone else in my file folder. I began crying out to God from below, above, and inside that boat, trying to bring the error to God's attention. I never heard back after about a week on the job. Bill asked me if I ever got claustrophobia. Even I said no. He sent me down inside the double hull of the boat to rattle off the charred scabs of metal left by the welders and sweep out the watertight compartments. It was like working inside a metal coffin with just enough room to twist my body around and look for scabs with a work light. Buried alive in the hull of that crab boat, I prayed. I needed to hear from God. I needed a sign, a prophecy, a word of knowledge, anything. God was in control and had a plan, I was sure of it. I wouldn't be there for long. God would get me out. I would marry Amber and we would go somewhere clean, quiet, and glorious, not dirty, noisy, and humiliating, and there we would serve the Lord happily ever after. Every Sunday night, with Monday morning to look forward to, I prayed. Every morning when the alarm clock rang, I prayed. While perched on the high catwalks along the hull with my grinder, while crawling inside the hull with a work light and rattling gun, while sweeping out below deck while falling sparks from a torch burned holes in my shin, I prayed. I prayed for God to change things, to make a way for me to minister for Him, to get me out of there. I was ready to hear Him speak. I was ready for any thought, any impression, any hint of anything else anywhere else. Finally, it happened. After 2 dirty, exhausting, deafening weeks at Compton, an answer began to dawn like a faint glimmer of light from heaven. I was at home with my folks, dead tired and about to go to bed when a Billy Graham crusade came on the television. Mom, Dad, my older brother Steve, and I all watched it, one wondrous and powerful hour of songs and gospel preaching. The bigness of it, the unique, unpretentious pageantry, and the crowds of people streaming forward at Reverend Graham's invitation struck a chord in my heart. I wanted to be a part of it. I didn't belong in a dirty shipyard among all those crusty, cussing shipbuilders. I belonged there, at that crusade, helping to spread the gospel. I took the dream to bed with me and woke up with it in the morning. I thought about it all the way to work and sang Just As I Am as I picked up my grinder at the tool crib. I thought about preaching, teaching, prophesying, even playing my banjo for the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association. I could act in a Billy Graham movie. I could sing a song at a Billy Graham crusade. I could write songs, books, and Bible lessons. I could counsel. The more I thought about it, the more excited I got and the more I prayed. This had to be it. God's calling. Of course. This short time in the shipyard was to humble and prepare me, that was all. It wasn't meant to last. My deliverance, the next step in God's masterful plan, was on the way. The very next weekend, I visited Amber and told her I was hearing from God and carrying a burden to join up with Billy Graham. I told her how there could even be a connection between my playing bluegrass music and working for Billy Graham, both had the initials BG. It had to be a sign. She had never heard of Billy Graham, so I had to explain it to her, telling her all about the Crusades and the Evangelistic Association in Minneapolis and all the things I thought I could do there. After she heard it all, she smiled and told me about a vision she'd received from the Lord, a railroad boxcar with a big letter I on it. At the time she had no idea what it meant, but now we could interpret that vision in a better light. Perhaps this suggested my mode of travel to Minneapolis. We decided to write down anything the Lord might give us. Things were cooking and we had to keep a record of it. Someday it would make a great book. Monday morning, 7 o'clock, the big horn sounded. Armed with a broom and rattling gun, I headed for the hull. Bill sent me down into the double hull compartments again, this time to sweep, and to mark any cavities in the metal with white crayon so the welders could come through later and fill them in. Another helper had been there before me and had decided to favor future generations with some lurid artwork. I rubbed it out, and as I stood there, crayon in hand, God began to speak some new ideas to me. This was a time of preparation. I wrote a P on the wall to represent that. But soon there would come the call. I wrote a C on the wall. I would go first, leading the way, blazing the trail. I wrote an L. And then, having begun a wonderful ministry with Billy Graham, I would return. I wrote an R, and bring Amber with me. I wrote an A. So there it was on the dark, rusty wall of a crab boat under construction, Row. Where once a dirty picture had been, I had written an encoded prophecy in the same awesome vein as Daniel's Man Tekel up Harsin. The handwriting on the wall. It was GCFF's plan for my life. I called Amber that night and told her all about it. She was thrilled because she'd received another vision from God that day, this time of a huge banjo bridging Seattle and Minneapolis. The meaning was obvious and we were giddy with joy. Now it was only a question of timing. Right now I was being prepared, but when would the call come? Perhaps we should set out a fleece as Gideon did in the Book of Judges, a way for God to indicate his will in a tangible way. Well, the drumhead on my banjo needed replacing, but the size was non-standard and the guy at the music store said he'd have to special order one. There it was, our fleece. Amber's vision of the huge banjo verified that. Lord, I prayed, when you want me to go to Minneapolis, have that drumhead come. I waited, and prayed, and worked at the shipyard another week. And then the music store called. The banjo head I'd ordered had arrived. The sign from God. The next day, I went to Bill the supervisor and said, I have to quit. God has called me to go to Minneapolis and work for Billy Graham. He didn't seem very impressed. He just got me my paycheck and went back to work. I figured he'd never heard of Billy Graham either. I got out of that big, drafty building and walked into the sunshine. Even the weather was saying yes. This is God's will for you. The time had come to break the wondrous news to my folks. They were godly, spirit-filled people. I knew they would be thrilled. As we sat at dinner that night, I made the announcement. God has called me to work for Billy Graham. I'm going to Minneapolis. They just sat there, looking back at me, chewing, not saying a thing. Finally Mom asked, "What about your job?" "I quit." Dad asked, "Do they know you're coming? Have you written to them or called them?" "No. I'm trusting God, it's all in his hands." I told them how my last paycheck from the shipyard should be enough for a train ticket over there. "Vivier, will you stay?" Dad asked. "Oh, God has that all figured out. I'm just supposed to obey and go." I told them about the visions, and Mom got tears in her eyes. Apparently she was deeply moved by the miraculous touch of God upon my life. "I'm ready to step out in faith," I said. "I'm ready to believe God and go to Minneapolis." "Okay," Dad said. "Just be sure to buy a round-trip ticket." I left Seattle on a Sunday afternoon. Before the train was to leave, I took the bus up to the north end of Seattle to say goodbye to Amber. It was a tearful goodbye, but a moment filled with holy expectation. We knelt together on the floor of her grandmother's living room, our hands clasped in prayer, and praised the Lord for this moment, this launching of a great mission. I paraphrased the Lord's words as I told her, "I go to prepare a place for you, and I will come again to receive you, that where I am, there you may be also." "I'll wait for you," she replied, but her voice trembled a little. Was it hesitation? Doubt? No, it couldn't be. Just emotion, that was all. Anticipation of the great things God was about to do. Then we kissed in the name of Jesus. Her kiss was less fervent than usual, but I pushed the nagging thought out of my mind. This was God's will. I would go and find my place, I would send for her, and we would live together forever in service to the Lord. With pack on my back, shipyard clothes on my body, and banjo and briefcase in my hands, I caught the bus heading south to the King Street station. By 4 o'clock I was on a train bound for Minneapolis. By now it was October. Even the train arrived in Minneapolis on Monday. The leaves of Minnesota were in their fall brilliance and the wind was cold. As the train pulled into the station I looked across the railroad yard and there it was, just as I had expected, a big railroad boxcar with the letter I on it. God had spoken. He was with me. I was moving in the realm of the miraculous. The city was big, busy, and totally alien to me. I had the address of the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association written on a piece of paper, so with directions from a porter at the train station, I set out walking, the very picture of a homeless vagabond. I never got lost, not with the Lord guiding my every step, my every turn. Sometimes a cloud overhead would take on a shape to point the way. Once, a construction crane pointed left like a huge finger and I followed. I walked for hours and saw a lot of the city. Then I came upon Hennepin Avenue and knew I was closing in on Canaan. God was faithful. Following the street numbers in descending order, I walked and walked, block by block, until I came to the front door of the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association. This was the moment, and suddenly I felt nervous. How was my faith? Did I still believe? I felt a little doubt, but refused to acknowledge it. A doubt just like this one may have kept Andy Smith from being healed, I reminded myself. There was no room for doubt in the service of the Lord, only belief. Drawing upon the Lord for courage, I opened the door, and went inside. The receptionist, a nice lady in a white silk blouse and navy skirt, looked up from her desk. I smiled at her the way Jesus must have smiled to those who were hurting. Perhaps the Lord was going to give me a word to share with her, a touch of healing, a message of hope. "Would you like to talk to one of our counselors?" she asked. Well, she must have been doing all right and didn't need a special touch from God today. I said, "Sure," and she placed a call. A nice man dressed in a suit and tie came into the lobby, shook my hand, and directed me into a conference room. He had black, curly hair and a moustache and I'd never seen him on television. When he introduced himself, I didn't recognize his name. When I introduced myself, he didn't seem to recognize my name either, and he didn't seem to be expecting me. Somehow we got on the subject of happiness, and from there he began to ask me what my idea of happiness was. By the time he asked me how I thought I could obtain happiness, I figured he was getting ready to share the gospel with me. "Oh, I'm already saved," I told him, and then figured it was time to enlighten him and get this meeting on the right track. I recounted the previous months of seeking and hearing from God, the signs and visions, the prophecies, the fleece. I knew he would be impressed. Well, he didn't break down crying or anything. But he did invite me to pray with him as he asked the Lord to bless and guide me. Then he led me to the receptionist's desk and told her I would need an application. The receptionist disappeared behind a set of double doors and came back with an application form several pages long. I took it and sat on the couch again. And then I stared at it. An application? I had not seen this in any of my visions, nor heard about it in any of my prophecies. I began to try to fill it out, and it started badgering me about my education and experience. There were no blanks to fill in anywhere regarding my prophetic gifts, my preaching and teaching ability, or even my banjo playing. At last I finished, saying all I could say about myself, which wasn't very much, then went back to the receptionist and handed the application to her. She thanked me for my interest, told me there were no openings at the present time, and pressed a buzzer to let me out. That was it. My big calling from God. It was over. Faith, I reminded myself. You've got to have faith. There had to be another door of opportunity somewhere. God wouldn't send me clear across the country just to fill out an application and be turned away. I recalled seeing the offices of Worldwide Pictures on the other side of the building, around the block. That had to be it. I wasn't supposed to work in Billy Graham's office anyway. I was an actor, an artist, a musician. I could serve God in the movies. I started walking. The Worldwide Pictures office turned out to be smaller than Billy Graham's office, and I quickly realized that they didn't make the movies there. But I pressed on, introduced myself to another lady receptionist, and got myself another meeting with another well-qualified and experienced man in a suit and tie. I repeated my story, the months of seeking and hearing from God, the visions and prophecies Amber and I had received, the vision of the banjo stretching across the country, the prophecy I scribbled on the wall just like God did in the book of Daniel. All of it. He told me he was happy about all the wonderful things God had done in my life, but he just didn't have any positions available. I was in and out of there in less than 15 minutes. I spent the night at the Y, and when morning came, I was still a man of faith, trusting God to complete his purpose, but not having the slightest clue why I should remain in Minneapolis. I walked back across town to the train station and used the other half of my round-trip ticket. As the train rolled westward, the long, seemingly pointless journey began to make sense. God was testing me just as he tested Abraham, to see if I would obey. Of course. Sometimes God asks us to do things that don't make a lot of sense just to see how devoted and obedient we are. Well, I was sure I passed the test, and that meant God could trust me with the next step. I couldn't wait to get home and tell Amber. In Seattle, I went straight from the train station and caught a bus to the north end of the city, where Amber lived with her grandmother. I didn't know if she would be home or in classes at the university, but I got right out there anyway, knowing it was all in God's hands. Amber was home. My heart soared. I hugged her and kissed her and praised the Lord. Her embrace was not so enthusiastic, and she quickly let it fall away as she asked, "Well, tell me what happened." I told her about my 2 brief visits in the offices on Hennepin Avenue and how they turned out. Then I added how God had set this whole thing up as a test of my faith. I passed the test, I said, and that can only mean that wonderful things are in store. She nodded as if she knew all along what God would do. Then she scribbled a little note and handed it to me. She was resigning. Although I'd been through some very abrupt changes in the plan over the past few days, I still wasn't used to it. I had to ask her what she meant, and she had to tell me in several different ways. She didn't want to be my helpmate anymore. She no longer saw things my way. It would be foolish for us to get married. She wanted to pursue her education. There was no way our relationship would work out. We were through. Standing in her grandmother's living room with that note in my hand was like standing in that lobby in Minneapolis. No position available. No reason to stay. Dead end. I did the same thing here as there. I responded in faith, seeing the miraculous hand of God even in this. I smiled, put the note in my shirt pocket, and spoke prophetically, "You'll come back, and I'll wait for you." One had it all planned. I would give Amber some time to listen to the Lord and sort it all out, then go to see her on Christmas Eve, the ideal day for a heartwarming, tear-jerky reunion. I bought her a beautiful Bible. I found just the right spot in a nearby park where we could walk, talk, and embrace. I could see in my mind how she would run into my arms and kiss me, big fluffy snowflakes falling all around us. On Christmas Eve, I fasted and prayed all day. Nothing had worked out from high school graduation up to this point, but now the time of testing was over, now would be the big turnaround. Now all my faith would be rewarded and the world would know that there was a God. When I knocked on the door, her gift in my hand, she wasn't even there. Her grandmother told me she was over at her boyfriend's house and would be spending Christmas with him and his family. I left the Bible with the grandmother and walked back to the bus stop, taking a short side trip through the park where the tear-jerky reunion scene would never happen. We didn't even get fluffy snow that day. It was raining. In mid-January, I had my very last conversation with her by telephone. She thanked me for the Bible and said she planned to use it in her Bible as literature class at the university. Apart from that, she had no other use for it. Christianity was fine for me, but not right for her. She and her boyfriend were now attending a Unitarian church and she felt far more comfortable with that. How can I say it? Finally, my foot came off the throttle. The wind went out of my sails. My boiler blew a rivet. It was a moment, that's all, a precise point in time when, at long last, a different kind of belief broke through to me. For the first time, I actually believed her. She really was history. The love we had, transcendent and unassailable, a divine gift, a special miracle forged in the foundries of heaven, ended back in October, as quickly as her resignation. I had refused to accept it, but right now, with my hand still on the telephone, I finally let the truth in, our love was gone. It was over. And then the dominoes began to fall. That's the caveat that comes with being led by the Spirit. If you dare to question one thing, you have to question everything. With Amber gone, what did that say about all those visions, signs, and prophecies that God supposedly gave us? What did the Minneapolis debacle tell me about my encoded prophecy scribbled on the wall of the crab boat? Could I finally admit that boxcars with a big letter I on them belonged to Intermountain Railways and were commonplace in most every major train yard in every major city in the country? Could I admit that a banjo head on special order was bound to arrive sooner or later, God or no God, fleece or no fleece? Could I face the fact that Billy Graham and bluegrass having the same initials carried about as much meaning as that license plate with Amber's birthday on it? When I laid hands on Andy and Carla and prayed for their healing, God didn't heal them. It wasn't a matter of the healing taking time or them waiting until they had the right degree of faith, or any other explanation we came up with. God didn't heal them. I thought I had the gift of healing and didn't. I prayed for them to be healed and they weren't. And as for all the shaking I did, well, that's exactly what it was, shaking I did. As to the Kenyon, Bannister prayer meetings, the original fire had gone out for want of logs on the hearth. The Kenyons and Bannisters were still having their meetings, and I suppose Mr. Kenyon was still the bishop of the island, but nothing more remained. David Kenyon had gone back east to college. Bernadette Jones had gotten pregnant. Contrary to Mrs. Bannister's prophecy, Barry the boyfriend never became a Christian, and they never furthered God's kingdom together. Carla Dickens was living in Seattle and pursuing a business degree, while Andy Smith had gotten his girlfriend pregnant, married her, and was currently trying to make a living as a composer and piano teacher. Harold Martin, who once tried to get me to smoke pot, was still smoking pot for all I knew, getting into yoga and Eastern religion, and working as a flagman for the county road crew. Clay Olson had gone on to Bible college to pursue the ministry, and Benny Taylor, his pimples now fading, was racking up perfect grades at the University of Washington. We used to be young, unstoppable soldiers of the cross, led by the Spirit, taking the world for Christ as we marched arm in arm. There was going to be a great revival, starting with us. We were on fire, and those who were lukewarm would have to get on fire or eat our dust. But my fellow soldiers weren't there anymore. While I was chasing visions, signs, and prophecies all the way to Minneapolis, each of them caught a different train and left while I wasn't looking. In mid-October, I was 18, in love, full of the Spirit, and on a train bound for Minneapolis. By mid-January, I was 19 and a nobody with nowhere to go, sitting on the bed in my room at home, plunking absently on a brown, $50 banjo and feeling a new and frightening kind of loneliness. Jesus seemed far away, and strangely enough, I was content to leave him there. I didn't want to talk to him. I feared and distrusted anything he might say to me. I was saved, sanctified, born again, and Spirit-filled, but Jesus and I were strangers. 10D Randon had warned Mrs. Macon that there would be phone calls and knocks at the door, and his prophetic gifts were right on the money. Ever since that Wednesday afternoon tea, visitors were coming up the long driveway to see the prophet, the Messiah, Jesus, the man claiming to be Jesus, the avatar of Christ, or anything else people thought he was. On Thursday, just before Mrs. Macon and Brandon agreed that they should get Brandon's ministry and access to the ranch, organized, scheduled, and restricted, the doorbell rang for the umpteenth time. Mrs. Macon steeled her nerves and opened the door. A young man stood there, dressed in cut-off jeans and a white tunic, a shawl of some sun draped over his head and a long staff in his hand. He couldn't have been more than 18 years old. His beard was immature and wispy, he was lanky, and his face was smooth and unwrinkled. When he spoke, it was in a forced, unnatural British accent. "Hello. My name is Michael. I am seeking the Messiah of Antioch." The widow looked over her shoulder and beckoned Brandon with her eyes. He came to the door. "Yes." Young Michael immediately dropped to one knee, his head bowed low, his hand on his staff. "All hail." He looked up. "God has sent me to you. I am the voice of one crying in the wilderness, prepare ye the way of the Lord." Mrs. Macon had seen a good measure of starry-eyed pilgrims and strange folks come by since yesterday, but this young man was taking strangeness to a new level. She looked at Brandon, wondering what he would do. To her surprise, Brandon stepped forward, extended his hand, and rested it on the young man's head. "Michael, you are expected." He gently took the young man's arm and prompted him to rise to his feet. Then he looked at Mrs. Macon. "Michael will dine with us tonight. We have much to discuss." Thursday evening, Jim Baylor was getting hungry and dinner was late. Not that it was ever on time. It happened when it happened. But tonight he came home from work and found little indication that it was going to happen. The house was messy. It was never really neat, but it had an especially neglected look this evening, as if Darlene, their 15-year-old daughter, had passed through when there was no one there to yell at her. Dear was sitting at the kitchen table talking on the phone, and that wasn't unusual either. But this evening she was intensely on the phone, so much that she gave Jim one quick little wave to acknowledge his presence and then went back to totally ignoring him. "You have to meet him," she was saying. "Just one look in his eyes and you know you're in the presence of God. He has the anointing, absolutely." Jim came closer. "Who are you talking to?" She waved him off and kept talking. "Get up here as soon as you can. I don't know if he really is Jesus, but... oh, you just have to see him, that's all. Once you see him, you'll know." Jim surveyed the cluttered kitchen table. They were supposed to be eating off that table right now, but instead of dinner, Dee had a list of names in front of her with many checked off and many more yet to be checked off. "Dee, what are you doing? You gonna be on the phone all night?" By now she'd shared all the information she had with the party on the other end, so she went back to go over every thought again. "Anyway, that's what we did. We went up to the ranch yesterday and had tea with him and Mrs. Macon, and that place was a palace. I know, some women have all the luck." Jim felt the sting of that and went into the living room of the crummy, inadequate house he'd provided. Maybe he could put away some of the things he'd sweated and toiled for so the room wouldn't be such a mess. At least he could clear some space on the couch he provided for his family so he could sit and read the paper, which he also paid for. "You should have seen that cute outfit she was wearing. She looks great for her age." He sat and perused the headlines, tuning out her voice as he had unconsciously learned to do over the years. A door swung open and slammed shut down at the end of the hall. Darlene came into the room, her expression oblivious, her walk dazed and desultory like a week-old, half-filled helium balloon. "When's dinner?" she asked. Jim looked over his shoulder at Dee in the kitchen, still on the phone. Well, he might be able to get a response from his daughter. He directed Darlene's attention to the socks, books, clothing, stuffed animals, and other debris that had somehow blown into the living room. "Darlene, pick all this stuff up and get it out of here." "When's dinner?" she insisted. "Get all your stuff out of here," he repeated, and then went into the kitchen again. "Dee, you have a family, remember?" She made a face at him but finally closed her conversation. "Okay. Love you too. Bye." She pressed and released the little button on the phone, clearing it for another call. She consulted her list and started dialing. Jim pressed the button on the phone and leaned in close. "You have a family." She slapped his hand away from the telephone. "Don't you tell me what to." He put his hand over it and kept it there. "How long have you been talking on the phone here? The house is a mess, there's no dinner." "You want dinner, get it yourself," she snapped, and her voice could be like a trumpet when she was angry. "You think this isn't important?" "We're being visited." She cut off her sentence. "What? You wouldn't understand." The raucous sounds of MTV came blasting from the living room. Jim hollered at Darlene, "Didn't I tell you to put away your stuff? Now get at it." She wailed back, "When's dinner?" Dee slammed the receiver down and came unglued. "I can't believe this family. You think my only purpose on earth is to wait on you two? You both have two hands." Having once been a Marine drill sergeant, Jim was no stranger to yelling. "I've been working all day long with these two hands to put the FCHD on this table that isn't on the table. What have you been doing all day with your hands? Have you even been home today?" Then they got into it, and not even MTV could equal the racket. They yelled, raved, and waved their hands at each other. Jim slammed some pans on the stove and she slammed them back in the cupboards. She tried to tell him how unhappy she was while he tried to tell her how ungrateful she was, while Darlene flopped into a curled position on the couch and withdrew from the fight, the family, the whole unkind world. Only the slam of the front door could break through the noise and get Jim and Dee's attention. "Oh, great, just great." Jim fumed, storming into the living room. "Darlene? He flung open the front door in time to see her running down the street. "Darlene, come back here!" Dee yelled from behind him, loud enough for the neighbors to hear. "Don't yell. You want the neighbors to hear." He grabbed his coat out of the hall closet and the car keys off their hook by the door. "I hope you're satisfied." "Yeah, blame me." Dee went back into the kitchen and picked up the telephone again, consulting her list. Jim went out to the car and drove off in search of his daughter. "Awake, people of Antioch, and know for certain that the Lord has come to you. See and behold, his winnowing fork is in his hand to separate the wheat from the chaff. On which side will you fall?" His voice was a bit shrill and his British accent had to be put on, but Antioch was no bustling city where street preachers could simply be ignored and pedestrians could hide behind anonymity. Michael, prayer shawl around his shoulders and staff in his hand, was demanding attention and getting it. It was Saturday, and he'd positioned himself on the highway between Kylie's Hardware and Anderson's Furniture and Appliance, the center of town. Weekend pilgrims with cameras stopped to take pictures. Newcomers stopped to ask directions. Natives like Pastor Howard Munson stopped to grill him. "So who are you now?" Howard asked him. "I am the voice of one crying in the wilderness, prepare ye the way of the Lord," said Michael. "Make his paths straight. Every mountain and hill." Yeah, I know the rest," Howard interrupted. "But who are you? What's your name?" "Michael." "It means, who is like God. And what are you doing here?" Michael lowered his voice to conversational level as others gathered around to listen. "I have come to guide people to the answer, to God himself. In a distant land, God spoke to me and told me to travel westward, but I knew not where." "A distant land? Where are you from?" "Chicago." "Millimeter." Then his clear word came to me. "A newspaper carried news of a visitor come to your town, a man some thought to be the Messiah, the Son of God." His eyes widened in anticipation of a real zinger. As I read more, I noticed the breakfast on my plate that morning included bacon. By God's divine plan, the very morning I learned of the Messiah I was eating a breakfast that rhymes with. He held out his staff, the crooked tip pointing toward the widow's ranch. "Macon." My course was set, and just days ago, I found the object of my quest. The Messiah of Antioch, the Savior of this age. Howard shook his head. "Son, whoever that guy is, he isn't the Savior. Jesus is the Savior." Michael only raised his eyebrows with sweet, innocent insight. "This man is Jesus." That got the attention of a cluster of pilgrims. "Jesus? Where?" Michael pointed his staff again. "He awaits you today, for the first time, at the Macon Ranch, at 2 o'clock. Watch for the signs." "The signs?" a man asked, his eyes darting heavenward. "Cardboard signs that say Macon Ranch. I put them up this morning." Michael's message was vague, but his announcement of an open to the public meeting was clear enough, and fell on eager ears. Judging from the stream of cars and RVs heading up to the Macon Ranch that afternoon, the Messiah of Antioch was going to have a packed house. Kyle Sherman wasn't about to miss it. Ever since the little tea party up at the ranch, his telephone had been ringing and his congregation buzzing about this Brandon Nichols character. Dee was plugging Nichols for all she was worth, wooing new followers from among the congregation and from other churches as well. Roger Folsom, Adrian's husband, was on the brink of buying in. Johnny Davis, Blanche's husband, wasn't about to buy in and was having one heck of a time with Blanche. Brother Norheim was convinced the Antichrist had arisen and was demanding to know what the church was going to do about it. Folks like the Neats and the Forresters were calling, asking him what he thought so they'd know what to think. The church was in confusion, and it was time for the shepherd to get the sheep back in line. Kyle was going to address the whole matter on Sunday, so he planned to have a thorough knowledge of his subject. His was one of the first vehicles through the big stone gate. He had a microcassette recorder in his right jacket pocket and a palm-sized camera in his left. On the seat next to him was a spiral notebook for taking notes. If anyone in the church dared to tell him, "You shouldn't speak against this man," without hearing him first, Carl would be able to say, "I've heard him, seen him, taken notes on him, recorded him, and photographed him. I know whereof I speak." As he followed a van, a camper, and a huge motorhome up the Macon driveway, he was already rehearsing his Sunday sermon, gripping the steering wheel as if gripping the edges of his pulpit. Can't you people get a clue? Jesus warned us about this. False Christs and false prophets will rise and show great signs and wonders to deceive, if possible, even the elect. Then he threw in a bitter, parenthetical gripe, and a lot of help we're getting from the cops. Brett Henschel's been bought. He's been bought. The driveway came to the brow of the hill, and Carl could see the big Macon ranch house for the first time. The van, camper, and motorhome veered to the left, directed into a pasture by Michael the Prophet / John the Baptist / Voice in the Wilderness, now wearing a fluorescent orange vest and waving orange traffic batons. Carl followed, parking alongside the motorhome. The parade of vehicles poured in after him, parking in semi-neat rows on the grass. He got out of his car and found it fascinating, if not frightening, to watch people arrive. Old pickups and vans were rolling in and parking beside zillion-dollar motorhomes. Nice cars, beat-up cars, old Fords and new Mercedes all parked together. Carl saw young, ragged folks with dogs in their cars, grey-headed retirees in garish summer shorts and white shoes, wheat farmers in jeans with big belt buckles, housewives carrying babies. Some carried cushions, some carried folding lawn chairs. The television folks were there, of course, the reporters well dressed from the waist up and the crew people carrying cameras. "Hey Kyle." Carl turned to see Bob Fisher coming his way. He stuck out his hand and greeted the Baptist pastor. "Boy, am I glad to see you. Come to check out the Messiah." "Exactly." Bob looked around. "Will you look at this? We're talking 100 people at least. Any other ministers here? I saw Armand Harrison a moment ago." Carl winced. "I meant ministers of the gospel." Bob laughed. "Just you and me so far." They walked together toward the white paddock fence where the gate was open, and guarded by none other than Matt Kiley and Norman Dillard. Already some television camera people were coming back, turned away. A retired couple, cameras in their hands, walked back into the pasture and called to those still coming from their cars, "They won't let cameras in." Said Bob. "This guy has a thing about cameras." Carl said nothing about the camera he was carrying, and felt no moral qualms about it. The camera was going in with him, and that was all there was to it. This Messiah had to be seen, known, and exposed. Carl's only concern was how to get a picture without getting caught. He'd just have to pray for the chance. They strolled nonchalantly through the gate, past Matt and Norman who waved them in with the mantra, "Come on in, no cameras please." The ranch house was a beauty. The big doors of the 4-car garage were open, beckoning to the gathering crowd. The widow's town car and her late husband's awesome truck were parked in the circular driveway in front of the house to make room in the garage for a sizable arrangement of folding chairs. "There's Nancy Barron," said Bob, nodding in her direction. "Hey, and there's, the Episcopal guy." Carl waved. "Paul Daly. What does he think of all this?" "He says he's neutral, but boy, is he hooked. He really wants to know who this guy is. Just like us." "Oh, there's the priest, Vendetti." Michael the Prophet stood out in front of the garage now, directing people inside. "Fill all the rows. Please move all the way down to the end to make room for those still coming. Thank you. Thank you. Right this way. Second row now, second row. That's it. Carl and Bob ended up in the middle of the third row. The chairs were arranged in a wide fan pattern facing the back wall of the garage. As far as Carl could see, there was no pulpit or lectern, only the workbench with Mr. Macon's stools still neatly arranged on and above it. He spotted Sally Fordyce near the left end of the second row, and in the first row, dead center, were Bonnie Adams and her daughter, Penny. There were other familiar faces here as well, but also a preponderance of strangers from out of town, among them the motorhome set bringing abundant riches from afar. The local business folks in the crowd had to be noticing that. All this time, the widow Macon had been standing on the steps leading from the garage into the house, decked out in a blue denim western outfit with white fringe, silver buttons, and fancy white cowboy boots. Her NS remained folded and her face serene as she regarded each visitor taking a seat in her garage. As the last visitors still trickled in from the pasture, she crossed the garage and stood in front of the workbench, her hands clasped in front of her, and gave us all a greeting. This is the day which the Lord hath made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Someone in the group let out a cowboy whoop. She reminded everyone about the no cameras rule, added a no smoking rule, and then told the story of how Brandon Nichols first came to the ranch. It wasn't much of a story. He came to her door delivering 4 sacks of groceries and needing a job. She recognized a prophet of the Lord and hired him. But even now she giggled, it's not for me to say who he really is and where he is really from. I leave that up to you, just as he does. Brandon. The crowd broke into applause as the door to the house opened and a young man made his entrance, smiling, nodding at the crowd, shaking the hands that reached out. Carl and Bob shot a glance at each other. This was their first sight of him. He was dressed in modern clothes, a white, long-sleeved shift and white cotton trousers, but the resemblance to the traditional Jesus was striking. Carl reached into his jacket and started the tiny tape recorder. Nichols leaned against the workbench, looking relaxed, and scanned the crowd. Then he spoke clearly, informally. I'd like to thank you all for coming and tell you from the outset that we tend to be a little unconventional up here. Jesus was unconventional for his times, or if you will, I was unconventional. Several in the crowd laughed while several, including Carl and Bob, cringed. But whatever your religious background or belief system, don't worry, there's something here for each of you. He suddenly stopped, his eyes on a woman in the front row. Pardon me, Dorothy, is it? Your friends call you Dottie. Dorothy was one of the well-to-do folks from the motorhomes. She nodded while her husband and some friends looked her way, obviously impressed that Brandon Nichols knew her name. Nichols reached out and took her hand. No more arthritis, Dottie. You've had enough. She lurched, cried out, shook a bit, and began flexing her hands, astounded and then ecstatic. She leaped to her feet, faced the crowd, opening and closing her hands rapidly for everyone to see. Nichols had to raise his voice to be heard over the excited clamor. If I were God, I'd do something about the pain in the world. I have the power, right? For why shouldn't I use it? He casually reached out and touched a long-haired young man who had come in a beat-up van. The young man immediately jumped up and screamed with joy and amazement, touching his ears. How's that? Nichols asked. I can hear. I can hear everything. His girlfriend jumped up and they embraced. The young man wept, then looked around the garage and outside as if seeing a whole new world. I can hear the birds. I can hear the wind. Nichols had to shout now. The crowd was really stirring. If God is truly visiting you, then he should be willing to prove it. I have no problem with that. He gave his right hand a little twirl and suddenly, as if by sleight of hand, He produced a small loaf of bread and offered it to a little girl on the end of the second row. Hungry. She took it and bit into it. "Vivat, do you say?" asked her mother. "Thank you." He smiled at her as another loaf appeared in his hand, then another, then another. He tossed them into the crowd as hands went up to catch them. "Why do you worry about tomorrow, what you shall wear and what you shall eat, when you know that your God cares for you? Let's see what's up your sleeves," a man wisecracked. Nichols took it in stride. "Not," he said, and then winked. Said Kyle. Nichols motioned for quiet and the crowd settled into their seats, wound up like springs. "Don't forget me," a woman in the back shouted. "Alice," said Nichols as if seeing an old friend after many years. "Bad hip, right? Don't worry, we'll get to it." Kyle looked over his shoulder and saw Alice squeal, her hands over her mouth. "This is incredible," said Bob. "Really incredible," Kyle replied. He didn't know what to expect when he arrived, but it certainly wasn't anything as direct and intense as this. "When Jesus came to earth the first time," said Nichols, "he went about doing good. Well, why not now? And I'm not just talking about myself. I'm talking about all of us. You may define me any way you wish. Maybe I'm Jesus. Maybe I'm the reincarnation of Jesus. Maybe I'm only a channel of his power. It doesn't matter. However I become Jesus for you, you have to be Jesus to others, and the time to stand is right now." "Oh, praise the Lord," a woman burst out. Kyle didn't have to look to know it was Dee Baylor, but when he did look, he saw not only Dee but her two friends, Adrian and Blanche. His hands were clenching into fists now and his stomach was in a tight knot. Bob must have noticed. He leaned over and said, "Take it easy. Just pray. We have to come against this and bind it." Kyle hissed. "Let's get out of here alive first," Bob replied, and Kyle could see the fear in his eyes. Bonnie Adams reached out to him and he touched her, apparently giving her the jolt she desired. She flopped back in her chair, trembling. Paul Daly and Erwan Vendetti were sitting together toward the back, both wearing their black suit jackets and clerical collars, and both spellbound, their mouths agape, their eyes intense. Paul Daly had his hand over his heart. Erwan Vendetti was tightly clutching the jeweled cross hanging from his neck. Behind them, Armand Harrison was actually smiling and nodding in glad approval until he saw Kyle. Then he gave Kyle a warning with his eyes, "Watch yourself, bub." Kyle couldn't alter the unkind facial expression he sent back. He was too upset, his heart pounding, his stomach churning, his hands shaking. "Antichrist," he whispered. "The spirit of Antichrist." "We can provide for those in need," said Nichols, producing several more loaves of bread out of thin air and tossing them to waiting hands. One flew Kyle's direction and he caught it for inspection. "Listen, God cares about your homes, your businesses, your health. He can bring new life to this community if you're willing to get on board. Wouldn't it be wonderful if people wanted to visit Antioch because here, more than any place else in the world, they could feel loved, welcome, and healed?" Norman Dillard and Matt Kiley were grinning now, and Norman gave Nichols a thumbs up. Kyle examined the little loaf of bread. It was like a small sourdough roll. Nothing strange or unusual about it. He passed it along to someone else, not wanting to keep it, much less eat it. Suddenly Nichols looked grim and pointed. "Sir, pardon me, no cameras." Every eye turned toward a skinny, cowpokish fellow in jeans and work shin standing in the back, a small camera to his eye. "Nevin, really?" the widow scolded. Nichols found a reason to look away as Nevin hurriedly snapped 2 pictures. Then Matt, Norman, and Michael grabbed him. He tried to get loose. They tried to grab his camera. It turned into a disturbing scuffle. The joy of the gathering chilled like a campfire doused with water. He's not Brandon Nichols," Nevin yelled, trying to keep an iron grip on the camera while Matt and Norman almost carried him by the arms to remove him. "He's not." "Lean forward," Kyle whispered to Bob. "Huh? Scratch your head or something?" Bob saw the small camera in Kyle's hand and scratched his head. Kyle got a few shots of the distracted Brandon Nichols through the crook of Bob's arm. "Okay, that's it." He quickly slipped the camera back into his pocket. The widow was trying to explain, "Shush now, it's all right. Nevin used to work for me before I fired him. I'm sure you understand." Okay, Nevin hollered in the distance, shaking the three men off. He turned to leave, but pointed at Brandon Nichols and shouted the last word as he went, "He's lying." Michael ran back to the garage and grabbed the staff he'd left leaning against a post. "Hear the word of the Lord, my people. Let not the siren song of deceit wrestle the blessings of God from you. The enemy roams about like a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour. This man would rob you of your blessing." He looked one more time as Nevin Sorrell disappeared over the brow of the hill, and gave a shrug. "He's crazy." Brandon Nichols took charge again. "We've gained a valuable lesson, haven't we? Things haven't changed much since the first time I was here. There are still those who would judge and condemn and set themselves up as moral and spiritual lords over the rest of us." His eyes connected with Kyle's at that moment and then moved on. "But why let them? We can stand again, start fresh right now. I'm willing to get you started. The rest is up to you. Are you going to try loving and accepting one another and enjoying your differences, or are you going to go on hating and killing for another 2,000 years? Some applauded, others said amen, some said right on, and some were still bothered. "Alice," Nichols called. "Let's get that hip taken care of so you can get on with your life." He ran around and touched her. She leaped to her feet with a scream and started jumping and kicking. Nichols kept things rolling, restoring some eyesight, removing a cancer, producing more loaves of bread, healing more arthritis, and even causing a bald spot to fill in. Kyle recorded it until his tape ran out and even managed to snap a few more pictures with Bob's help. He was over his initial shock by now, but feeling as comfortable as a soldier who suddenly finds himself in the very center of the enemy's camp. "Adrian!" Nichols shouted, and Adrian Folsom leaped to her feet while Dee and Blanche squealed. Nichols approached her, extending his hand toward her face as he pronounced, "You will have a special place in God's plan for this town. Be listening, be watching, for you shall be a voice for God." He touched her, and she collapsed into the cushioning arms of Dee and Blanche. While Blanche fanned Adrian's face, Dee leaned in, expecting the very next touch. Nichols moved on without meeting her eye. "Ooh," Kyle thought. That hurt. At 3 o'clock, just an hour after the meeting began, Mrs. Macon signaled Brandon and then pointed to her fancy jeweled wristwatch. He raised his hands in a gesture of blessing. "Our time is gone." People began to protest, but he didn't waver. "That's all for today. Spread the word to your friends and come again tomorrow, 11 o'clock in the morning." Kyle and Bob both knew the significance of that time. It was when their own morning services began. Nichols ran over to the door through which he first emerged as the crowd rose and applauded him. Then, with a Nixon-like farewell wave, he ducked through the door. "Goodbye, everyone," said the widow. "Thank you for coming." A reporter shouted, "Can we have a moment with him?" She shook her head. "He's not here to do interviews. He's here to minister." Sally Fordyce hurried across the garage toward the widow, her eyes full of tears, her hands clasped under her trembling lip. "Mrs. Macon. I'm here. I've come to see him. Her words became unintelligible as she wept. Michael took his staff in hand and started herding the crowd. Thank you for your presence with us today. Walk with God as you return to your vehicles. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. Watch your speed driving out. Mrs. Macon. I've got to see him, Sally cried. Suddenly, Nichols appeared in the again and aimed a warm and welcoming gaze at Sally Fordyce. Sally, he called, smiling and beckoning to her. She crumpled to her knees, shaking with emotion. He tched her hand, raised her up, and they disappeared through the door. Carl and Bob looked at each other. Sally Fordyce, Carl said. The one who saw the angel. He has plans for her. Bob shook his head. Oh, God forbid. The crowd moved toward the pasture, almost every one of them wearing the same awestruck expression and talking about what they'd seen because they had to talk about it. Dorothy, who for years had arthritis, was skipping and showing off. Alice, who once had a bad hip, was prancing and square dancing with her husband. People were passing bits of bread around, sampling it and agreeing that it was the real thing. Matt and Norman manned the paddock gate again, nodding goodbye to everyone as they passed. They were beaming. Now that they were in the pasture and away from the house, the television reporters took their microphones in hand and took full advantage of their cameras. They spoke excitedly, even frantically into the lenses. We have seen incredible things today. A woman with a bad hip is now dancing. The legends of ancient times have become reality. One reporter could hardly speak, his emotions choking his voice as he reported, Brandon Nichols touched me, just in passing, and I felt a charge like electricity, and now, please look at my hand, can we get a close-up of this? The severed tendons are like new. It wasn't at all difficult to grab someone for an eyewitness interview. Dorothy went on camera, and so did Alice. A man turned around so the camera could see new hair growing where his bald spot used to be. Carl and Bob moved with the crowd, speechless from horror and amazement, but also because any comment they could make would be dangerous to make here. Carl kept doing visual 360s, trying to track down the other ministers. He caught a glimpse of Paul Daly and Erwan Vendetti already into the pasture, talking feverishly and visibly shaken. Armand Harrison was still back at the ranch house, apparently having a little conference with the widow. Sally Fordyce was out of sight, immediately Pan of Nichols's inner circle. A reporter nabbed Paul and Erwan and shoved a microphone in their faces. As Carl and Bob passed, they could hear Paul stuttering a reply to a question. We are in the presence of something immeasurable, unfathomable. I'm sorry, I am really quite beside myself. They hurried by, not wanting to be interviewed. We've got trouble right here in River City, Bob said finally, and very quietly. And some very serious preaching to do, Carl replied. Tomorrow, he determined, he would be ready. He would go home right now, get out his Bible, get on his knees, and arm himself for battle. His congregation and the town of Antioch wouldn't know what hit them. If only he'd known how armed and ready his opponents were. 11 didn't attend Antioch Pentecostal Mission on Sunday morning, but Carl told me about it later, and I can imagine how it went. Attendance was good, the same kind of attendance you see at annual business meetings when there's a hot dispute in progress or a scandal has surfaced or the pastor is about to resign. Anticipation was in the air, to put it mildly. Carl was so eager to preach he almost told the worship team to skip the music, but he thought better of it. I know Bud Lundgren, the big-bellied, flannel-shined guitar player, would have been difficult to disappoint. Once Bud had his day laid out, he was like a bulldozer without a driver, pushing relentlessly ahead and impossible to turn around. As for Bud's wife, Julie, playing her saxophone on Sunday morning was a matter of religious conviction, and not playing could amount to a desecration of the Sabbath. Linda, Carl's trim little wife, saw the wisdom in going through with the worship service and encouraged Carl to keep it in. The congregation and Carl could use the uplift, she said. So at 5 minutes to 11, Linda sat down at the piano and got the preservis music started, a quick medley of worship choruses and hymns. She swept through the chords and fills in a Pentecostal style Carl always admired. Bud thumped a rhythm on his old electric guitar, and Julie made sure there could be no question anywhere in the building what the melody of the song was. Carl was primed for preaching. His spirit was stirred and his adrenaline flowing. He was humming the songs as he took his chair on the platform, but when the little band came to Victory in Jesus he couldn't hold back any longer and started singing aloud. Some in the congregation joined in, some fumbled with the hymn books trying to find the words, and some just sat there not singing because that wasn't supposed to happen yet. Carl didn't care. He sang anyway, his eyes closed, his heart touching heaven. The song service went well. Katie Kelmer, a vivacious lady with blonde hair stacked high atop her head, led the singing in her flamboyant, hand-raised style. Halfway through, Brother Norheim started Bless the Lord, Oh My Soul, and everyone joined in. That was a good sign. He usually did that in the evening service, but this morning he must have been feeling an evening kind of anointing. D. Baylor, along with the Folsoms and Davises, skipped the service. Brandon Nichols would be performing again that morning and they didn't want to miss it. In addition, they probably suspected what Carl was going to say and didn't want to hear it. But I have a good idea who was there: the Forrester and White families, brand new in the faith and growing in the Lord, 3 generations of Sissons, 4 generations of Bradleys, the Hansons, Parkses, Kelmers, Hiddles, and Lundgrens. I know they stood with him that morning. He heard their amens. In my mind I can see and hear how Carl's sermon came across. I've heard Carl preach, and when he's on a roll he's unstoppable. At times he can have a weakness for rabbit trails, and sometimes a particular illumination on the scriptures will remain exciting to him but vague to his listeners, but overall, he gets from point A to point B, and persuasively. On this Sunday morning, by all accounts, he was on track, full of steam, and to the point. He'd heard and seen enough and it was time to get into the Word and settle the whole matter. He launched his message from Matthew 24, repeating and expounding on warnings that came from Jesus himself, "Take heed that no one deceive you. For many will come in my name, saying I am the Christ, and will deceive many, and many false prophets will rise up and deceive many. And if anyone says to you, Look, here is the Christ, or there, do not believe it. For false Christs and false prophets will rise and show great signs and wonders to deceive, if possible, even the elect. See, I have told you beforehand. Therefore if they say to you, Look, he is in the desert, do not go out, or, Look, he is in the inner rooms." At this point, Carl felt it appropriate to add, or look, he's up at the Macon Ranch, and most of the folks nodded or even chuckled. He was shouting with righteous energy by the time he read, "Do not believe it. For as the lightning comes from the east and flashes to the west, so also will the coming of the Son of Man be." He made a pretty strong point. Jesus coming to a crummy little wheat town in eastern Washington didn't quite measure up to lightning coming from the east and flashing to the west. "Folks," he said, "the Messiah came once, was born in Bethlehem and grew up in Nazareth, not Missoula, Montana. I believe a false Christ has come to Antioch, and I intend to use the scriptures to make my case. Some are enthralled by signs and wonders, by a clever selling job, but I say we test this so-called Christ by the scriptures. As it says in Isaiah, to the law and the testimony. If they do not speak according to this word, it is because there is no light in them." He got amens to that. The people were with him. Carl took stern issue with Brandon Nichols's message, if there even was one. The Jesus up at the Macon Ranch seemed happy to let people believe whatever they wanted about him or anything else. The Jesus of the Gospels claimed to be, and Carl pounded this one in from several directions, the way, the truth, the life, and the only means of access to God. More than that, The Jesus of Colossians 2 was the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of all creation, the creator of all things visible and invisible, before all things, the beginning, the firstborn from the dead, in whom all the fullness of deity dwelled. It was good stuff. Stern stuff. He pulled no punches. He got amens and praise the Lords and even some applause. Then, for a big finish, he reminded everyone of the cross and the price Jesus paid for our salvation. Holding his arms out to reenact the crucifixion, he spoke of the Roman spikes that pinned Jesus to the cross and then put out a challenge. My Jesus died for my sins and washed me clean by his blood, and all creation will know this by the nail prints in his hands. If this man is the Christ, where are the scars? He looked in the general direction of the Macon ranch and hollered, "Show me the scars that bought my salvation. Your tricks and healings and mind reading are impressive, but I need to be saved from my sins. Can you do that? Show me the nail scars." Amens. Applause. Agreement. By the time Carl said his closing prayer, his people were steeled in their convictions and the issue was settled. Carl felt great. He felt so great that he put all the main points of his sermon, including scripture references, into a letter and mailed it to Nancy Barons to print in the Antioch Harvester. That's how I first learned the content of his message. That's how the whole town heard about it. And that's when the cow manure hit the combine blades. Are we jealous, Reverend Sherman? I had not known Nancy Barons to be quite so personal and direct in her editorials, but Carl's letter, which she did print on the op-ed page, must have aroused more anger than her cool professionalism could contain. When the word of a simple ranch hand draws more people in one weekend than your preaching has drawn for as long as you have been here, I see in this fact a message. Perhaps Jesus is more than just a white, middle-class, right-wing fundamentalist Republican. Perhaps he dwells outside the walls of our respective institutions and defies our petty descriptions of him. Perhaps he is more concerned with people than with opinion. Everyone is free to see whatever he or she wants in this stranger at the Macon Ranch. I saw a kindly doer of good who allowed everyone the dignity of their own convictions. He touched and healed but did not judge, he blessed and did not condemn. He dared to speak of the good in all of us and inspired us to do some good in this world. He was there for the people and not the other way around. What a refreshing change, a Messiah who believes in us. The town of Antioch could use such a message. Certain clergy of Antioch would do well to preach it. As soon as I read Carl's letter and Nance's editorial, I sank into my couch, raked my fingers through my hair, and cried out for deliverance, and not just for me. Carl Sherman was more than an accident waiting to happen, he was a disaster trying to happen. I already knew which people were going to say what. He could be sued for triple damages. Burton Eddy squawked to Sid Meier. They'd happened upon each other in Mac's supermarket and short little Burton was red in the face. Hasn't he considered how much money the widow's worth? She can hire a whole team of lawyers, believe me. Sid picked up a copy of the Harvester from Jack's news rack near the door, and Burton took it upon himself to point out the op-ed page. Sid read it and made a troubled face. "Bravo for Nancy," said Burton, tapping the page with the back of his knuckles. "Somebody needs to make it clear to the kid what the rules are around here." Sid made another troubled face. "Rules? Bert, Carl has a right to his opinion." Burton's voice grew a little cold. "Are you siding with him, Sid?" Sid got flustered. "I didn't say that. I just said he has a right to his opinion." "This is the opinion page, isn't it?" Burton put a hand on his hip and shifted his weight to that leg. When his hips were crooked and his free hand was pointing, you knew he meant business. "This is a community, Sid, and we are professionals. We have a duty to this town to keep things running smoothly in a spirit of neighborliness. This kid is swimming against the current and he's making waves." Sid gave a weak nod. "His biblical arguments are sound. Burton rolled his eyes. Sid, people don't want to hear what this kid thinks the Bible says. That's the whole problem here. Well, the letter is divisive, that's clear. It's trouble, Sid, just like we had with Travis Jordan, and we don't need another round of that. Suddenly Jack McKinstry joined the conversation. It's bad for business too. I mean, come on, what else does Antioch have going for it if people can't come here and see the Messiah? But he isn't Jesus, said Bob Fisher. I know that, Paul Daly replied. But that isn't the point. They'd met each other while picking up their mail at the post office. Neither wanted to get into this discussion, but each thought the other did, so they both did. Of course it's the point. It's the whole point of Carl's letter. Bob insisted. No, the point I'm trying to make is that Carl's letter makes a point that brings out the point Nancy Barons is trying to make. This Brandon fellow has a right to be wrong. She's saying it's right to be wrong. No, no, no. She's saying even if you're wrong, that's your right. But what if you're deceiving others by being wrong? You think that's right. He isn't deceiving others. He's letting them think whatever they want. That's the point. Well, why is he even up there talking if people just think what they want anyway? What's the point of that? There doesn't have to be a point. That's my point. Well, actually, it's Nance's point. So you're not making a point? No, I'm just trying to point out Nance's point. And we're having a pointed conversation. By now they were laughing. Well, Kyle Sherman can come right in here and watch me run laps around the store, said Matt Kiley. He's a talker just like all the others, but he never made me walk. He never fixed my eyes either, said Norman Dillard. They were standing in Matt's hardware store with the harvester open on the counter between them. Think I'll write a letter. Think I will too. Then he punched his palm with his fist. Either that or show him my own version of righteous indignation. Judging, said Armand Harrison, wagging his head. It never ends. I thought we were finally going to get along in this town. Don Anderson was trying to help Armand pick out a new propane space heater, but it seemed Armand had to talk out his frustrations first. I should write a letter to the Pentecostal mission headquarters and tell them to quit sending such arrogant bigots to our town. We were getting along fine without them. Don knew the Pentecostal mission church had been in town long before Armand and his apostolic brethren ever showed up, but he didn't want to get into that. Well, you and your people have always been good customers. We have, haven't we? Sure. Always pay our bills, always come to you for our appliances. Sure. Of course, Armand never hesitated to buy in bulk from a discount supplier in Spokane, but he and his people often came in for smaller items. And we've never told you what to believe, have we? Well. Don shook his head, even though several of the apostolic brethren had been nagging him and his wife about coming to one of their meetings. They'd discovered real sexual freedom, they said, and suggested that without Armand's teaching, Don and Angela were most certainly stunted in their personal growth and development. I'm going to talk to the other ministers. I think this young upstart needs to write a letter of apology. And I'll have a talk with Nancy Barons as well. There's no need to print such trash in her paper. Oh, how about this 20,000 BTU? I mean, if you're wanting to produce some heat. It's gonna hurt my business, said George Harding, the retired wheat farmer. Being retired, he didn't even have a business until the Pilgrims came to town. He owned some nice shady land near a creek adjacent to the Macon Ranch and was just in the process of putting in a campground for tents and recreational vehicles. He had customers too, lots of them. Yeah, and what about mine, said Gary Fisk, owner of the Sundowner Motel, the only other motel in town. The motel's full every weekend and most of the week. It's never been that way before this. If people like this Reverend Sherman can keep their mouths shut, I just might be able to sell that place." They were sitting in a booth in Judy's, and Judy was standing there with her pad and pencil, waiting. "Well, it's bad for my business too if you guys don't stop your yapping and order something." Carl got phone calls, and they were nowhere near as enthusiastic as his congregation was Sunday morning. Dee Baylor called, of course, saying she was leaving the church and never coming back. Johnny Davis, Blanche's husband, wasn't angry but still thought Carl should give Brandon Nichols a chance. Roger Folsom was angry and climbed all over Carl's case for picking a fight with such a nice guy. An anonymous caller said something about teaching Carl love and tolerance with a cattle prod. Van Sid Meyer called. He was neither for nor against Carl. He just wanted Carl to know that some of the ministers, he wouldn't say which ones, were upset with him and hoping he would retract his unkind and judgmental words. "I understand you could be sued for triple damages," he said. On an up note, Bob Fisher called to pray with him and tell him he did the right thing. Then Melody Blair called. She was a girl in her late teens with a rough background who'd just started coming to church. Carl and Linda had put in a lot of time and prayer getting her off drugs and into a steady job. "I'm not sure I should trust you anymore," she said in a troubled tone. "Why? What's wrong?" "Well, there was that letter you put in the paper, and then I just got a letter from Jesus." "A letter from Jesus?" Carl wanted to ask which Jesus, but chose a more general question. "Where'd you get that?" "That nice lady Adrienne Folsom. She said an angel spoke it to her and she wrote it down just for me." "Adrienne Folsom? Oh no. Now she was getting into it. Vivat does it say?" She read the note over the telephone. "My dear child, behold, I have a plan and a purpose for thee, shining clearer and clearer as the dawn of a new day. Do not let the words of your pastor trouble thee, for the light has not yet dawned upon his spirit. You must lead the way, for you are chosen. Hearken to my words and receive my love, and I will show thee a more excellent way, that you may show others. It's signed, Jesus." Linda told me later that in all their 5 years of marriage she'd never seen Carl so upset. She had to keep telling him to wait a little while and pray before calling Adrienne Folsom or driving up to the Macon Ranch to have it out with Brandon Nichols. "He didn't want to call me, which I could understand. I would have wrestled him to the floor and sat on him, and I think he knew it. He didn't want to call Bob Fisher, who would have been sympathetic, but would have advised him to keep calm. He didn't want to be calm. He just wanted to slug Satan and Adrian's angel and Brandon Nichols in their respective noses and go out in a flame of glory if need be." He finally did call Adrienne Folsom, but she refused to talk to him. "He was in the flesh," she said, "and could never understand anything as long as he was in that condition." He tried to talk about the note she gave Melody, but she told him no with a celestial tone in her voice and hung up. By Wednesday evening, Antioch was not a very peaceful town. People were bickering from one end of town to the other, and strangely enough, the biggest issue wasn't Brandon Nichols but Carl Sherman. Did he have the right? Did he not have the right? Was he judging? Was he dividing? Was he being truthful or hateful? Was he nitpicking? And didn't he care about the town's best interests? Someone threw a rock through a church window. Carl had to use his answering machine to screen his calls. Linda had to ask Michelle why to pick up some potting mix and garden gloves at Kylie's Hardware because Linda was afraid to face Matt Kylie. By Thursday, Carl decided it was time to break the pattern. His challenge about the nail scars was clear enough in his letter to the paper, but if words could only generate bickering and biting, perhaps it was time to make that same challenge face to face, in front of witnesses. People still had eyes even if they didn't bother to think Brandon Nichols had announced another meeting at the ranch that afternoon, and Carl determined he would be there. According to the announcement going around town, Michael the Prophet being the main source, the meeting was scheduled to start at 2. Carl and Linda drove up the long driveway to the Macon Ranch and found a spot among the large fleet of vehicles already parked in the pasture, vehicles from Washington, Idaho, Oregon, Montana, and a sizable contingent from California. Carl parked next to a motor home from Nevada. "What are you going to do?" Linda asked. She was there to stand with him, but she was scared. "Well, I'm not going to get into a big fight with him. But he has to be confronted." She drew a deep breath, trying to calm herself, and said in a quivering voice, "Well, please be careful. We'd better pray." They clasped hands, said a prayer, then got out of the car. Things had changed since Sunday. Mrs. Macon's humble ranch hand was now holding meetings in a huge, blue and white striped circus tent, and they could hear his voice inside, coming over a PA system. 6 portable toilets STCHD in a neat row nearby. Ropes and flags marked out the parking lot. He had obviously gained followers, both local and out of state, and with those followers came money. Gathering his resolve, Carl started toward the tent, his gait like that of a gunfighter, his eyes steady, his jaw set. Linda was nervous and trembling, but stayed beside him, holding his arm. They could hear Nichols talking rapidly, excitedly, saying something about Antioch becoming a wonderful town, better and better, sweeter and sweeter. He was getting laughs and amens from the crowd. Matt, Kylie and 2 strangers were posted outside the tent, wearing little plastic badges that said usher but acting more like Secret Service agents. The moment Matt spotted them approaching, he strode toward them and put up his hand like a traffic cop. "What can we do for you, Reverend?" Carl tried to smile. "I've come to see Brandon Nichols." It was surprising, shocking, actually, to see how cold and mean Matt Kylie could be. "If you're thinking of causing any trouble, you might as well turn around right now. I just want to ask a question." The 2 strangers flanking Matt drew in closer as Matt replied, "No way." Carl looked directly and intensely into Matt's eyes. "Matt, do you even know who this man is? Do you really know?" Matt thought only a moment. "Reverend, I don't much care. He's done all right by me and I like what he says. Even if he claims to be Jesus? Wouldn't that be lying?" Matt only twirled his finger to indicate Carl should turn around. "Bet ahead. Back to your car." Suddenly, Brandon Nichols stopped his preaching and called over the PA, "Matt, let Pastor Sherman in." Carl looked, but the tent walls blocked any view of Nichols, and any view Nichols might have of them. Matt looked naked over his shoulder, scowling and ready to argue, but Nichols only said it again. "Let him in." Before stepping out of the way, Matt poked Carl's chest with his finger and warned, "I'm going to be watching you anyway, Reverend. You behave yourself." The moment Carl and Linda stepped inside, every eye in the place was on them, and there were a lot of eyes. At least 100 people were there. For Antioch on a weekday, that was a good crowd. Carl made it a point to meet their gaze and not shy away. His heart was pounding and his hands were starting to tremble. Linda was still holding onto his arm, but shying behind him. He could hear her praying in a whisper. Brandon Nichols stood in front, a microphone in his hand, returning Carl's gaze down the wide center aisle. Again, he was dressed in white. He smiled. "Pastor Sherman, I'm glad you came." He gestured and said, "Come on up. Don't be nervous." Carl, with Linda following, went halfway up the center aisle and decided that was far enough. He noticed Matt and his 2 fellow bouncers standing in the doorway behind them, ready to move at Nichols's bidding. "Friends, this is Pastor Carl Sherman. Most of you know him as the man who wrote the letter to the harvester." That really turned heads and changed expressions in the crowd. "That's why I'm glad he's here. I've heard some pretty mean things said about him and I think we need to set things right. We're all neighbors, remember? We have to stick together if we're going to make this world work, isn't that what I've said? He looked at Kyle and spoke kindly, warmly. Pastor Sherman, I'm sorry for all the trouble you've endured. I think you wrote that letter with the best intentions and I take no offense. He cast his gaze around the tent, meeting everyone's eyes. Did you all hear me? I take no offense. The time for that is over. It's time to talk, to share, to get to know each other. Pastor Sherman wasn't trying to harm me. He simply had some honest questions. I don't despise his questions, and you shouldn't either. If we walk together long enough, and talk with each other long enough, we'll find we really can be neighbors with a lot in common. Isn't that right, Pastor Sherman? Kyle could feel everyone in the tent looking at him. He had to say something. He drew a breath and started carefully. I want us to be friends and neighbors, he said finally. Nichols nodded deeply and affirmatively, as did his audience. I guess I'm still having trouble with the introductions, you know, that very first part of getting to know someone when they tell you who they are. 1. They weren't going to like what he was about to say, but he had to say it. I don't think you're being honest about who you are. A woman in the audience piped up, well, if you'd just listen for a change, Alice, said Nichols. She halted. He smiled at Kyle. You know me already. Most everyone in this room had a good idea who I was before they even got here. I'm sorry, but you are not Jesus Christ, the Son of God. Many in the audience became visibly tense, but Nichols simply shrugged it off and gave a slight nod of concession. To some, I am not. To some, I am. The same was true for the carpenter from Nazareth. No, Kyle objected. I'm not talking about what others think. I'm talking about who you really are. If these people are seeking Jesus of Nazareth, they need to find the real one. He looked about, raising his voice so everyone would hear him. The real Jesus bore your sins on a Roman cross 2,000 years ago. The real one suffered nails driven through his hands. He looked directly at Brandon Nichols. The real one set us free from the power of sin. Can you say that about yourself? Nichols hesitated. Kyle hit him with another question. Where are the nail scars? Everyone knows the real Jesus would have them. Nichols remained silent and motionless. The people remained silent. The place was so silent Kyle could hear the breeze gently brushing the tent canvas. Nichols sighed and dropped his gaze, a troubled look on his face, not a word on his lips. Kyle relaxed and let out a sigh himself. He looked around at all the faces looking back. I'm not here to hurt or embarrass anyone, and I'm not here to force my beliefs on you. I just wanted to make a point, that's all. If you're looking for Jesus, you need to know the real one, Pastor Sherman. Kyle, and everyone else in the room looked at Brandon Nichols. He was unbuttoning the cuffs of his long, white sleeves, the same troubled look on his face. He stopped, stole a glance heavenward, and sighed again as he looked at Kyle. I didn't want to press the issue. I didn't want to force belief on anyone. That's all we've done for 2,000 years, and somehow. I just thought we might do things differently. He pulled his sleeves back and then extended his forearms at waist height, palms up. Here they are. Several gasps rose from the audience. People in the front rows half stood, leaning, craning their necks to see. Come, Pastor Sherman. Come and see them. Place your hand on them. Touch them, and believe. Kyle came closer. A woman from the front row began to whimper, falling at Nichols's feet. Other people were moving into the aisle, getting in line to have a look. Dee Baylor was among them, and met Kyle's eyes only long enough to give him a look of pity. A man in front touched Nichols's arms and then nodded a confirmation to all those behind him. his eyes filling with tears. Kyle came face to face with Brandon Nichols and looked down at the scars just above the wrists. They were elongated, ragged. The scar tissue was a dull, off-white contrasting with his tan skin. Kyle touched them. They were real. I was nailed through the forearms, not the hands, Nichols explained softly, as if sharing something just between the two of them. It's the way they did crucifixions. Kyle stared at the scars, then into the soft brown eyes, his mind confused but his heart dead certain. His words came in a strained whisper. You are not Jesus Christ. Nichols gazed down at the woman weeping, hugging his feet, and at the crowd of followers staring at him in awe. In a chilling, hushed voice he replied, I am now 12. Yle never called to tell me about his confrontation with Brandon Nichols. Thursday evening, Brandon Nichols did. I'm sorry it had to happen this way, but what else could I do, Travis? He was trying to humiliate me in front of all those people. I let my back come to rest against the kitchen wall and tried to recover from the news. What did he do? He turned around and left. I guess there was nothing more to say. So how did you get them? What, the scars? I was strained and impatient and my voice betrayed it. Yes, Brandon, the scars. How did you get them? He answered curtly, they are nail scars, Travis. Do I have to spell it out for you? He calmed and went on. Anyway, I'm not mad at him. He actually did me a favor, the same as you did for Armand Harrison. Thanks to Kyle Sherman, I'm a victim, and that makes me the gnod guy. That pill was bitter and I could still taste it. You and Armand must have had the same teacher. And today I was Kyle's teacher. Hopefully he's a little wiser now, a little less sure of things. Just like you and me. Hey, don't lump me in with you. He snickered. Travis, come on, now. We're made of the same stuff. We've both been down the same road, and we have the same bruises. Kyle's just starting out, and today he got the same wake-up call we did. So what was your wake-up call? Millimeter, not too different from yours. Remember that evening service at Christian Chapel? You kind of surprised yourself, didn't you? You didn't think you'd react the way you did. That's how it was with me. I just woke up one morning and realized, hey, I'm not so sure I buy into this. It's nice to get a revelation like that, but it puts you on the outside in a hurry, doesn't it? The last thing I wanted to do was agree with him, but reluctantly, even angrily, I did. Yeah. It does. At least Marion was on the outside with you. That pan I envy. The image came to my mind instantly, still vivid and clear. It was the first time we met. She was distraught, frantic, and angry, but at the same time, the most beautiful blue-eyed, long-tressed girl I'd ever seen. It's a good thing she was there. I'm sorry I never met her. I guess I can't be too sorry about that. But it's tragic. Don't you see that? See what? I would have healed her. The phone went dead. Once again, Brandon Nichols had done it, found an old doubt and thrown it in my face, ripped the scab from an old wound and left me to bleed. And remember, Vern, the one friend I had from earlier days in Seattle, a nice guy I grew up with. We were in youth group together back at the Bright Gospel Tabernacle, and we were buddies in the Lord. Both of us sang soprano in the youth choir until our voices changed. Vern moved to the tenor section first and I followed 6 months later. We got interested in girls about the same time and consulted regularly on the science of observing them from afar. He was better at shooting baskets and never missed an opportunity to remind me. I was better on the guitar and enjoyed proving it. My model airplanes looked better, but his flew better. Viv and I prayed at the altar to get things right with God. He prayed with me, and I with him. He was a good friend. I hadn't seen much of Vern since my family moved from Seattle to that little island, but with nothing else happening in my life, I decided to track him down again. He was 21, working for a local trucking firm, rooming with 2 other guys, and starting to make a life for himself. I was 20, playing in a bluegrass band in a sleazy waterfront bar in Seattle, still living at home, and spinning my wheels. He was going to an exciting new church and couldn't wait to get me interested. Despite my disillusionment, I was suffering from enough spiritual hunger to take him up on his invitation. Christian Chapel in the south end of Seattle was exciting, all right. I used to think our little island church was dead and good old Bright Gospel Tabernacle was on fire, but Bright was old and stale compared to this place. When Vern first took me through the front door for a Friday night meeting, the sound of the worship washed over us like a tidal wave. The place was packed, and these people did nothing halfway. They were all standing, hands raised, swaying like trees in the wind as they sang the same joyous song over and over. The worship band was cooking, tambourines jingling. The song had no intelligible words, for each person in that congregation of hundreds was singing in tongues. We found a place in a back pew. Vern set his Bible down and got right into the flow of things, raising his hands toward heaven and singing words to the song as the Spirit led him. I just stood there feeling overwhelmed and awkward, overwhelmed because it was overwhelming, awkward because all the guys had short, nicely trimmed hair and I was in my wayward, wandering musician mode with stubble on my face and hair down to my shoulders. They were wearing nice shirts and slacks, and I was wearing an old shift and blue jeans. All the women were in dresses, long dresses. No pants anywhere. I began to dread the moment when the song would end and people would open their eyes and see me. They'd probably think I wasn't saved. The singing switched to English and stayed there for another 20 minutes or so. That helped. I knew a lot of the songs, so now I was on familiar ground and could sing with everybody else. By the time the singing ended and we all sat down, I felt better. No one seemed to be staring at me or my hair. As a matter of fact, a few short-haired guys with thick Thompson chain reference Bibles and thin black ties went out of their way to shake my hand in greeting. I could have gotten used to that church. Pentecostal worship was nothing new to me, this was more intense, but I could have upgraded and it would have been fun. The personal testimonies were encouraging. The Bible study led by the pastor was right on the money and quite challenging. The people seemed friendly enough. Then the pastor decided to take some time to pray for the sick. I believe God wants to heal us tonight. If you have a sickness, an infirmity, anything at all, I want you to come forward and receive your healing in Jesus' name. About 50 people went forward and gathered around the pastor in a big huddle, laying hands on each other as the pastor laid hands on the nearest of them. The pastor was invisible behind all those bodies, but I could hear him praying and shouting into his microphone, "Be healed. We come against this sickness and infirmity. Be healed," as the congregation prayed along with him. It was sweet and affirmative. There was nothing wrong with it. I believed God could heal. I knew His word promised it. I'd heard people testify in the past that they had been healed miraculously and I believed them. I grew up accustomed to expecting the miraculous. But somehow, when Vern went forward with the others, it brought everything a little too close. While he stood up there with his hands on the shoulders of the others and their hands on his eyes closed, his face uplifted, expecting God to heal his poor eyesight, I felt embarrassed for him. While people all around me shouted in tongues and wailed their petitions and amens along with the pastor, I sat there, silent and cringing. When the huddle broke up and Vern came back without his thick glasses, he was jubilant, convinced he wouldn't need them anymore. But I knew how it would turn out. Soon enough, probably before we drove home that night, he'd have to put those glasses on again. I didn't ride home with Vern, however. The healing idea really caught on. After the service, Folks remained for prayer around the front of the church, and it seemed everyone and anyone was trying his or her hand at healing. A girl no older than 16 was praying for an older woman, her hands clasped to either side of the poor lady's face and her arms shaking and quivering. It looked all familiar, except she was adding a th with her tongue every time she drew a breath, and I hadn't thought of that one. Two of the short-haired, thin-tied guys were hollering at a disease in a friend of theirs, embracing him as if they might squeeze the disease out. Folks were kneeling at the pews, bent over the altar, and sitting on the floor, all having very loud arguments with diseases. I'd been here before, and didn't want to be here again. I watched from the sidelines, trying not to look sick and in need of prayer as I waited for Vern. He'd joined some friends who were sitting and kneeling around a young woman lying on the floor, and they were wailing, sing-songing, and shouting against a spirit of some kind. The girl on the floor did not look well, and the longer they carried on the worse she got. There was something unsettling about this too. It scared me. I worked my way in closer, weaving around the kneeling and sitting clusters of praying people, hoping I could overhear something without being noticed. "Spirit, come out of her this instant," a young man with a crew cut shouted while holding the limp girl's hand. A young woman kneeling by the girl's head kept kneading invisible bread dough as she did a sing-song kind of chant in tongues. The girl on the floor looked pale and she was limp enough to be dead. "We come against you, spirit of diabetes," said a rotund young lady in a long, ruffled dress, waving her outstretched hand over the girl's bow. I took a long and careful look at the girl on the floor. "Ah, is she? I mean," was about as much as I got out. "Spirit, you are defeated. Come out," the young man kept hollering, and the woman kneading the bread dough had to have the loudest, shrillest voice I've ever heard. I couldn't compete with the noise. "Vern?" I said. His eyes were closed and he was praying feverishly. Suddenly I heard one phrase come through the noise: diabetic coma. I looked off to the side and saw a girl in a blue dress having a nose-to-nose discussion with an older man. She was upset, he was trying to calm her. I couldn't hear any more of what they were saying, but I did hear that one phrase, and it was enough. I felt guilty and troubled as I stepped over and weaved through the people in prayer, but I was intent on getting out of there. Maybe I was quenching the spirit, walking in disobedience, hearkening to the flesh, and deceived by the enemy, but I ran out of the sanctuary and into the foyer, hoping to find a telephone. Around a corner and down a hall I found a door standing open with a church office inside and a telephone on the desk. I ran straight to it and grabbed up the receiver. "Excuse me, can I help you?" It was an older, sharply dressed lady, and I could tell this long-haired, blue-jeans stranger barging in offended her. "I need to use the phone." She reached to take it from my hand. "This is the church office and this telephone is for church business only." I wouldn't give it to her. "There's a girl in there in a diabetic coma. I have to call for help." She didn't like me and she didn't believe me. "What are you talking about?" I'd already banged out 911. Someone answered right away. "Hello, I'm at Christian Chapel and there's a girl here," footsteps running in the hall. The girl in the blue dress burst into the office and came straight at me. I thought she would claw the phone from my hands. "I need to use the phone. It's an emergency. I've got 911 on the line right now. Tell them it's a diabetic coma." "It's a diabetic coma," I said. "Christian Chapel blue dress. What's the address?" I looked at the girl in the 2330 South Walnut, said the office lady. She was starting to believe. I repeated the address into the phone. "They are going to kill her," said the girl. I got the word from the 911 operator and passed it on. "The paramedics are on the way." She looked toward the hall, anxious and angry. "They'd better let them in." With that, she raced into the hall again. I followed, with the office lady behind me. We could hear the praying still going strong in the sanctuary. From all appearances, no one in there had a clue what we were doing. When the ambulance arrived with its siren wailing and lights flashing, the girl and I led the two paramedics right up the center aisle to the front of the church. Vern and his friends were still confronting the spirit of diabetes and were quite startled when the paramedics pushed their way in. "Excuse us, please." "Thank you." Vern, bumped from his station by one of the paramedics, got to his feet and looked at me as if I'd betrayed the Lord himself. The young man in the crew cut tried to argue with them. "Sir, I'm telling you the truth, this is not a medical problem." The rotund gal with the ruffled dress just kept on praying, kneeling as near as the aid crew would allow. As for the young woman with the shrill voice, she jumped to her feet, located the girl in the blue dress, and unleashed the full power of that voice at her. The rest of the people just kept on praying and wailing and praising, their eyes closed, their hands raised, oblivious to what was happening. A paramedic tried to take the girl's blood pressure, his stethoscope on her vein. "Can we get these people to quiet down? I can't hear." The pastor ran up, his face red. "What's happening?" One look and he figured it out. Then he angrily scanned the room. "Who called these people?" His eyes met mine and I knew we weren't going to be friends. It was all backward. Vern and crew cut started yelling at the paramedics to leave the girl alone, shrill voice was begging the pastor to order the men Toliav, and Rotund roughly started crying, "Begone, begone, you're ruining everything." Blue dress bent down close to the paramedics. I heard her say, "She's my friend and she's a diabetic. Please help her." Shrill voice grabbed blue dress to pull her away. Crew cut reached out to calm shrill voice down. Vern rummaged around the front pew until he found his glasses, then put them on so he could glare at me. The paramedic trying to take the girl's blood pressure shook his head and his partner yelled, "Could we please get all these people back? Give us some room and give us some quiet, please." The pastor finally went around calling for quiet and trying to calm people down. The MTS wheeled in a stretcher, put the girl on it, raced her out to the ambulance, and sped away, lights flashing. It happened fast. I remember standing out in front of the church with blue dress watching the aid car leave. We exchanged a look when we realized we had at least 100 indignant people standing behind us. "Maybe we should get out of here," I told her. "I'm going to the hospital," she said. I glanced over my shoulder. Vern was walking toward me, and I knew a sermon was coming. Can I catch a ride?" "Travis!" Vern hissed, grabbing my arm. "Did you call the ambulance?" I was only starting to say yes when he opened up on me. "Do you have any idea what you just did? She could have been delivered tonight. She could have been free. She could have been dead." Blue dress retorted. "She was trusting God. It was her decision and you interfered. Sharon's my friend and I saved her life." Vern just rolled his eyes and shook his head. "You just," he fumbled, shook his head again, threw his hands around in frustration. "You're a tool of the enemy, did you know that? You're playing right into his hands." "And I see you're wearing your glasses again," I said. That seemed to stun him. He quickly grabbed them off his face. Blue dress tapped my arm. "I can give you a ride." I gave Vern a little wave to indicate our conversation, and the whole evening, for that matter, was over, and followed her out to the parking lot. Sharon Iverson was 19 but still financially dependent on her parents. They used that fact to force her to move back home where they could keep an eye on her and, as parents will do, lay down some law. She'd been attending Christian Chapel's Bible Training Center, but that ended abruptly, as did her regular attendance at the services. I found out later that shrill voice, crew cut, and rotund roughly I'll call them Susan, Pete, and Monica, actually planned to kidnap her so they could finish her healing and deliverance. Fortunately, a lawyer friend talked them out of it and it never happened. Sharon went back on her insulin, remained under a doctor's care, and survived in spite of herself. Most of this I learned from Vern after we got our own differences ironed out, which didn't take long. We'd been mad at each other plenty of times before this. It came with the friendship. As for the girl in the blue dress, her name was Marion Kiardley. She was 18, and turned out to be a deeply devoted Christian from a Baptist background. We spent several hours in the hospital waiting room, talking and comparing notes on religion, upbringing, and zealous friends like Sharon and Vern just to depressurize. She was just finishing high school and unsure of what she wanted to do. I told her I was a musician, but I didn't say where or how she believed God could heal in answer to prayer, and she wanted me to know that, but she was firmly convinced that tonight's prayer vigil crossed the line of good sense. I desperately needed to hear someone else say that, and I easily agreed with her, although it would have been too difficult to elaborate. I was still haunted by the sameness of it, troubled by the bizarre reenactment of my painful memories. Around midnight, a physician told us Sharon was out of danger. Sharon's parents, Marion, and I went in to see her for a few minutes, restricting our conversation to safe topics. By 12:30 in the morning, the crisis was over, and we were all tired. It was time to go home. I shook Marion's hand. "It was nice to meet you," I said. "I enjoyed our talk very much." "Same here," she said. "Thank you for all your help." We would go our separate ways in a matter of seconds, and suddenly that concerned me. I'd like to talk again sometime. She was picking up her handbag, slinging the strap over her shoulder. "I'm sure we will." Sharon's parents were waiting to give me a ride to the ferry. They were standing by the front door, looking back at me. I could feel the gravitational pull of their bodies. If I didn't ask now, I may never get the chance again. "Say, may I ask if it would be appropriate to ask if you might like to have dinner with me sometime?" She smiled pleasantly. "I don't think I would recommend it. But I am flattered." "Thank you." I retreated quickly, backing away, rescued from total humiliation by the presence of Sharon's parents. "Hey, no problem. It was nice meeting you." Well, it wasn't a rejection because I didn't really ask, so I took it well, son of. Her warmth and graciousness made the letdown easy. Sharon's parents gave me a lift to the ferry dock that night, and we had a nice visit on the way. They were thankful for what I had done and wanted to show I knew that. It made me feel a little better. I was feeling better, anyway. As I sat in the ferry terminal waiting for the 2 a.m. ferry, I had time to reflect on matters Marion and I had been too busy talking for me to reflect on. It was encouraging to meet a girl so mature in the Lord already. After that whole thing with Amber, my thinking had been a little skewed regarding that possibility. I replayed our conversation in my mind, hoping I'd made it clear enough that I was saved, and worrying that perhaps I didn't look saved enough. I also reflected on that long brown hair held in place by a silver barrette, those sparkling blue eyes, and the freckles on her nose. Imagine all that wisdom, all that sweetness, that inner glow, and she was beautiful besides. No, I wasn't in love. After Amber, I'd learned my lesson. No more silly infatuations or crushes. No woman would have my heart again unless I really knew what I was getting into. I was going to go slowly and carefully into the next relationship, if there ever was one. But boy, was I happy I'd met her. When one resurfaced from the memory, I was seething, incredulous. The audacity. The calloused impudence. Get a grip, Trav, I told myself. Nichols has his reasons for saying what he does. Remember that. Yes. His reasons? What might they be? I asked God why Brandon Nichols was doing this to me. He gave me only part of the answer in a small demonstration. Even I hung up the phone with Nichols's words still turning my insides. I almost started brooding about it. Almost. I could have resorted to my old behavior. I could have sunk into the couch with my chin on my hand or gone for an agitated walk or just paced around the house, but suddenly it hit me, I'd been sinking into the couch and going for walks and pacing the house and brooding about virtually everything for months. Did I really want to do that again? No. Seeing a future with more noting in it, I put the brakes on. Having come to a full stop, I suddenly realized that the Messiah of Antioch liked me when I was broody. It made me a perfect pincushion for his little stabs. While he was finding just the right places to poke me, I was lying there like a lump and taking it, and then brooding about it. Okay. That was part of the answer. As for the rest, that could be the key to the whole problem. I thought I should call Kyle. The telephone rang again. Hello. Travis, this is Linda Sherman. I'm sorry to bother you. She sounded very bothered herself. Is Kyle all right? I asked. She was on the edge of crying. I don't know. He's up at the ranch. You don't mean the Macon Ranch? Yes, the Macon Ranch. He went up there to pray. She quickly added, he said he wasn't going to go on the property. He just wanted to stand on the road. I couldn't talk him out of it. She must have heard my mournful sigh. Her voice took on a defensive tone. Travis, I'd be up there with him except I have to watch the kids. But he hasn't come home and I'm worried about him. You want me to check on him? And talk to him? He needs you, Travis. He respects you. That was news, considering how well we'd been getting along. He respects me. Travis, every time we walk into that church and see all those people and how grounded they are in the Word and how much they love the Lord, and how much they love you, yes, we respect you. We can tell every place you've been. Words wouldn't come. I didn't know what to do with what she'd just said. Travis, please go talk to him. Linda wasn't the only one telling me to go. Okay. I'll go right now. One found Kyle sitting on the hood of his car, on the opposite side of the road from the big stone gate, his wrists on his knees and his fingers interlocked, peering up that long driveway. As I got out of my car, I could see he'd taken a blow. He didn't leap to his feet or holler praise God. He just gave me a tired little wave of greeting and looked up the driveway again. I walked over and sat beside him. The top of the ranch house was just visible beyond the distant rise, and to the left of it, the ridge of the big circus tent. For a moment, we just sat there staring up the driveway. I'd never known Kyle to be so quiet. Finally, I said, I confronted Armand Harrison about his weird doctrines and sexual practices, and I raised the whole question about his belonging to the ministerial. I wrote a letter too, not to the newspaper, but to the other ministers, just asking if they had a problem with it. I guess I don't have to tell you what happened, or what people said, or how some of the ministers felt. Kyle stared up the Macon driveway and said, he isn't Jesus Christ. No. Of course he isn't. But you have to remember, people like Brandon Nichols and Armand Harrison are always going to be around. If you use up all your energy trying to pull them down, you won't have enough left to do the Lord's business, building up the sheep and gaining new ones. You could crash and burn, and after you crash and burn, the bad guys will still be there. I guess you've noticed by now, there are people who like the bad guys. When you live in a world that likes bad guys, the bad guys don't go away. Dee Baylor has left the church and she's recruiting anyone she can find to follow this guy. Adrian and Roger have left, and now Adrian's passing around notes from Jesus that say people shouldn't listen to me. I considered that for a moment, then nodded. HM. That sounds about right. It isn't right. It's deception. It's going to cost people their souls. I put up my hand. Truce. You're right, you're right. Just trying to give you a perspective, that's all. Heresy loves company. He pointed his finger in my face and spoke like a preacher. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing and he's snatching my sheep. I'm not going to stand aside and let him do that. Kyle, as far as Dee and Adrian are concerned, if it hadn't been Nichols it would have been someone else. People like that don't stay in one church very long. They go where the goodies are. I won't stand for it. So what are you going to do? Pray. That's the first thing. I'm going to be up here every day praying that God will defeat this man and his lies. But you're going to be wise, aren't you? He just about snapped at me, but I guess he got my point. He turned away, his pain showing. I pressed it just a little, hoping he'd allow it. Generally speaking, it's not wise to walk right into the enemy's cannon fire. A little caution, a little forethought, a little strategy never hurt anybody. I don't know how in the world he got those scars. He told me they were nail scars. That turned his head. He told you that? I nodded. When did you talk to him? About an hour ago. He told me what happened between him and you. He sounded apologetic, if that helps. Kyle's face seemed permanently twisted with amazement. He talks to you? Yeah. He calls and gives me regular updates. Kyle's amazement twisted his face even more. He calls you? Yep. Why? I thought he'd never ask. Heresy loves company. My hunch is, he's looking for some kind of sympathy, some kind of justification for what he's doing. He thinks I'll agree with him. Kyle thought that over and then nodded with a hint of a smirk. I guess that shouldn't surprise me. But that gives us a handle on him, doesn't it? He has a religious background he's not happy about and something he has to prove. He's after me because he thinks we have something in common. Well, if we have as much in common as he thinks we do, then I might know him better than I think. Are you saying you're going to help me? I remember thinking, now how in the world did it come down to this? As I answered, I guess that's what it comes down to. One took a side trip along the river road just so the drive home would take longer. It was a nice day, I hadn't been down that road yet this spring, and I didn't feel like going home, not yet. I had the window rolled down, the smells of grass, wheat, and river water were rushing through the car, and I felt different. Not good, particularly what I felt was a stirring in my heart I'd known before, a feeling that God was saying, okay, Travis, here's what I'd like you to do next. Kyle and I prayed together before we each headed for home. I prayed for him, he prayed for me, and we didn't pray against Brandon Nichols as much as for him. As mysterious and sinister as he was, I knew, and tried to tell Kyle, that he had an unknown side that needed to be reached. How that would happen there was just no saying, but hold on. Nihat was that in the river? I caught just a brief flicker of it through a break in the trees and brush. I braked to a stop at the first gravel turnout and turned the car around. On any other day I might not have done that, but today I don't know, I guess I was expecting something. I drove back, spotted it again, and pulled off on the opposite shoulder from the river. Only weeks ago, the Spokane River had been running high from the spring snow melt, its banks nearly submerged, its water pea-green from fine, suspended silt. Now it was dropping toward its summer level, changing from green to crystalline blue, and leaving muddy banks where river grass grew tall and sodden drift logs came to rest. I walked to the edge of the riverbank and found out I was right, I really had seen the rear end of an automobile just breaking the surface. It was brown with mud and silt, which relieved my concern that I'd come upon a recent accident. By all appearances, the spring current had pushed it along until it came to rest against a huge fallen log. I looked upriver. About 30 yards upstream was an embankment with access from the road. The embankment dropped like a cliff toward the water, but during the spring runoff the water would have been up to the top edge, making it a perfect spot to ditch a car, or have an accident. That thought now plagued me. The fallen log provided a nice bridge out to the car and I took it, leaving my shoes, socks, and wallet in the grass. The current was brisk, rippling over the log, the car's trunk, and my ankles. The water was clear, however, and all I needed was an angle to avoid the glare of the sun off the water. Just above their rear bumper, I could see the license plate no more than a foot below the rushing surface. It was muddy and obscured. Now I had to consider the temperature of the water, the quality of my clothes, and how far I would have to drive soaking wet. I sat on the log and gasped as the cold water came up to my waist, then swept the mud away with my hand. I could hardly breathe with the river chilling me, but I remained long enough to memorize the license number. Then, dripping and shivering, I hurried up the log and got out of there. The effort may have been worth it. The car had a Montana license plate. 13 gave Brett Henschel a call and he came out to the river to have a look, putting one on some waders and double-checking the license plate. I didn't say anything about the car being from Montana and what that could mean. I was hoping he'd make the connection himself. If he did make the connection, he didn't acknowledge it. Okay, I'll check into it. He threw his waders in the trunk of his squad car and drove off, leaving me standing alone on the river bank, feeling let down. I wanted to think well of him. I wanted to believe he would be objective and do his job as a lawman, but he had been healed by Brandon Nichols, hadn't he? Friday morning, halfway through my breakfast, I heard a lawnmower cutting laps around John Billings's place. I knew John wasn't home, so I had to wonder, now what? I stepped out on my front porch and looked across the street. This was something new, an older, chubby fellow in lemon yellow shorts riding a shiny red Honda mower. Did John hire this guy to do the job Brandon Nichols never finished? Was this the Apostle Paul, or perhaps Abraham? Should I ask? I tried to let it go and finish my breakfast, but 2 bites of bran flakes later, I couldn't stand not knowing. I put down my spoon, went out the door, and crossed the street. It didn't take long for the guy on the mower to come buzzing around again. I waved hello, hoping he'd stop. He did. "Hi, neighbor," he said cheerfully. "Just finishing up the lawn here." He stuck out his hand. "Andy Parmenter. Travis Jordan. I don't think I've seen you before. Are you from around here?" "Nope, Southern California. The wife and I are up here to visit Brandon Nichols for a while." He laughed as he said, "Guess that doesn't come as much of a surprise." I smiled and wagged my head. No. Brandon sent me down here to finish mowing Mr. Billings's grass. Head looks to me like Mr. Billings already mowed it himself, but I guess it's the principle of the thing. Brandon doesn't like leaving things undone. Then he leaned forward over the mower's steering wheel and spoke intensely. "Have you ever met him?" "Yes. On this very spot, as a matter of fact. He's a wonderful man, isn't he? Well, just look at me. Retired executive, rich, successful, and miserable, until we came up here. Now here I am, sitting on a lawnmower mowing a stranger's lawn and feeling like a real human being for the first time. Brandon will do that for you." "Nice mower," I commented. "My contribution to the cause. I've already mowed George Harding's RV park, that's where the wife and I have our motor home." He reflected, shook his head in wonder, and said, "You just can't believe the sense of community that's growing up at the ranch. People are helping, sharing, loving each other. In all my life I've never seen anything like it. I've never felt so glad to be alive. He looked around the neighborhood. This town's a perfect place to start over and do things the right way. You're going to see some changes around here. The changes started that very day, without announcement or warning. Norman Delaire didn't know what to think when 6 strangers showed up at the Wheatland Motel with ladders, brushes, and rollers, ready to give the old place a facelift, free of charge. George Harding's dream of converting some of his land into an RV park flashed into reality as Andy Parmenter, his wife, and 4 other well-to-do Californians pitched in money and labor to get the place up to snuff. The Sundowner Motel, Gary Fisk's rundown enterprise, needed new plumbing and wiring. A plumber from Yakima and an electrician from Seattle showed up together to do something about it, compliments of Brandon Nichols. Michael the Prophet became the energy, if not the brains, behind a project to repaint the white line down the center of the highway through town. A local artist joined that crew and painted colorful heads of wheat at each intersection and rain clouds to mark the location of the fire hydrants. Soon the multitudes will come, Michael proclaimed as the rented line painter wheeled by, and springs of water will burst forth upon the land. No, no, my life isn't different, it's like it's real, it's alive. It's like I've started living after being dead all my life. I just can't believe it, a young girl with green, braided hair told a television reporter. She was operating a forklift, placing trees in big planters along the street. My life used to be such a mess, and now it's like it's just together, you know. We were doing drugs, said a big guy in a red tank top with blue-black tattoos on his arms. He looked at his 2 buddies installing the park bench near the new swing set in the newly mowed and weeded park with the new sign out front, Cephas Macon Memorial Park. Yeah, all of us, we were in the drug scene big time, but that was a dead end. And now you're disciples of Brandon Nichols, is that right? Asked the newspaper reporter. The man nodded. It clicked, that's all. Nichols knows. His 2 friends liked the sound of that. Yeah, Nichols knows, they yelled. Armand Harrison didn't look good in person and looked even worse on camera, but that didn't stop him from waxing verbose when given the chance. We are now coordinating with the local businesses to carry out a major renovation of Antioch's historic district, hoping it will represent what we are as a people, a melting pot of different backgrounds, convictions, and ideals all living in harmony. This is, I believe, what Antioch stands for, and this is the ideal to which Brandon Nichols has lent his voice. At the core of our hearts, nothing is new here. But the time has come to bring our common vision into a tangible reality. We, at this point, his lips kept moving but a reporter talked over him. Those who saw the news clip say his lips moved without sound at the beginning also, and the volume didn't come up until he got to "This is the ideal to which Brandon Nichols has lent his voice." Armand made it a point to get his people involved in the wave of goodness that swept over the town. Many of them were skilled craftspeople, masons, painters, drywallers, carpenters, concrete workers, and he wanted them seen as they turned out and pitched in, helping, joining, working hand in hand with the Nichols bunch. He never bothered to mention that he and his people were being paid for the work they did, meaning there was some hard practicality hidden behind all that benevolence. Few of his people asked probing questions, but all understood the money was coming from the direction of the Macon Ranch. Even Penny Adams, the girl with the healed hand, was moving into the realm of goodness. Out of the blue, she walked into Florence Tyler's little clothing boutique and offered to vacuum and dust. Florence didn't trust her, at least up until today, but things seemed so magically different in the town that she got caught up in it and gladly handed Penny a dust rag. Penny said nothing about what she expected to be paid. She just set to work, humming quietly to herself. Florence waited on customers, all of whom were buzzing about the changes happening in the town, and she marveled. One was glad to be on the sidelines watching when the local ministers started to react to all this. Sid Meier was happy, neighborly, and neither for nor against it. Burton Eddy encouraged his congregation to join up, pitch in, and be a part of it, for this kind of unity, he said, was God's purpose for all of us on earth. Bob Fisher felt no hesitation in questioning Brandon Nichols's doctrine and intentions, but apart from that, he kept preaching according to the same format in the same order of service he'd always had at his church. His people, being warned, went ahead with a dessert auction and spaghetti social and hardly felt a bump. Father Vendetti encouraged his people to participate with anything that would be good for the town, but he reminded them that Our Lady also had its own charitable programs that should not be neglected. Paul Daly was quite flustered when he talked to me about it. I feel ambivalent, he said. Nichols and his people are doing good works and that's good, but by joining him in doing good, we could be making his teachings and claims look good, which could be bad if Nichols himself proves to be bad, which means it could actually be bad for us to be doing all this good. But in not joining him to do good, we all look bad. He shook his head. Phew. He has us over a barrel, doesn't he? At the end of the day, Florence Tyler was beginning to feel some ambivalence of her own. After Penny Adams had dusted, vacuumed, and left, Florence went to a dress rack to show a customer a cute flowery dress and discovered the dress was gone. She said nothing to the customer, but did take a look at the accessories rack, where she discovered a bracelet and necklace were also missing. The customer left without buying anything, and Florence, convinced she could have sold that flowery dress, began to imagine how right it would be for Penny's healed hand to be crippled again. In the back of the Antioch Harvester and Office Supply, Nancy Barons was bent low over her desk, carefully checking some contact prints with a magnifier. Kim Staples, her assistant, reporter, photographer, and lab tech, stood nearby to hear Nancy's verdict. I can't believe how everything's happening all at once, Nancy commented, her face only inches from the photo sheet. I ran my legs off today, Kim reported, and I still didn't get it all. I just got word there's a roofing party going on over at Maud Henley's. Nancy looked up from the prints. You're kidding? Think it's the same people who fixed up the flower beds in the park? The Barclay transplants? Yeah. Kim pointed to a sheet of prints and Nancy took a close look with her magnifier hair. Yeah. Kim? Yeah. Is that really that guy's rear end sticking out? Oh, did that get in the picture? Man, with all this charity going around you'd think someone would give him a decent pair of pants. Oh brother. What? There's Armand Harrison again? He was there. What can I say? Nancy straightened up to scan all the contact sheets before her. He was at the sandblasting in the historical district, the painting of the Wheatland Motel, the placing of the trees on Main Street. Kim pointed, and he was there for the refilling of the White Line painter. How many Armand Harrisons are there? Kim gave a little shrug. He likes to have his picture taken. Nancy gave an irritated huff. We ought to be charging him for all the free PR. She started circling her selections with a white marker. Okay, let's run this one of the sandblasting, and this one of the tree planting. Is there a picture of the park without Armand in it? Kim tapped on one. Nancy circled it. And then maybe you can get a shot of the roofing job at Maud Henley's. But no Armands and no rear ends. You repeat yourself. Nancy laughed. I wasn't going to say it. The bell over the front jingled. Ah, a customer. Kim took 2 steps into the store area and stopped dead in her tracks. Oh, Nancy stood and looked around the room divider. As soon as the customer walked closer and removed his baseball cap, she recognized Brandon Nichols. Hi, he said. Anyone else could have come through that DCH, and Nancy would have felt relaxed and neighborly. The sight of Brandon Nichols made her feel instantly objective. Hello. What can I do for you? I was wondering if you might have a few minutes. Nancy looked down at her desk. I guess so. He approached her as if he would offer his hand. She nodded toward the chair. Have a seat. He veered to the chair, his hat in his hands. She sat at her desk and put on a business smile. Well, I never expected to see you come in here. He smiled. You look great. Thank you, she replied, taking it as flattery. She was wearing a loose knit blouse and jeans, something appropriate enough for the office, but not striking. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. The reason I came is, first of all, to thank you for your fair and understanding treatment of everything we've been trying to do. Obviously, it's easy to be misunderstood by the public at large and by the press, but I think your reporting on our efforts has been a credit to your paper and a good boost for the town. It's been interesting. Exciting. But do you mind if I ask you, where's the money coming from to pay for all this labor and material? Donations. A lot of the folks who've come to the ranch had money but no purpose in life. Now they have a vision to embrace, something worthwhile to invest in. Which is? Excuse me. Why are you fixing up the town? What's the purpose? He smiled, a dreamy look in his eyes. Maybe it's to get as close as we can to heaven on earth, a clean and lovely place for the spiritually seeking. And the work itself is a healing salve in people's lives. It gives them the ability to create a change with their own hands and resources. In today's world that means a lot. I suppose a cleaner, brighter town would enhance your marketability, would be good for everyone. Okay. But... He nervously rubbed his hands together. What I said about the spirit of the town? That's another reason I'm here. If I may, I'd like to speak up on Carl Sherman's behalf. She made a curious face. I know that he tends to be a little blunt, a little. He chuckled and flipped his hands palms up. Well, you know and I know we know. But I didn't come to Antioch to divide people. Mine is a mission of peace and brotherhood, and given time, I have hopes that Carl Sherman and I can work things out. That's a lot of hope. He gave a little shrug. Well, we have to start somewhere. I'll go first. So you didn't care for my editorial? He slid his chair closer and lowered his voice a little. It was brilliant, almost surgical in its precision. But it was cutting. No pun intended. He laughed, gazing at her. Oh, perhaps intended. She felt his eyes on her, but tried to quell the uncomfortable feelings that assaulted her. Of course he was looking at her. They were talking. I felt that Reverend Sherman was trying to bar you from the neighborhood on purely religious grounds, and from where I view history, that's something we've seen too much of already. Oh, I agree. It's people that matter, not what they believe. So are you, Jesus Christ? He chuckled. It depends on who you ask. People who wish to believe that may do so. And if they don't? They just don't. She leaned toward him. I want to know who you are really. Brandon Nichols, ranch hand from Missoula. Who used to work at the Harmon Ranch. There was the slightest pause before he answered, That's right. I talked to the Harmons. They say you worked there for 5 years. Why'd you quit? It was time to move on. They never saw you do any miracles, either. What changed? First you're in Missoula herding cattle and horses, and the next thing anyone knows, you're in Antioch acting like Jesus. He smiled knowingly. At first, Jesus was a carpenter in Nazareth, and the next thing anyone knew, he was preaching in synagogues and turning water into God. Any family anywhere. He slid his chair closer. I can see we have a lot to talk about. We should get together for lunch sometime, or perhaps dinner at the ranch. I'd feel freer to discuss such things. He reached out his hand, if there weren't other people around. She had a pencil in her hand. She held it out to intercept his hand gently. "Could you do me a favor? I'd like you to refrain from touching me." He withdrew his hand and leaned back in the chair. "Certainly. I've seen what happens when you touch people. Brett Henschel's never been the same." He seemed pleased at her observation. "No, he certainly hasn't, nor have 100 or so others I've touched. But what I've done for individuals I want to do for the whole town. This town needs a special touch, and I hope to provide that over the weeks and months ahead." "Where are you from originally?" "You mean, before Missoula?" "That's right." "Where were you born?" "Where'd you grow up?" "It'll cost you dinner with me." He was smiling at her, waiting for an answer. Something in his eyes chilled her. She called, "Kim." Kim looked up. "Let's get a picture of Mr. Nichols to go with our story." "Sure thing." Kim reached for her camera. Nichols was on his feet. "Not today, come on," Nancy prodded, "it'll only take a second." "The dinner invitation is still open. Call me at the ranch." He turned and hurried through the store and out the door. Kim stood with her camera, eyebrows high with surprise. "Wow. Like Superman and Kryptonite," said Nancy. "Was he hitting on you? Or?" Nancy turned to her desk. "I could never prove it to anybody." Kim stood there, waiting. "Yes, he was," Nancy finally answered, and by now she was shuffling through papers and yellow post-it notes trying to find a phone number. Ah, there it was. Nevin Sorrell, Mrs. Macon's lanky, former hired hand, had said he had something very serious to tell her about Brandon Nichols. At the time he called, Nancy wasn't interested in gossipy stuff from a resentful semi-literate, but she was seeing things a little differently now. As for what Morgan Elliott was thinking, I hadn't heard, that is, until she called and asked to see me, which was the last thing I expected. I'd mostly been friends with her late husband, Gabe, and apart from the ministerial meetings, hadn't seen much of Morgan after his death. Considering my reputation with the open-minded, liberal, and tolerant faction of the ministerial, and her apparent alignment with that camp, it seemed best to steer clear of her anyway. Well, so much for that. What she wanted to see me about I had no idea, but I now had an official, 3 o'clock appointment with Pastor Elliott. I arrived promptly, parked in front of the Methodist church, and went through the big double doors. A lady in jeans was mopping the floor in the foyer and told me yes, the pastor was in her office, located at the front of the sanctuary, through a door just to the right of the chancel. I'd forgotten how classy this old church was, and enjoyed my shone walk down the center aisle. This was a building in the old tradition, dark stone on the outside, fancy woodwork and plaster on the inside, with a high, vaulted ceiling and stained glass windows. The pews were stout and hand-carved, the deep red cushions a later improvement. The original floorboards under the carpet had been squeaking in the same places for decades, and overhead were the black iron chandeliers that came by ship and rail from England in 1924. Gabe told me all about it. The door to the pastor's office was open and I could see Reverend Morgan Elliott seated at her desk in a dark suit, white blouse, and dark blue scarf. Her long, curly hair was pinned back $, and she was working intently, her round glasses perched on the end of her nose. Feeling some anxiety, I knocked gently on the door jamb. She looked up and smiled, and then she stood, extending her hand. "Hi. Please come in." I shook her hand and took the chair facing her desk. I had no idea how I should conduct myself, as a friend. A neighbor? A fellow professional? Maybe a condemned heretic? I'd just have to wait and see. "So how in the world are you?" she asked, setting aside her work and then resting her chin on her fingers. "Doing all right." It was a comfortable, generic kind of answer. "How about yourself?" She didn't answer quickly, and her answer wasn't comfortable for either of us. I have some things I need to talk with you about. Oh. I once had a vice principal who said exactly those words in exactly that tone of voice. Not knowing whether to expect a chat or a lecture, I ventured, "This is kind of unusual, you and I having a meeting." She shrugged one shoulder. "I'm taking a chance that I've read you correctly. If I had this meeting with anyone else, I'd get a party line, predictable answer or no answer at all. But you seem to be in a different place right now." A different place. She cocked her head to one side and gave an apologetic smile. "You faced down Armand Harrison in front of the whole ministerial. You organized a picket protest outside the theater when they showed an X-rated movie. You led a march for Jesus down the highway through town. You were pastoring Antioch Pentecostal Mission long before Gabe and I got here, and we always knew what to expect from you." I caught her point. "Things have changed a little. I'm guessing you're on the outside. Things have to look different from out there. Do they?" I stared at her, off balance. "Do they?" she asked again. I knew the answer, but I was dumbfounded to hear Morgan Elliott asking the question. "Yes. They do. Things look a lot different. Not always in focus, but definitely different. Then maybe we can compare notes. Things are starting to look different to me too, and I'm not sure what to do about it." She looked at the ceiling and squinted as if seeing something in the distance. "I have this picture in my mind. I'm 18, getting ready to leave home, and I'm standing out in the yard in front of my parents' house in San Jose. I've got clothes in a big duffel bag and a guitar in one of those cheap cardboard cases, and I'm leaving, heading out on my own. But I'm looking back toward the front door, and my folks and my brother and sister are standing there, calling to me, beckoning, telling me to come back inside. You don't belong out there, come back inside, you need to stay here." She stopped abruptly and asked, "Does any of this sound familiar?" "Maybe. Is there more?" She looked away, replaying the scene in her mind. "Part of me wants to go back. I mean, it was home. It was secure. I liked living with my folks. It's not like I was rebellious. Aha. But somehow, Abruptly, she reached for a yellow legal pad on her desk. "Maybe we can talk about that later." She nervously consulted a list she'd scribbled on the yellow pad. "I've been racking my brain all morning, well, for several days, actually, and I've narrowed down the topics to 3, my church and I aren't getting along, Brandon Nichols isn't Jesus." That was 2. I sat there waiting. She sighed, looked at the wall, built up her nerve, and gave me the 3rd, Michael the prophet is my son. I didn't react. I couldn't. I had to hear her say that again. "Excuse me." She looked directly at me. She even leaned into it. "Michael the prophet, you know, that crazy guy with the shawl and the staff and the cut-off jeans, and the phony British accent?" "That's the one. Michael is my son. Michael Elliott." Slowly, jarringly, the memory dawned. "I remember you and Gabe talking about Michael. But I never met him. He didn't come to Antioch with us. He'd left home by then, and had started his wanderings. We got lots of letters and calls, but he never came home again. He had to be out there. He took in about a year of college, then traveled to India to discover himself and got dysentery. On the way back, he had himself baptized in the Jordan River. He's searching. And now he's found Brandon Nichols." She gave a slow, painful nod. "He thinks Brandon Nichols is Jesus. He told me that to my face." I didn't mean to smile. "And you have a problem with that?" She huffed in frustration. "Isn't that the limit? I guess I'm upset because he's my son." Now that was fascinating. "Ha! I know what you're thinking. I hesitated to say it. Go on. Well, we have heard it said that love means you don't question or challenge another person's beliefs. But now we have a case in which, because you truly love someone, you don't want them to be deceived. Exactly. So it matters to you what they believe. And therefore I'm upset that Brandon Nichols is deceiving my son. How intolerant of you. She nodded. How very intolerant. She rested back in her chair, strong emotions just under the surface. But I know, that Brandon Nichols isn't Jesus, and if he isn't Jesus, then someone else must be, and I'm very sorry we never told Michael. Pardon me for bearing my soul, but I'm haunted by the thought that he believes in Brandon Nichols because there was nothing for him to believe in at home. For what it's worth, I said, Brandon Nichols isn't Jesus, and someone else, she said with a flourish, thank you for saying so. We were eye to eye across that desk. So things are looking different now. She drew a deep breath and stared into the past. I was comfortable. I had my ministry, my little bag of pet beliefs and non-beliefs, my own congregation of followers. But now I can't sit still. I can't rest. I'm like my son. She met my eyes again. I want to know something for sure. Very radical idea, I know. And some of the people in my congregation, the old guard, the pillars, the heavy givers, don't want me to look. They are afraid of my asking. They like the old Morgan, the cheerful little lady who smiled and made them feel good and never ventured further than these four walls. She added with a bitter note, the one who preached so much but said so little. They like Brandon Nichols. They don't see anything wrong with him, just like Michael. She halted. Her eyes glistened with tears. So you're standing out in the yard again, and Mom and Dad are calling to you to come back. And I can't, she said angrily, her voice cracking. She reached for a facial tissue and removed her glasses to dab her eyes. Excuse me. I rested back in my chair, stunned that I would have something in common with Morgan Elliott, of all people. So you're on the outside too. That touched just the right nerve deep inside her. The tears overflowed, and she chuckled with embarrassment. I'm so sorry. It's okay. She grabbed another tissue and blew her nose. I'm 42, an ordained minister with a congregation. She stopped, pulled in a deep breath, and spoke in a steadier voice. And I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. I can't go back. I can't be what I was before, and the people are getting worried and I don't know what to tell them. And Brandon Nichols brought all this on. She shook her head. I was working on it before this. He just pushed it ahead several spaces, that's all. He pressed the issue. Exactly. Well, I said with a hint of sarcasm, I know your problem. You just need to have a quiet time every day, read your Bible and pray. One do. I scowled. That's funny. It always works for everyone else. She caught my drift. So they tell me. Except I'm taking the Bible too literally. I've been told I'm backslidden. I've been told I'm starting to sound like a fundamentalist. I need to come back to the Lord. I need to quit sweating the details and just love everyone. I started laughing. She started laughing. It was like having an inside joke between us, and I could hardly believe it. In that little cubicle in that staid old church in the center of that troubled town, two people who hadn't laughed in quite a while found something they could chuckle about together. So what can we do about Brandon Nichols? She asked. By now I couldn't help thinking that God had something brewing. I guess we'll know when the time comes. She smiled. God is here with us, isn't he? Even on the outside. We prayed, the Reverend Elliot and I. I think it worked. As I left the church, I asked the Lord just what he was doing, and as usual, he left me to figure it out. At any rate, I was very glad she called. Glad I came. As she had said, God was with us, even on the outside. I hadn't always felt that way. 14 There are smells you never forget. Every once in a while I'll sniff just the right combination of beer and cigarette smoke and immediately recall my short and failing career as a bluegrass musician. I was 19 going on 20, and still in a state of mind where what I wanted had to be what the Lord wanted. Consequently, it had to be God's will for me to be playing in dark taverns with black light posters on the walls and aging waitresses dressed in sequined, low-cut blouses. There had to be some kind of godly mission in playing my banjo until 2 in the morning while I absorbed cigarette smoke into my clothes. Once an uncle asked me what I was doing, and I told him about my band. He asked me, "How many of them have you won to the Lord?" I answered honestly, "As many as wanted to be," which was another way of saying, none. Our group, the Mountain Victrola, was about as stable as it was godly. The guitar player always had some weird chemical in his brain and a recent message from somewhere unseen. The bass player had a standing offer from another band that made better money, and he owned our PAR system. The mandolin player owned the station wagon we used to haul ourselves around, but he was catching flack from his old lady and figured he'd have to quit. The dobro player was constantly depressed and kept talking about joining up with his brother in a fruit and produce business. We weren't very good and we weren't improving, and most of all, we were poor. $50 a night, for the whole band of 5, was not what one would call a starlit stairway. There's a psalm that tells us not to be like a wild donkey that needs to be bridled, and a proverb that says a wicked man will have his fill of his own ways. Mix those two ideas together and you have a good description of my spiritual state the last night I played with that band. We were taking a break, sitting in a booth in the Cedar Tavern in Seattle. It was after midnight, we still had 2 more 40-minute sets of music to play, and there were about 5 people there to listen to us. The place was dark and smoky. The jukebox was thumping. I could see my underwear glowing through my clothes under the black lights. My friends were smoking, griping about the money, and talking about what they could be doing instead of this. I was sipping from a Coke and pondering the same question. Folks have asked me how and when God called me into the ministry, and I've never had a definite answer. The way God designed me, I would have ended up in the ministry eventually. I could have wandered around for a few more years pursuing all sorts of dreams and ambitions, music, acting, banjo making, ditch digging, but one overriding fact determined my destiny: I loved the Lord deeply and wanted to serve Him. Given that, my being in the ministry was a foregone conclusion and only a matter of time. All I had to do was make up my mind, choose the right road, and stay on it. That night at the Cedar Tavern, I did. West Bethel College seemed the natural choice. It was strictly a Bible institute when Dad went there, and there was only one, not an east in Visitation, Illinois and a west near Portland, Oregon. It's where he met Mom, and I still have Dad's big exhaustive concordance with Mom's personal note in the front, to Wayne Travis Jordan upon graduation, the 28th of May, 1948, Bethel Bible Institute. 3 of my dad's brothers graduated from there, and a majority of my cousins. By the time my older brother, Steve, graduated from there in 1971, so many other Jordans had gone there over the years that the professors kept getting Steve's name mixed up with theirs. In the fall of 1973, the profs had to learn the name of still another Jordan. I cut my hair, shaved my beard, bought a new Bible, and signed up. At 21 I was a little older than most of my classmates, but at least I'd worked some of the wild donkey out of my system. While my classmates were squirting shaving cream down each other's pants and putting detergent in the main entry fountain, I just wanted to study and pray. I'd been wandering long enough and I loved being home again, immersed in the Pentecostal culture I'd known since childhood. We called each other brother and sister, said praise God and hallelujah whether things were going well or poorly, raised our hands toward heaven when we worshipped, and spoke in tongues when we prayed. God was free to move among us, and He did. I felt safe here. The presence of God in the chapel services was warm and familiar, and my faith became something I could feel again, something deeply human. It was a protected environment. Pentecostal students from all over the country and some from overseas left their parents at home and came here to be parented by the college their parents paid for. We had a dress code and a hair code, strict rules governing dating, and required church attendance. You had to file a report every Monday morning. Going to a movie could get you expelled, and as for alcohol and tobacco, you didn't even want to have the smell on you. We didn't dance, gamble, swear, stay out late, or make out, and if anyone did, angels told the dean about it every time. I didn't mind the rules. I didn't agree with all of them, but I didn't mind them. Shorter hair was easier to manage. I was a guy, so it was okay to wear pants, and I liked the church I was attending without fail every Sunday. As for romantic inclinations, the dean, the dorm parents, and the school administrators didn't have to worry about me. I still regarded my love life as something like electroshock therapy for smokers. Associate enough pain with it and you can kick the habit. Then, much to my surprise, I saw an old acquaintance again. Halfway through the fall quarter, a girls' trio calling themselves the King's Carolians. Back in Bible school, every music group was a King's this or a Master's that, besides all the different Maranathas going around, sang their debut number in morning chapel, and they had my undivided attention. For one thing, their style was really pushing the edge. One of the girls was actually patting out the rhythm on her leg, and I think I saw a few heads in the crowd bobbing with the beat. I was certain this song did not come out of our black-shaped note hymnals. But what threw me was the alto standing in the middle. It was Marian Giardali, the girl in the blue dress I encountered clear back at Christian Chapel. I wondered why I hadn't noticed her around campus before this, but taking a good look at her now, I could see she'd changed since our long talk in the hospital waiting room. Her hair was a little longer and had a gentle wave to it, and the silver barrette was gone. Her eyes seemed bigger, and today they were sparkling as the sunlight came through the chapel windows. Her figure was adequately shrouded in a purple dress that met college specs, but it did not escape my notice as being somewhat improved. Marian Giardali. I couldn't believe it. I knew this girl, sort of. I mean, we had met once. I wondered if she would remember me. C.A. Bansorth, the college president, preached that morning. I don't remember much of that sermon, just him trying to get us all charged up and repeating the phrase, fresh oil, fresh oil, fresh oil. I was too busy maintaining situational awareness as to Marian's location in the chapel, front row, right side, fourth from the right, and trying to figure out how I might intercept her on the way out, just to say hi. C.A. finished, we stood to sing our closing song. Rick Parks, the student body president, said the closing prayer, and we were out of there. I'd been sitting halfway back on the left side, in the middle of the pew. She left the chapel through the right front door. I maneuvered, dodged, and weaved through the body traffic, got to that door, and pushed my way outside. She was with someone. His name was Lauren Bullard, a junior, a super jock, at least a foot taller than me and that much wider around the chest. A starter on the basketball and football teams. A weightlifter. He played classical piano with scale runs, rapid arpeggios and vast chord extensions. He drove a great car. And he was a nice guy, really. He was bold and confident, devoted to the Lord, and wanted to be a missionary. I stood there a moment, watching them go down the brick walkway across the campus, talking and laughing, just the two of them. They were a charming couple. Marian had made a good choice, I had to admit. Which didn't say much for me. My credentials, shipyard working, bar playing banjo picker, looked pretty dim next to the glimmer of Lauren Bullard's. Well, sometime I would say hi to her, just to say hi. Perhaps she would remember me. A week or so later, my roommate, Ben, and I were trying to play a few tunes in the hub. That was what we called S.J. Marquardt Hall, the place where we bought snacks, got our mail, and socialized. Ben had learned to play guitar from a Peter, Paul, and Mary songbook and had no idea how to play a bluegrass rhythm. I wanted to play Foggy Mountain Breakdown, but for that song to work, the guitar has to going boom chunk boom chunk. All I could get out of Ben was sling-a-ding-a-dinger, and it sounded awful. I set the banjo aside, took the guitar again, showed him again, talked it through again. Okay, bass string first, then brush down, then alternate bass string, then brush down, and then she came in. Not since the hospital had I seen her so close. She had her hair in a ponytail this time, and wore a colourful blouse with a denim skin, kind of like a cowgirl. Our eyes met and, having no words come to mind, I smiled. She stopped and looked at me, and I could see recognition working its way into her expression. Have we met before? Sharon Iverson, I said softly, knowing the delicacy of the subject matter. Christian Chapel. The hospital. She put her hand over her mouth and replied with wide eyes, "You look so different." Well, so do you. And I meant every word. She shook my hand. What was your name? Travis Jordan. This is Ben Springfield. We exchanged introductions and majors. Ben and I were both Bible majors. I was heading for pastoral ministry, Ben felt called to missions. Marion was undecided as yet, but leaning toward a business major. She noticed Ben's guitar still in my hands. That's right. You said you were a musician. I love the guitar. Ben grinned at me. We were just, playing some bluegrass, I said. Her eyes brightened. Bluegrass. And then he came in. The whole room seemed to sink under the weight of his glory, and he drew attention like a black hole sucking up all the light. Marion jumped up and hurried toward him. You're late. Sorry was all he said, moving toward the piano in the corner of the room. Marion and the other two King's Carolians followed after him like baby quail after their mother, and gathered around the piano to work out a new song. Lauren Bullard took one look at the sheet music they placed before him and began to pound a veritable symphony out of that old upright, scales, arpeggios, minor sixths, 13ths, dominant sevenths. The tall girl, Julie, started singing her lead part, then Marion and Chris joined in, and it sounded better than good. Conversation in the room stopped. Kids out at the mailboxes came into the room to see what record was playing. I turned to Ben. He was watching and listening, his face, and his mind, I suppose, a blank. I handed him his guitar and reminded him, boom chunk, winter quarter. Marion Giardoli and I finally landed in a class together, Old Testament survey, and occasionally sat near enough to each other to exchange greetings and how are yous. The prof put us on a committee to create a huge banner of an Old Testament timeline. She liked my cartoon renderings of Moses and Abraham, and I liked her lettering. So you play the banjo too, she exclaimed when I finally told her. You have to play it for us sometime. Lauren Bullard accompanied me on that same upright piano in the hub, and what he could do for the King's Carolians he did for Foggy Mountain Breakdown. That a guy with such musical ability would deign to boom chunk for a banjo player really impressed me. He deserved Marion. Thus Marion and I became friends, like a brother and sister in the Lord. We served on committees and tackled school projects together. She gave me advice on how better to socialize, I gave her advice on Lauren. The King's Carolians even asked me to critique how they looked on stage. I used to be a professional musician, after all. It was a comfortable and mutually affirming relationship. Even so, The better I got to know her, the more I could sense she had a hidden side. We could talk about creation versus evolution, or whether we were pre, mid or post-trib. We could discuss politics and how involved we should be. We could talk about my family and her family and how each of us was raised and how we'd want to raise our own kids whenever we had any with whomever we married. But we couldn't talk about her. Not really. There was some kind of terrible wound deep inside her, and every time our conversation came too close, she'd shy away, change the subject, find something to laugh about. I knew she was hurting and I hurt for her, but I couldn't help. The other two Carolians, Julie and Chris, had to be privy to whatever it was, because the three girls always made it to the altar after Saturday night chapel so Julie and Chris could pray for Marion. The way she would cry and her two friends wail and speak in tongues over her, I grieved to think what awful burden she had to be carrying. I determined I would pray for her as well. I couldn't pray for her in chapel because guys could only pray with guys and girls with girls, but I had a workable alternative. Our church's missionaries always give out prayer cards to remind people to pray for them. Prayer cards are usually a photograph of the missionary or missionaries and their family, along with their name, the country in which they are serving, and whatever additional information will fit. You get a prayer card, take it home, post it somewhere, and it serves as a prayer request every time you see it. In the spirit of that tradition, I loaned Ben my camera so he could sneak some pictures of Marion. Her image measured less than an inch tall on the 3x5 prints, but I trimmed off the D.R. Smedley Residence Hall, the H.L. Boren Library, and 4 of the trees along the M.T. Hirchhauser Memorial Walkway and taped what was left to my desk. While studying, or while flossing my teeth before bed, I'd see that minuscule photo of Marion Giardeli and I'd say a simple prayer for her: Dear Lord, please take care of Marion. Take away the pain in her heart and grant her your grace and peace. Amen. Then I'd pray for Lauren Bullard just to keep everything in balance. The Harvest Time Social at West Bethel College was, for all practical purposes, a Halloween party with all the evil elements expunged. Everyone else in the Western world was dressing up in costumes, bobbing for apples, and acting silly on the 31st of October. The students at West Bethel wanted to do the same, but in a Christian context, and so it came to pass. Each year we decorated the B. McGuire Gymnasium with fall colors, autumn leaves, and dried corn stalks, then set up the hoop shoot, cakewalk, pie-throwing booth, and dunk tank. The guys would bring dates, we'd have a talent show and costume contest, and we would go as nuts as kids at West Bethel College could go. This year, the King's Carolians had their eyes on the costume contest and were determined to win it. The Christmas before, Julie's church in Anchorage had gone to great lengths to put on a gala Christmas musical with a singing Christmas tree and choreographed nativity scene. They'd constructed camel, sheep, and cow costumes for actors to wear and dance around in, and a special donkey Mary could ride. That donkey was the best part, something right out of Disneyland. The guy playing the front end could bob the donkey's head, make its mouth move, and even bat the donkey's eyelashes with a little lever. The guy playing the back end had the tougher job, he had to carry Mary on his back. Viv and Julie returned from Anchorage in the fall. She brought that donkey with her, and she and Marion stashed it in their room, keeping it top secret until they could spring it on the rest of us. Marion, Julie, and Chris signed up for the costume contest, putting down their names for the judges in case they couldn't be recognized, something worth extra points, by the way. They bought brown cloth and sewed in shifts, repairing rips and tears, adding row upon row of brown fringe, and tailoring the donkey's body to fit theirs. Since Chris was the smallest, they appointed her to ride. Since this was a harvest time social and not a Christmas social, they fashioned a beard and ragged robe for Chris and dubbed the donkey Balaam's ass. The party was set for the 31st of October. The 30th of October, Julie came down with the flu. The day of the party, Marion pulled me aside and, with Julie and Chris's blessing, broke the code of silence. I wanted to help, but... You're sure you can't find someone else? She was begging me. Laurie's going as Lot's wife and Sue's going as Noah's Ark. I can't go asking all around because that'll spoil the surprise. Can't Chris be the rear end? She's supposed to be Balaam. I thought it through. I couldn't be Balaam, I was too big. What about you being the rear end? She was getting disgusted with me. We tailored the front end to fit me, and besides, I can't carry Chris on my back, and besides that, the donkey in the Bible was a girl. I have to carry Chris on my back. Not all of her. You'll be holding my waist, so I'll carry some of the weight. Holding her waist. Wow. I may have been sinning, but boy, what a thought. It almost kept me from suggesting my final out, what about Lauren? She looked down and even blushed a bit. He's the one we want to surprise. Oh, he was going to be surprised, all right. We got into the costume behind a van in the gymnasium parking lot. Chris kept repeating her lines as she put on her ragged robe and white beard. Because you have abused me. I wish there were a sword in my hand, for now I would kill you. Marion was already wearing the donkey's front legs, baggy, fringy things with knobby knees and round black hooves, held up by thick suspenders. It was the first time I'd ever seen her in pants. She held the rear legs while I stepped into them. What have I done to you, that you have struck me these 3 times, she said, rehearsing the question Chris had already answered. Chris and I lowered the donkey's neck and head over Marion, and then I bent over and grabbed Marion's waist while Chris draped the donkey's body over me, and then a striped wool blanket for a biblical-looking saddle. Marion and I crouched, and Chris climbed on. Oh, I said when Chris's weight settled. This was going to be a long night. Chris whacked me with her stick, not meaning for it to hum the way it did, I'm sure. Come on, you old donkey. Let's go. Marion led the way across the parking lot and I, with arms propped on her waist and Balaam on my back, followed. I could see the ground passing below me, then the steps up to the gymnasium, and finally the gymnasium floor. The party was already in full swing as we entered, and the reaction from all the partygoers was tremendously favorable. I could hear the gasps, applause, and cheers. Whack. Balaam hit me again. Marion wiggled the donkey's head around and said, "Ho-ee-ee. What have I done to you, that you have struck me these 3 times? Chris hit me again, and I felt it, and she said, because you have abused me. I wish there were a sword in my hand, for now I would kill you. I could see the feet of the students gathering around to see the show. They caught on right away. Balaam's ass. Try donkey, said someone else. Marion kept walking around and I kept watching the gym floor passing under my feet, the center line, the 3-point line, the foul shot line. She jerked that head around so much I thought we'd fall over. Am I not your donkey on which you have ridden, and, taken you places and stuff? If scripture memorization was good for points, we just lost some. We made several circuits around the floor, repeating the same little scene as Balaam beat his donkey on the backside, and then someone finally helped Balaam get off and lead his donkey by the halter. I thanked the Lord. We stayed inside that costume for another half hour because Marion insisted we let the judges get the full effect. I could see drops of my sweat falling to the gym floor and I could smell myself. Finally I heard the voice of T.N. Nelson, the Dean of Students, announcing that the judges had reached a decision. The place fell quiet. Balaam got on my back, gave me a whack, and we trotted to the front of the gym where a platform was set up. I could hear the tally sheet rattling in the hands of T.N. Nelson as he spoke. 3rd place goes to... Suspenseful pause. Lauren Bullard, as Samson. I could hear everyone applauding and I knew Lauren was stepping up on the platform. I'd heard that he borrowed a long hairpiece from one of the girls. The chest and arms he didn't have to borrow. No doubt he was scanning the crowd, wondering where his date was. Maybe we wouldn't win. Maybe we could just lose quietly and get out of there. Second place goes to. Same pause. Sue Dwightman, as Noah's Ark. The crowd hooted, cheered, and laughed. Sue was a real character and a notable scale tipper. I knew she'd be playing this for laughs. And this time he really milked the pauses. First prize was aching. The winner is Balaam's ass, somebody whispered wishfully. My back, Julie Ford, Marion Giardley, and Chris Anderson. The crowd went nuts as Balaam's donkey. Marion squealed with delight while Chris bounced up and down on my back cheering. H-E-E-E-E. Come on, you old donkey. Whack. We went up the steps onto the platform, still one cohesive donkey and rider, as everyone clapped and cheered and brayed like donkeys. As if being rescued from under a collapsed building, I felt the weight of the prophet lift from me, then the saddle blanket, then the donkey's back. The air in the gym wafted over my body, cool and refreshing. I stood, dripping wet, squinting in the light, stretching my spine. From the expressions on the faces of all the biblical characters and objects standing below me, I quickly surmised they were expecting to see Julie Ford. Their eyes were wide. The guys were roaring. Some of the girls had their hands over their mouths. There were some red faces. I saw a few thumbs up. I looked at Marion, just taking off the donkey's head. She was drenched in sweat herself, her hair stuck to her forehead, but she was beaming. Lauren just stood there grinning, shaking his head, applauding. She had surprised him, all right. Victory. Chris, Marion, and I took a bow and received our blue ribbon. It was a great moment. But it wouldn't last. One guess Chris didn't get in trouble because she remained above it all. Marion got in trouble because she headed up the team. I got in trouble because I was right in the middle of it. You had to be aware of how inappropriate it would be. T.N. Nelson said, glaring at me across his desk. I was standing in his office the morning after the Harvest Time social, prepared to receive my blindfold and last request. Sister Dudley, the iron-jawed Dean of Women, sat to Brother Nelson's left. Brother Smith, the balding and tough-surfaced Dean of Men, sat to his right. All three looked grimmer than any Christian should ever look. Well? Brother Nelson asked me in the arched manner of a holy inquisitor, weaving and wiggling a fountain pen through his fingers. Sir, my main concern was how much they wanted to win. Sister Dudley mimicked Brother Nelson's expression, but with her tight lips and narrow eyes, she looked a lot scarier. And what else were you thinking about? How much my back ached. She sniffed a derisive laugh and rolled her eyes. You enjoyed it? I thought she was getting personal. I could hardly enjoy sweating under a hot blanket with a girl on my back, and I fell silent as the dual meaning of my protest washed over me. Don't stop there, Jordan. Your grave's almost deep enough. Sister Dudley fell backward in her seat as if she'd been slapped. Brother Smith looked away so she wouldn't see him laughing. I don't think we need to pursue this any further, said Brother Nelson. But Sister Dudley pursued it further. You did enjoy it. Well, she pushed me. Yes, I did. I enjoy everything about Marion Giardley, whether I'm in the same room with her or in the same donkey. Sister Dudley gasped. She even put her hand over her heart. It looked like bad acting. Well, I had once heard Robert Mitchum use a line in an old western, and it had to have been stored in my memory for this very moment. No, I don't suppose you have. Well, I didn't have to submit to their corrective action. I could have just left West Bethel forever. But to me, that would have been handing the administration a victory, another notch to carve in their big black Bibles. I was doing well at this school. I had good relationships with most of my teachers. My grades were excellent. I'd made some wonderful friends. Ben was getting to be a pretty good guitar player. Most of all, God had called me to this school and to the ministry that would follow, and I owed it to Him to see it through. So I stayed, and went on with my studies as usual, embracing my punishment. My sentence was harsh, thanks to my temper and Sister Dudley's indignity. They put me on probation and forbade me to be near Marion for the rest of the quarter. I couldn't talk to her, call her, or write to her. They put her on probation as well, and forbade her to have any contact with me. They allowed me to keep the prayer card I'd taped to my desk as long as I was praying, but I could only keep her head. The rest of her would have to go. Now her image only measured 1/8 of an inch. This was to be a cooling-off period, they said, a time to get focused on the Lord instead of each other. That was the most maddening thing about it. Marion was Lauren's girl and they were picking on me. I heard no accusations of immorality over Lauren's bare Samson chest. How many of the girls had enjoyed that? I discovered a lot about myself the first few weeks of my probation. I discovered how much anger I was capable of, and how many different ways I could vent it without breaking anything. I discovered how close I could come to swearing without really doing it, and how limber my middle finger could be when separated from the others. I allowed myself to ponder whether Sister Dudley truly ever had, and wonder how holy and spiritual I had to be before I could reduce my first 2 names to initials. All of which brought to mind the wild donkey needing to be bridled. It took at least 2 weeks for that question to work its way through, but I finally dealt with it. Was that really me? Was God trying to show me the waywardness that still remained in my heart? Was I really that rebellious and lustful? My anger cooled. I adapted to the bridle. I prayed it through and repented of my rebellious attitude. I read my chapters and turned in my papers. I passed my quizzes and midterms. I plunked on my banjo, sitting alone on my bed. I got over it. I even forgave Sister Dudley. After all, what was I losing anyway? Marion and I were just friends, just a brother and sister in the Lord making a donkey of ourselves. We would always be friends, and someday the whole incident would be funny. A week before Thanksgiving, I heard what sounded like a mob outside my dorm window. My stomach turned. I ran to the window and looked, and sure enough, an old college ritual was underway. Some poor guy had gotten engaged and now his buddies and their buddies were carrying him up to the pond beside the chapel. I didn't even grab my coat, but ran down the hall, down the stairs, and out the door. By the time I got to the pond, they'd already thrown him in. He'd climbed out, someone had thrown a robe over him, and now he was wiping his head with a towel. I waited as he bent and dried his scalp. Then he straightened up, laughing and waving at his well-wishing and mischievous friends. I would live another day. It wasn't Lauren Bullard. Brother Smith and one had many conversations over that long fall quarter, and we got close. He was an honorable man and never violated the conditions of my probation. Nevertheless, he did pass information along as he acquired it. I heard today that Marion and the girls have named that donkey Travis. As I understand it, they feel they couldn't have won the contest without your help, inappropriate as it was. Yes, sir. You appear to be doing all right. Oh, keeping busy. How did midterms go? Better than I'd hoped. I understand Marion did well on her midterms, and it's also my understanding that she prays for you daily. What are you smiling about? Oh, nothing, sir. But your smile does mean you're pleased at this moment. I nodded. Just wanted to deepen my own understanding, of course, in case someone should ask me what I'm understanding these days. Of course. Such conversations didn't happen every day, and they never seemed planned, at least by me. Brother Smith and I would pass each other on campus, a perfectly normal thing to do, and sometimes he just happened to be a trifle more chatty. Once we passed each other in the chapel foyer and he asked me my opinion of the shrubs by the front steps. Think they ought to be pruned back. I looked through the window and saw shrubs, most of them bare this time of year. Well, pruning never hurts. That reminds me, Lauren Bullard has a friend thinking of getting a haircut. Lauren thinks it would be a great idea, but the friend thought a second opinion might be helpful. Did I say something funny? I wiped the smile off my face, but it came right back. They want my opinion. He shrugged and looked away as if totally uninterested. The friend wants your opinion, but that's just my understanding. I thought it over. I think Lauren should get used to his friend having longer. He nodded. I think the shrubs could be pruned back, though. I looked at them again. Sure. The shrubs could be. One Saturday night in December, I came so close. Chapel had ended, and I was sitting near the back because Marion and her friends usually sat near the front. The altars were filled that night, but as the hour grew late, the crowd dwindled to 2 guys and 1 girl praying separately, and the trio praying in their usual spot on the right side. I watched and listened as Chris and Julie just kept hammering away in tongues, their hands on Marion's shoulders. It could have been an exact repeat of so many other occasions, except that this time, sooner than I expected, Julie and Chris called it quits, gave Marion a little hug, and left her there alone. Then it was just 2 guys praying, me sitting near the back, and Marion weeping at the altar. Alone. Sister Dudley had to watching. I looked around the chapel and saw no one else, but those grim, narrow eyes had to be somewhere. If God wasn't watching, she was. I sat glued to the pew as Marion wiped her eyes, stood up, and started for the door. I didn't wave to her or make a sound. I even slouched a little as if trying to hide. Obedience. The word pounded in my mind. To obey is better than sacrifice. Rebellion. I could feel the pang of guilt turning my insides. Rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft. Submission. Authority. Sister Dudley. I sat there until Marion was gone. Now it was just 1 guy praying and me sitting near the back, and Sister Dudley watching even if God wasn't. And I bawled like a baby, my forehead resting on the back of the pew in front of me. On the 22nd of December, at 3:45 in the afternoon, I held my pen high above my paper, began to hum the Hallelujah chorus, and brought the pen down in slow motion to place a period on the last sentence of my last final exam for the fall quarter. For me, the quarter was over. I had mail to pick up and some packing to do before going home for Christmas, but somewhere, sometime in the middle of all that, I absolutely had to see Brother Smith. I hurried to the front of the classroom, set my exam on the prof's desk, told her Merry Christmas, and got out of there. Brother Smith was waiting in the hall outside, still in his coat and scarf. I hesitated. Was he really waiting there for me? I smiled, said hi, got into my coat, and just about walked on. He wiggled his finger at me, beckoning. My pulse quickened though I tried to act cool and collected. Yes, sir. He gave me a gentle shove on the shoulder, leading me toward the door. The quarter's over, son. Now listen, things are happening quickly and we're going to be cutting it close. Did you hear about Lauren and Marion? Oh no, I braced myself. No, sir. We pushed our way out the door and into the cold December afternoon. Their relationship is a thing of the past. It was over a long time ago. He had to nudge me. Keep walking. It's over? You mean they broke up? He sneered and rolled his eyes. There was no enduring relationship in the first place. The appearance was there, but listen, I've watched students match up for years and I knew they were heading opposite directions. He snickered. And him losing the contest to you and Marion didn't help. Well, why didn't you tell me? I couldn't burden you with it. You would have violated probation and you know it. Suddenly I felt scared. Oh brother. Now what do I do? You listen real careful, that's what you do. We hurried down the brick walkway from the chapel, watching for ice, the bare, black branches of the maples overshadowing us. It seemed so still and deserted now. At least half the student body had finished the quarter already and evacuated the place. Marion's out of the trio too. They asked her to quit. What? Sister Dudley wouldn't divulge the details, Sister Dudley, but it's my understanding that there's something amiss in Marion's life, something she refuses to deal with. Julie and Chris felt it best to let her go. You didn't tell me that either. Same reason. But I've got one more item for you. I cringed as I said, okay. She's leaving West Bethel. She won't be back, she won't. He nudged me again. Can't you think and walk at the same time? What happened? I don't know, but I'm not sure she's making the right decision. She's hurt, fed up, devastated, whatever. That's why you need to talk to her, and that's why I came and got you. Where is she? I saw her packing her car in the parking lot out in front of the women's dorm. I was getting nervous. My hands were shaking. Man. I haven't talked to her in months. We were coming to the women's dorm at that very moment. The parking lot was just on the other side. Well, take my advice, skip talking about the weather. Brother Smith. I stopped walking again. This time he stopped instead of nudging me. Do you think she loves me? He pointed toward the parking lot. The quarter's over. Why don't you ask her? He remained where he was. I ran down the walkway and around the Dr. Smedley residence hall. There were a few cars left in the parking lot and immediately recognized Marion's blue V Fastback. The back was open, there were suitcases and clothing inside. I planted myself by that car and waited. When she came out, she was dressed in a blue ski jacket, a crocheted blue stocking cap and a pair of jeans. She was carrying only a small, overnight case, her last item. I was hoping she would be glad to see me, but the smile she gave me was brief, and strangely guarded. As she walked to her car, her eyes seldom left the pavement. Hi. She tossed the small case into the back of the car and closed the rear door. Then she shook my hand. Long time no see. Up close, anyway. She looked down again. Yeah. I heard you were leaving. I mean, leaving for good. There it was again, that strange, evasive fidgeting. She looked around, looked back at the dorm, anywhere but at me, and said, things haven't worked out. I'm real sorry. She looked at me again, probably thinking the subject had closed. So am I. I guess I'll go home for a while, get a job, just wait and see what the Lord wants me to do. Now I started to fidget. Think we could take a walk? She hesitated. Just a short one. She still wouldn't answer. Hey, after this, it's goodbye, you know? We may not get another chance. She thought for a moment, and then joined me. We headed for the lower end of the campus where the big maples formed a majestic canopy over the groomed lawn and park benches. The wooden benches were cold and deserted. Red leaves that had fallen after the caretaker's last raking lay scattered on the grass. So, I hear you and Lauren have parted company, I said, afraid as I spoke each word. We're still friends. That's good. Then we walked in silence. It became clear that I would have to carry this conversation. Listen, for whatever it's worth. Brother. Was there no subject I could start easily? I know you've been having some kind of difficulty. I mean, I heard you were asked to leave the trio, and I saw the three of you praying after chapel. She just looked away. But I want you to know, that means nothing to me. I don't care. I mean, I still love you and I accept you and you're still my friend, okay? She sniffed a little chuckle. Chris and Julie told me the same thing. What was I to say to that? I groped for words. I sighed. I got frustrated. Finally I came up with, well, I'm not them. She didn't seem overjoyed, but at least she looked at me. Travis, you don't know anything about it. I don't have to. We came to a bench. It was dry enough. Could we just sit down a moment? She sat. I couldn't. I was too nervous. Marion, I just want to give you something to take with you when you go, I mean, for whatever it's worth. I mean, this is it, the last time we'll see each other, and, well, I just... She was looking at the ground and only occasionally looking at me. I just want to say that, I've had some time to really think about things, and I've decided, I mean, know what's important to me, more than anything else. I had to push myself to get it out. I counted the items, all 2 of them, on my fingers, my hands only inches from her nose. Serving the Lord wherever He might send me couldn't get to the second one. I was choking up. My voice was quaking as I finished. And having you with me. Always. Her lip quivered. She broke down. Please don't. No, I mean it. She shook her head. Please don't say any more. I have to. I'll hate myself forever if I don't. I can't. Well, I was going down in flames anyway. Then just let me say it so I'll get it said. You can say no, you can walk away, you can go back home and find God's will for you, whatever it is, but at least I gave it a shot. Okay. She didn't answer. I didn't wait for an answer. I fell to one knee, right there by the bench, right next to that beautiful blue-jeaned girl, and took her hand. It was trembling and one of her tears fell on my thumb. Marion, I love you. Now my voice fell all apart again. I kept going. I love you and I believe God brought us together. Ever since that time we first met you've been my girl, my dream, the only one I've ever wanted. I took a breath, but I did it quickly. Marion, if you'll have me, I'd like for you to be my wife. I was still holding her hand. She didn't say anything. I know we haven't talked about it before this, but her hand squeezed mine. Her eyes were streaming with tears. I'd like to. I felt she might give a reason why she couldn't. I was ready for anything. She wasn't a virgin, she couldn't have kids, she already had kids, she was wanted for murder in 6 states. I didn't care. Travis, I can't be the kind of wife you need. I'm just not right with God. But I knew the love I had for her was from the very heart of God in the first place. It was so overwhelming, so rich and sweet. I could love this woman as God loved, without qualification, without requirement. I spoke gently, imploringly. Tell me. She whimpered, shook her head, and finally confessed, I can't speak in tongues. And then she let go all her pain, sobbing, her hands over her face. I don't know what it is. Maybe I wasn't being honest with Lauren. I thought I loved him, but I was always thinking of you. I didn't mean it. I love the Lord and I never wanted to grieve him. I went slightly limp. After all the build-up, all the suspense, this was the problem? Is that it? Is that what's wrong? She didn't want to look at me. Sister Dudley prayed for me, and Julie and Chris and all the girls in the dorm, and I just can't get prayed for anymore. I just can't go through that again. I pulled a handkerchief from my pocket. Thank God, it was brand new, never used. I gently dabbed her eyes and cheeks and even wiped the tears from our clenched hands. Then I kissed her, right on the lips. And she kissed me back. A wishful kiss, laden with sorrow that there could never be another. I cradled her face in both my hands and looked in her tear-filled eyes. Marry me. I want you, Marion. I want you to be my wife. Splash. Ben told me it was coming, and when? We rented a wetsuit and I wore it under my clothes. I pretended to be none the wiser as I walked out of the dorm and into the middle of a laughing, roaring mob. I never thought I'd feel so glad to be carried by all those arms. I never thought I'd rejoice to be thrown into the pond in the middle of January. But when I came up out of that water and heard the cheers of my friends from the banks all around me, I felt I'd been baptized all over again. I could look up and see heaven, and God was smiling. 15RS_Macon wasn't at all happy to see her former hired hand at her door. It was Monday morning, she was tired and cranky, and Nevin Sorrel could only mean trouble. What do you want? He held his hat in his hands and looked altogether contrite. I don't want no trouble at all, Mrs. Macon, no trouble at all. I was just thinking that maybe, you know, since things are bustling so much around here, you could use an extra hand. She began to close the door. We're fine. He leaned forward in earnest. How about Brandon, I mean, Mr. Nichols? There's work going on everywhere around town. There must be something I could do, and by the way, I apologize for any trouble I've caused. It won't happen again. Then a voice came from inside the house. Mrs. Macon, would that be Nevin Sorrel? Nevin hollered through the open door, Yes it is, Mr. Nichols. I'm here to offer my services. Brandon Nichols appeared, looking freshly showered. He studied the lanky cowboy a moment, then asked, Who's the boss around here, Nevin? You are, sir. No question about it. You know how to run a backhoe. Nevin grinned and been running that very machine for years. We're developing a spring up in the willow draw. I have plans drawn up, but I need someone to do the excavation, lay the pipe, haul the gravel. I've done all of that. It'll pay $12 an hour. I'll take it. And you live here on the place. Mrs. Macon balked at that. What? Nichols told her, he can have that trailer the Pearsons donated. We'll park it out back of my place. Then he told Nevin, I want you around where I can keep an eye on you. No more goofing off. No sir, not one bit. No hanging out at the tavern and getting into fights. No. You're the kid now, and I'm your old man. Got that? I'll try to be worthy of your trust, Mr. Nichols. Brandon Nichols looked him up and down and reached a decision. Okay. Stand today. Make me proud of you. One pulled up in front of the little brick police station on the main highway. Brett Henschel's squad car was still parked in front, so I figured I'd find him inside. I rattled off the days in my mind as I pushed through the front door. Thursday I found the car. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, well, maybe he had time to do some checking on Friday or this morning. He was seated at his desk behind the counter, going over some paperwork. A cup of coffee sat on his desk, steaming and looking desirable. Hey Travis, how's it going? Oh, fine. How's the leg? The question seemed to embarrass him. It's okay. Any information on that car in the river? He shook his head. A dead end? We'll probably just impound it and scrap it. I could tell he didn't want to get into it. That didn't matter to me. I did. You didn't find out anything? Even with a license number, a make, a model? The car was probably stolen and ditched in the river. We can't find the owner, We can't find the suspect. End of story. So who is this owner you can't find? Now he was irritated. He reached for a file folder on the corner of his desk and opened it. Somebody named Herb Johnson. He used to work for a wrecking yard in Missoula but he quit. He used to live in an apartment in Missoula but he moved. There's no forwarding address. He closed the folder and tossed it on the corner of his desk again, his way of saying he'd answered all my questions. May I see it? I said, indicating the folder. He wrinkled his brow at me. Travis, just what are you fishing for? I'm just what do you think you're going to do that I haven't? I didn't want to offend him. Just curious, that's all. Well, the case is still pending so it's confidential. I thought the case was closed and you were going to scrap the car. He leaned back and clasped his hands behind his head. That's right. Soon as we pull it out of the river I'll button up the case and you can read to your heart's delight. I was looking at him funny. What? The car's gone. That was obviously news to him. What do you mean, it's gone? Somebody already pulled it out. I thought it was you. He thought a moment. Samibco pulled it out? You sure? Drove by there just this morning. Saw the tire tracks, deep ruts, and no car. He looked puzzled, but then he shrugged and went back to his paperwork. I'll look into it. Well, I thought, so will I. One never wanted to resist the Lord if I sensed he was nudging me. Ivan Brandon Nichols took an intrusive interest in me, that was probably a nudge, but okay, I didn't catch on. Kyle getting broadside made the nudge more noticeable, however, and Morgan Elliott's distress over her son cinched it. I now considered myself officially nudged. I went from the police station directly to Mike's Towing, only 2 blocks away. Mike Downing had run his little tow truck business from the same cubicle of a garage for at least 10 years, and had a contract with the local police and state patrol. Any time a vehicle broke down or was abandoned on the highway or somewhere in town, the authorities called Mike. If he didn't pull that car from the river, he might know who did. I didn't drive into the yard surrounding Mike's garage. I valued my tires too much, so I parked out on the street. Mike hauled hulks for scrap, and over the years he'd gleaned from every hulk whatever he took a shine to, a fender here, a bumper there, a headlight, a window, an engine block, you name it. He had no specific place for anything, so every piece lay where it first fell, filling the yard from fence to fence. If you wanted to visit Mike's Towing, you definitely kept your eyes on the ground, and you didn't even consider driving in there. I found the lower half of Mike's son Larry in the garage. The upper half was under the hood of a 57 Chevy and didn't know I was there until I hollered hello. Yeah. He was dirty but happy. Oh, Pastor Jordan, how are you? Pastor Jordan? It had been a while since we'd seen each other. Just fine. I came to see Mike. Larry broke into his grin with one tooth missing, then hollered, Hey Dad. Pastor Jordan's, I heard him, came a rude reply from the back room. Mike appeared, yawning and rubbing his messed up hair. His lip was puffy, his left eye was nearly swollen shut, and he had a sizable white patch on his forehead. He could see the look on my face and explained without my asking, I got in a fight. So I see. How's the other guy? He went to a coffee pot sitting on a hot plate on the workbench. Oh, Matt looks about the same, maybe a little better. Want some coffee? No thanks. It felt so strange to be asking, Matt Kiley. Yeah, good 01 Matt. Can't blame him. I borrowed a set of wrenches from his store 3 years ago and never did pay him. He was in a wheelchair so it kind of slipped my mind, you know. I was still incredulous. And he came after you? Well, I got in a few good licks myself, but he got the price of those wrenches, let me tell you. The tavern's lost a chair and a window, but they are still open. You looking for some tires? No. I got some that'll fit your rig. Studded snow tires, real cheap. Let me think about it. What else you want? I was wondering if you pulled a car from the Spokane River. That widened his good eye. From the river? Who went into the river? I'm not sure. But I found a car in the river Thursday, and now it's gone. Did you tell the cops about it? Brett Henschel knows about the car, but he didn't know somebody pulled it from the river. Now he looked perturbed. Henschel never told me about it. The cops want a car pulled, they are supposed to call me. But you didn't pull any car out of the river since last Thursday. No. And I'm sure gonna find out why. Well, said Morgan Elliott over my speakerphone, Brett Henschel isn't the only cop on the planet. Carl and I looked at each other across my kitchen table, the telephone between us. She had a point there. It was the first hush-hush meeting of the Jordan, Sherman, Elliott underground resistance movement. Carl even parked around the block and came through my backyard to keep from being seen, which seemed a little excessive to me. You know another one? I asked. Gabe used to go hunting with a guy who's a cop in Sandpoint, Idaho. I'm still good friends with him and his wife. So, you're saying a cop in Idaho can do a check on a car from Montana that's found in Washington? Law enforcement people are all linked together by computer these days. Any cop can find out who owns any car anywhere, it doesn't matter. Well, okay. What kind of a car was it? Carl asked. Ford Limited, probably early 70s. It was red where it wasn't covered with silt. Okay, said Morgan, I'll pass that along. Nah, hat about the pictures. Carl answered as he leafed through the snapshots he'd just gotten back from the drugstore. I got some good shots of Nichols's face. I'll get some extra prints made up. Morgan asked, so what if the car doesn't belong to Brandon Nichols? That won't surprise me, I answered, but that car went into the river during the spring runoff, and that's the same time Nichols showed up in town. That and the Montana license plate are enough to make me curious. Plus Brett Henschel's silence about it, said Kyle. You think Nichols bought him by healing his leg? Morgan asked. I hesitated a little, but Kyle didn't. Absolutely. We're not going to get one bit of help from him. So, okay. I'll get back to you as soon as I find out something. Before you hang up, let's pray, I said. I'd really like the Lord to shield us a bit. I don't want Brandon Nichols to know what we're doing. Tuva 2112 South Maurice. Carl flipped and folded and gathered an unruly map of Missoula as we drove on the outskirts of the town, looking for numbers, signs, anything. I don't know. I don't think anybody actually lives around here. The drive through Idaho and into Montana had been beautiful, weaving through mountains and along rivers. Missoula itself was nestled in a wide, flat valley, surrounded by green hills and timbered mountains. This part of Missoula could be pleasing to the eye as well, depending on how excited you got about metal buildings and cyclone-fenced yards filled with big things, tractors, trucks, farm machinery, concrete sewer and drain pipe, roof trusses. We passed a John Deere dealer with a whole fleet of green tractors lined up along the street, and then a masonry supply company with neat stacks of concrete block, decorative stone, and a zillion different colors of brick. This was definitely the guy part of town. Hey, wait, I said, releasing my foot from the gas pedal. Abe's. The car owner's name is Abe, right? Abe Carlson. Carl looked up and saw it too, a sheet of plywood painted white with big blue letters, Abe's Auto Wrecking. It was hanging crookedly next to an opening in still another cyclone fence, this one festooned with automobile wheels painted red, white, and blue. That's it, he said, reading the numbers under the name. 22112 South Maurice. I turned left and pulled up to the opening, but knocked a moment to survey the place before driving in. We were looking at an acre of dead cars in long rows, their carcasses dented, hollow, and vacant, picked clean of chrome, glass, mirrors, wheels, and anything else a living car might need in the world beyond the fence. In the center of it all, like an old barge floating on a multicolored sea of metal, stood Abe's big shack wearing hubcaps like sequins. Maybe we should have called first, Kyle suggested. I eased the car down the long, jagged aisle toward the big blue shack. Two pit bulls came charging out of a yawning garage door. A grisly-looking character in grey coveralls came quick-stepping after them, hollering their names so loudly it sounded like K.A.P. Freet. "Get back here." Cap and Freet didn't hear him. They had a mauling to attend to, circling the car, barking, growling, and waiting for either of us to stick a leg out. "Ha! D'ya do there?" This guy had to be Abe. A face and bark like his made me wonder why he needed dogs. He shooed them away, yelling and banging on the nearest hulk with a tire iron. They both scampered into a dog pen alongside the building and remained there while he slammed the gate on them. I was impressed. He returned to our car and may have smiled, at least around the eyes. I rolled down my window. "That's Casper and Frito. They just aired a Jehovah's Witness. What you after?" "Ah, are you Abe Carlson?" "Yeah." "Who are you?" "Ah, may I get out?" He backed away from my door and I got out. Kyle got out too and walked around to join me. We introduced ourselves and told him where we were from. The moment I mentioned the town of Antioch, he scowled at us. "You cops?" "Ah, no. Kyle here's a pastor and I teach the 6th grade. Got a call from a cop in Antioch. Is this about that car?" Yeah. If we could, I got nothing more to say about it." He turned and started walking away. I turned to Kyle. "Get the photos." He reached inside the car while I hollered after Abe, "Could you just look at a picture for us?" He turned. "What?" Kyle handed me the photos. I said, "Look at a picture?" "These pictures right here." He glanced thoughtfully at Casper and Frito, then walked back. I guess I got him curious. I held up the best photo we had of Brandon Nichols, a nice shot of him preaching in Mrs. Macon's garage. "Do you recognize this man?" He took one look and his expression turned so dark I almost backed away. "You know him?" He nodded. "That's Herb Johnson." "Where'd you get this?" I exchanged a glance with Kyle. "Herb Johnson? He used to work for me." Kyle asked with surprise in his voice. "He worked here?" "Yeah, worked here for a year or so. We thought he worked on a ranch somewhere. I don't know what he did before Hattie brought him over." "Who's Hattie?" I asked. "My girlfriend. Herb was one of her tenants and he needed a job." He paused to spit on the ground. "Worst mistake I ever made. Your girlfriend owns some apartments or something? She manages a building over on Myers Way. She gets some flaky characters in there. I about gave Herb that car just so he'd leave." "Bingo." I tried not to look too excited. The Ford Limited." "Yeah. So, did he buy it from you, or?" "I sold it to him cheap. He wanted to move on and I wanted to help him." "But the car was still in your name." "I've already been through all this with that cop." He started looking elsewhere. I didn't want him getting away. Kyle took this picture on a ranch near Antioch." Abe stood still. "Herb's working there, only he's using another name. He's calling himself Brandon Nichols." Abe cursed. He looked scared. I don't need to hear no more. But, did the cop tell you the car was ditched in the river? I mean, it looks like somebody tried to hide it. Abe waved me off, shook his head, backed away. I don't want to hear no more. Now that's it. We're through talking and you guys can just get out of here. Carl pleaded, we're afraid Herb might be up to something and we were hoping you could get to here. Casper and Frito went crazy, leaping against the fence of their pen. He headed their way with an obvious intention. I got back in the car and Carl followed my lead. We got out of there. One drove back into Missoula while Carl flipped and folded and rattled the map. Myers Way, Myers Way. He mumbled, trying to find it. So let me think, Brett said he couldn't find the owner or the thief. But he talked to Abe. But Abe isn't the owner. He doesn't want to be the owner. Right, he wants to be through with Herb and the car. So it's Herb Brett can't find. Because Herb's Brandon. And the car was never stolen because Abe sold it to Herb. Unless someone stole it from Herb. But Herb Johnson never reported it stolen. No, he just ditched it in the river. I got a hunch. Which could make sense if Herb is trying to break all ties with his past and become somebody else. Remember when I said it wouldn't surprise me if Brandon wasn't the owner? Carl looked up from his map to exclaim, it sure scared Abe when you told him Herb had a different name. Yeah, like Herb Johnson might not be Herb Johnson. Which also means Brandon Nichols might not be Brandon Nichols. So. Myers Way. Carl went back to the map. Okay, turn right. We need to double back. We found Myers Way, a residential street lined with well-used cars and low-cost fixer-uppers. The yards were small, many were unmowed, many populated by mongrel dogs and rusting tricycles. Aging McDonald's cups and hamburger wrappers lay fading along the street curb, and graffiti marred the sidewalks. We found 4 apartment buildings occupying the 4 corners of an intersection. We could see more multi-units farther down the street. This could be a long day. Carl knocked on the first manager's door. He'd never heard of anyone named Hattie. I went across the street and knocked on another door. A young mother with an infant in her arms and a toddler in tow sent me 2 doors down. The manager of this building didn't know a Hattie. By now Carl had checked the 3rd apartment building. No Hattie. I went to the 4th. Hattie Phelps, said the manager, a young bachelor with a cluttered computer desk in his living room. I don't have a last name, but she's the girlfriend of Abe Carlson. Yeah, sure, I know her. She manages the Crest View Apartments. He stepped outside to direct me. 2 blocks down, on the left. The Crest View Apartments were not high-rent property. The building was a sagging, wood-frame structure that instantly made you wonder how close the nearest fire station was. From the street I could count 10 apartments, 6 below and 4 above. The wooden stairway leading to the 2nd floor was a lawsuit waiting to happen. A leaky hose bib was feeding a permanent puddle in the small courtyard. Carl and I went to Hattie's door together, fully expecting another pit bull to answer our knock. It turned out Hattie was a very pleasant woman, a plump little lady in a loud flowered dress who owned a cat but no dog. All we had to do was mention Abe Carlson's name and she started talking right there on her landing. Abe's a nice man, he really is. You just have to get to know him. Well, he can sure control Casper and Frito. She laughed a loud, cackly laugh. So you met the dogs? Oh, my word. She then proceeded to tell us how many people had been frightened by Casper and Frito and where Abe got the dogs and how they didn't seem to mind when she came around but she would never take her cat over there. We let her talk, we laughed at her wisecracks, we told her whatever we could about ourselves when we got the chance. She could have carried on most of the conversation without our even being there. Well anyway, what brings you 2 gentlemen clear over here? I tried to ease gently into the subject. We've just had someone move to Antioch that we thought you might know. I handed her the photograph and we watched her face closely. Her eyes grew large and her hand went over her heart. She drew a little gasp and then looked up at us. He's in your town now? Yes. He's living on a ranch and preaching under a big circus tent. You may have read about it in the papers. She was puzzled. No, not Herb. She figured it out. He's preaching. People think he's Jesus, said Kyle, and he's letting them believe that. She gasped again. I did read about that. That's Herb. I pointed to the photo. If Herb is the man in this photograph, then it's Herb. There was never a picture in the paper and I think the name wasn't the same. He's going by a different name now. She was afraid. The hand holding the photo was trembling and her other hand was still over her heart. But she looked up at us and said pleadingly, he's a wonderful man. You have to believe that. Well, Kyle had to swallow before he spoke. There are many people who are impressed with what he's doing. He's a good man. I would never do anything to harm him in any way. He knows that. I asked her, does the name Brandon Nichols mean anything to you? She gawked at me, still plainly terrified. Did Herb ever mention that name? No. Her eyes seemed so vacant, as if looking into another world. Herb's a wonderful man, very sweet. Kyle asked, did he ever work at a ranch around here? He was a GCHD worker. Abe loved having him around. Well, yes, but did he ever work on a ranch? I don't know. I only know that he worked for Abe for a while. So he rode horses. He went somewhere once to ride horses. A ranch around here, I suppose. He was quiet, and clean, and never missed a rent payment, and he was courteous. I asked, did he impress you as being a spiritual man? That got her going. Oh, yes. Very religious. You knew that just being around him? He wouldn't hurt anyone, and I know he won't hurt me. Did he, because I'm on his side? He doesn't have to hurt me, I'm his friend, I'm his neighbor. I'm Hattie. He knows me. Where's he from originally? Any idea? California. He talked about Southern California once in a while, but always fondly. He liked it here too, and we liked him, didn't we? Of course we did. I was getting a very creepy feeling. She wasn't looking at us, but beyond us. Kyle shot a quick glance over his shoulder just to be safe. Hattie? I asked, trying to get her to meet my eyes. Are you all right? She pushed the photograph back at me. Please leave him be. I'm his friend and he knows that. He's the most wonderful man in the world. I loved having him for a tenant. Kyle spoke gently. Hattie, do you need us to pray for you? He lightly touched her shoulder. She jumped as if he'd given her a shock. No. No. I don't need any praying, not by you. She looked past us as if seeing wolves lurking in the neighborhood. I haven't really talked to you, have I? I haven't told you anything. Don't be afraid, said Kyle. It's all right. She gave a little yelp and ducked inside her door, slamming it after her. We could hear her whimpering behind the door, go away. Just go away. Kyle squeezed his eyes shut and extended his hands toward her door. Lord God, we bind the enemy in Jesus' name. I pulled him by the arm. And we'll leave Hattie in peace. Amen. Neither of us said much on the drive back to Antioch. In the silence, my mind began to move through a series of inexplicable connections. Brandon Nichols. Herb Johnson. Abe and Hattie. And then further back, into the past, to places I thought I'd never go again. 16 Rav, said Marion, her arm tightly around me. It was a new and wonderful sensation. Let's go ice skating. It sounded cold, and I'd just gotten warm after my dip in the West Bethel pond. Ice skating? It's how I'd like to celebrate, she said. I'd never been ice skating before, and the very thought, well, chilled me. I'd done plenty of roller skating with my old youth group, and Marion insisted it wasn't that much different. I suppose she had visions of us skating in tandem like those Olympic figure skating duos, arm in arm, one leg stretched out straight behind us and our smiling faces turned directly into a 60-mile-an-hour wind while stirring orchestra music came out of the sky. I had serious doubts that vision would ever come true, but, hey, I'd gotten her father's blessing, my folks were ecstatic, she was wearing the ring, I'd been thrown in the pond, what else was there? We went skating. We did skate arm in arm our first time out, mostly to keep me from falling and making a fool of myself in front of all those little kids on the rink who could skate circles around me. The first half hour or so, I tried to enjoy it. Marion was having the time of her life. After an hour, I really did begin to have fun, and my progress earned me a kiss once we were safely stopped and gripping the side rail. After another hour and a cup of cider in the cafe, I stepped up to Marion, bowed with a flourish, and said, "May I have this lap?" She graciously accepted, extending her hand, and we managed to work our way around the rink several times, my arm around her waist and my other hand in hers, kind of like dancing, but it was skating, and that's different. The music over the sound system was rock and roll and not very stirring. We weren't sticking one leg out straight behind, and I wouldn't say we were graceful. But I remember the moment it connected for me. We were coming around the turn near the cafe for the zillionth time. Her face was so young, so close. I was holding her hand. The cafe was passing behind her in a soft blur. There was a light in her eyes and a special smile that told me, "I'm yours. It's going to be us now, you and me," and I couldn't be happier. When we stepped off the ice to sit down and rest, she thought I had something in my eye and I was too embarrassed to tell her I'd gotten all emotional out there. That look. I could actually feel the depth of her joy, the laughter in her heart. Our love became real in that moment. I could finally believe it. Ever since that night in the hospital waiting room, I never believed that such a lady as this would so gladly accept my love and love me in return. I just didn't feel that lucky or that blessed, and I still thought I had to be dreaming when I saw that ring on her hand. But that moment, when she gave me that one special look, I knew. I finally knew. She would give me that one special look the day of our wedding. I would receive it across the breakfast table almost every morning and from the front pew every time I preached, year after year. I would look for it and find it each night as she rested on her pillow and reached to turn off the lamp. I would always catch a glimpse of it when I took one hand from the steering wheel to grasp hers for just a moment. It spoke volumes without a word. It was life to me. To the end, it never faltered, and before she slipped away, she summoned it once again, for one fleeting instant, grasping my hand. But this was the first time I saw it, and I can see it even now. Marion and one waited 2 years to get married. It gave us time to test the relationship and decide if we could really stick together for the long haul. It gave us time to finish our schooling, mine at West Bethel and hers at a business college. It encouraged discipline and diligence in our lives. It almost drove us crazy. It was a good policy, however, especially for me. Having been bowled over and burned by love before, I was able to think just a shade more clearly even while I climbed the walls. Sister Dudley kept her eye on us, so we found times and places where God could watch but she couldn't. Brother Smith didn't seem to worry, and we gave him nothing to worry about. She graduated in 1976 and worked until I graduated in June of 1977. A week later, we were married in the Baptist church Marion's family attended. the daughter of a Baptist marrying a flaming Pentecostal. She was giddy with excitement and I wasn't even nervous. Marion's sister, Lisa, was her maid of honor. My brother, Steve, was my best man. By now, Dad was back in the ministry, and he performed the ceremony. With obvious pride, he pointed out to everyone that I was graduating, marrying, and taking my first pastoring positional in the same year, just as he did over 30 years before. As we stood in the reception line greeting our guests, it was like having my whole life pass before me. 2 old friends from the mountain Victrola showed up. The mandolin player was pumping concrete for a living and had a baby daughter. The dobro player was now a partner with his brother in the fruit and produce business. My old friend Vern had married Susan, the gal with the shrill voice, and they were still attending Christian chapel. She was expecting and his hair was getting thin. Mrs. Kenyon was still beyond plump but had finally quit smoking and was attending a charismatic Episcopal church in Seattle. Her son, David, who first introduced me to the Kenyon Bannister Praise meetings, was pastoring a small church in Chehalis, Washington, married, and raising 2 kids. Carla Dickens, still wearing glasses, was married to an accountant and had a daughter. Andy Smith, the diabetic, was divorced and teaching at an avant-garde music school in Seattle. Clay Olson was about to leave for the mission field in Kenya. Benny Taylor was still a long, tall, nerdy-looking fellow, still brilliant, and hoping to get a job with a little garage-sized company called Microsoft. Harold Martin, our born-again purveyor of pot, wasn't there, and I couldn't find anyone who knew where he was. Brother Smith kissed the bride, shook my hand, and said, "I'm at least as happy as you are." Sister Dudley gave Marion a gushing, loving hug. I expected she would just shake my hand and move on, but she grabbed my shoulders, pulled me into a hug, and gave me a peck on the cheek. Then she told me, "You're gonna love it," and winked. She was right. We loved it. We took our honeymoon in 2 shifts, first in Ben's parents' cabin on Camino Island in Puget Sound, and then in Victoria, BC. After that, we moved into a little apartment on a busy artery in Seattle. On the first Sunday in July, we dressed up nice, walked into a struggling Pentecostal mission church in Seattle, and began our ministry. The year that followed was a greater education than the previous 4. We learned things they never taught us in Bible school, probably because no one ever lived to come back and tell us about it. Did I say it was a struggling church? That's incorrect. The pastor was struggling. The church was content. The pastor was Olin Marvin, an old Bible school chum of Dad's who contacted me only a month before graduation. "Hey, come aboard," he told me. "We need fresh blood, someone with vision, someone with the old Jordan fire." Marion and I figured this was the hand of God. The only other offer I'd had was from a church in Pocatello, Idaho, and that seemed so far away from our friends and family that we hesitated. When Pastor Marvin offered us a position with a good salary and an apartment right in our own neck of the woods, that sounded right. "I would take charge of the youth program," he said. "I would preach on Sunday nights, and he and I would be like partners in ministry. Marion wouldn't have to work, so she could be as involved in the church as she desired." In the intense days before graduation and the wedding, Marion and I talked about our upcoming ministry as if it were a done deal, a plan set in stone, the will of God. We would be married, we'd settle down in Seattle, and then be part of a marvelous move of God. Almost every night I lay in bed imagining what it would be like to preach to a whole room full of young people. I envisioned hundreds coming forward to receive Christ while Marion played the piano and everyone sang an invitational song, something like "Just As I Am." I could hear myself holding forth on Sunday nights, see myself helping Pastor Marvin lead his church into revival, awakening, and explosive growth. I had ideas, and couldn't wait to implement them. We were going to take the city for Christ. On the first Sunday in July, There was no revival or explosion, but there was an awakening. Northwest Pentecostal Mission was a generally unheard of little chapel nestled in the center of a closely packed Seattle neighborhood. Without detailed directions through that complicated grid of streets you'd never find it, and I suppose there were many folks who never did. Pastor Marvin met us at the door, informed us there would be a board meeting immediately after the morning service, and then hurried away. It was Sunday morning, and he was understandably busy. The sanctuary was pretty standard, dark, glulam beams forming a sharp line roof, red carpet running up the center aisle and down the sides, a soaring chancel with a big cross hanging over the baptistry. The pews could hold about 200. The Sunday school rooms were in the basement, the undersized parking lot was on one side. When the Sunday Schnall hour began, everyone, adults, teens, and little kids, gathered in the sanctuary for opening exercises, singing songs like, deep and wide, there's a fountain flowing deep and wide. Deep and wide, there's a fountain flowing deep and wide. Hum, and hum, hum, and hum, there's a fountain flowing, hum, and hum. Hum, and hum, hum, and hum, there's a fountain flowing, hum, and hum. Marion had attended Baptist Sunday School, and I had gone to Pentecostal Mission Sunday School, but we both knew that song and had friends from other denominations who also knew it. Our parents probably sang it in Sunday school opening exercises just like we did. Now we were beholding the next generation of deep and widers singing the song and doing the deep and wide hand motions. It boggled my mind to think that kids all over North America, maybe even the entire Western Hemisphere, were humming this very moment, or according to their respective time zones. It also occurred to me that adults and teenagers all over North America were sitting in opening exercises with the little kids, doing that song for the zillionth time and feeling silly. We were sitting in the back. I scanned the pews for the young people. The best place to look was either in the very back or as far as anyone could sit to the side. I counted about 12, including 2 silly girls, 2 stoics, and 3 outsiders, cool guys making a statement by slouching together as far away from the proceedings as possible. We sang a few more standards, Stop and Let Me Tell You What the Lord Has Done for Me, and Climb Up Sunshine Mountain. Then the lady in charge brought out the big plywood figure of Barney Barrel. Barney, a barrel, had long, skinny NNS that formed a tipping scale with a coffee can hanging from each hand, and it was his job to collect the missionary offering. Today it would be the girls against the boys. Sister Marvin, the pastor's wife, played the piano, we all marched around the room, the girls put their offering in the pink can and the boys put their offering in the blue. Today the girls won, I saw which one put in the roll of pennies. Clever kid. Finally we dismissed to our classes. Pastor Marvin would be teaching the adult class in the sanctuary, but Marion and I wanted to check out the teenagers in their classroom in the basement. We followed the outsiders downstairs and into a small, windowless, echoing room with folding chairs, a low table, and a chalkboard. The rest of the kids straggled in, talking and giggling among themselves, but obviously a little quieter since 2 strangers were in the room. Not one of them said hello or asked us who we were. I wasn't about to let them get away with that. Hi, one said, jutting out my hand. Praise God, I'm Travis, and this is Marion. The first kid shook my hand and said hi back, looking immediately at the floor. What's your name? I heard him mumble something like burn. I leaned closer. I knew I was invading his comfort zone, but that was the idea. Say again. He spoke up a little. Brian. We went after the outsiders. Hallelujah. Vivo are you? Donnie and Steve barely got their names out, but Trevor spoke right up with his. Trevor seemed to be the leader. As soon as he opened up, the other 2 did. I found out what grade they were in, and what some of their interests were. In the meantime, Marion had struck up conversations with the girls. It was going well when the teacher finally arrived. She was a young, curly-headed gal. She took one look at us and said, "Hi. Vivo are you?" "Praise the Lord," I said, reaching over some chairs and kids' shoulders to shake her hand. "Travis and Marion Jordan. I'm Lucy Moore. It's nice to have you visiting with us today." Then she said with a chuckle, "Are you sure you're in the right class?" "You bet," I said. "I'm the new youth pastor." She looked at me blankly for a second, then smiled and shook her head. "No, you're not." Then she dove into the lesson like a wind-up toy with the spring too tight and never made eye contact with us again. Marion and I sat there quietly, hesitant to say another word. I shot a glance at Trevor. He just gave me a shrug. And there was the strangest smell in that room, like someone left a dirty diaper under a chair. I saw a few noses wrinkle, but nobody said anything, and I wasn't about to. It was actually a relief when Pastor Marvin had us stand during the morning service so he could introduce us. "I'd like you all to meet Travis and Mary Jordan, our new assistant pastor. He'll be helping us out with the youth program and whatever else his hand finds to do, so make him welcome." He got Marion's name wrong, but at least we knew we were in the right church. "What's he doing here?" a board member asked before Pastor Marvin even got his office door closed. Pastor Marvin sat down at his desk and answered like a cornered witness, "Well, we did discuss this, Bill." Bill, a wiry, curly-haired man in his 50s, had veins that stuck out on his forehead, and I think his eyes may have been sticking out a bit too. "You didn't discuss it with me." "I didn't know he was coming today," said a shorter, thinner, younger man. Bill glared at the younger man. "So he told you about it?" "He said we might try someone out." "That's all I heard." "Well, I should have told you he was coming today," said Pastor Marvin. "It's my fault. You shouldn't even have invited him without consulting with the board." "Bill," said an older man with a lower lip that stuck out, "we have talked about it." "We've talked about it, we have not approved it." Pastor Marvin broke in, "Gentlemen, before we start the meeting I should introduce Travis and Mary to you." "Marion," I corrected. "Oh. I am sorry. This is Travis and Marion Jordan. Travis recently graduated from West Bethel." Then Pastor Marvin formally introduced us to Bill Braun, the angry one, Ted Newbor, the younger, thin one, and Wally Barker, the older one with the lip. "Ah, where's RCM?" Ted answered. "He and Marcy had to go right home." "Trevor messed in his pants again?" Bill rolled his eyes. "Oh great." Wally explained to us, "Trevor's a weird kid. He messes in his pants. He doesn't need to know that." "Well, he does if he's taking the youth." "Well, what about Lucy? Has she been told about this?" "No," I thought. Ted answered, "She was pretty upset when I talked to her. She said he came into her class and tried to take over." "What?" I said. "We did no such thing." Marion objected. Ted continued, "She's the one in charge of the youth right now. Nobody told her these two were coming. Nobody told anybody anything." Bill snapped. "See? Now you've hurt Lucy." "Well," said Pastor Marvin, "why don't we open in a word of prayer?" "Dear Lord, let us live," I prayed silently, clutching Marion's hand. The moment Pastor Marvin said Amen, Bill spoke the first words of the formal meeting. "And you announced his appointment from the pulpit. Before we've even met him or got to know him. I knew your dad," Wally told me with a smile. "How's he doing, anyway? Does he have another job?" Bill asked. "We'll get to that," said the pastor. "This was something we talked about, remember? Wally, you're the accountant. Tell him." Again? Wally's face turned sad as he told the pastor, "We can't swing a full-time salary, especially since we've lost the Cravens and the Johnsons." "We told you that."